Good morning, dear Madam Marshal, the co-chairs, dear members of the JPSG, dear guests. I would like to especially invite Mr. Minister Tomasz Szymoniak, who is responsible for Home Affairs, Madame de Bolle, Director of Europol, Dr. Wojciech Wierwirowski, European Data Protection Supervisor, and deputies of European Parliament and deputies of national parliaments. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome you all to 16th meeting of the Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group on Europol here in the Senate in Warsaw, co-chaired by the Sejm and Senate of the Republic of Poland and the European Parliament. I would like to inform you that simultaneous translation into English, French, and Polish is available at our meeting. Due to individual requests from the delegation, translation into Italian is also available. The list of available channels is in the materials you received. Now, let me switch into Polish or English. Chciałbym powitać wszystkich.
May I welcome all our guests who will honor us with their presentations. In particular, I would like to welcome Madam Marshal of the Polish Senate, and I would like to ask Madam Marshal to take the floor first. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to welcome the representatives of the Europol Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group to the Polish Parliament. I belong to a generation that still remembers a Europe divided by hard border lines and passports filled with visa stamps. We were locked inside the borders of our countries, but those involved in breaking the law were also locked within these borders. As we enjoy today the freedom to travel and live in any part of our common Europe, we must remember that organized crime also takes advantage of our freedom. Worse still, criminals have specialized in abusing our freedom using the latest technology. Europol has been created to assist the law enforcement agencies of European countries in their fight against the most dangerous types of crime. Criminals are increasingly operating across national borders with increasing efficiency. When we read about police success against organized groups, we usually learn that criminals holding passports from several or more countries have been apprehended. Without Europol's analysts and investigators, the prosecution would be downright impossible. Ladies and gentlemen, the Polish presidency has put security at the heart of its priorities. Of course, in the face of war and global instability, we are devoting most of our attention to external security, the protection of borders, and European values. However, we must not forget that internal security is equally important, and its cornerstone is an effective fight against organized crime, whether it relates to drug trafficking, human trafficking, smuggling of migrants, or sexual crimes against children. Poland understands perfectly well the importance of these issues and pledges to take decisive action in the fight against international criminal networks, terrorism, and radicalization. Details of these plans will be presented by Minister Tomasz Szymoniak. It is worth emphasizing, however, that the priorities of the Polish presidency are perfectly in line with the mission of the new European Commission. I am grateful that representatives of Europol, the European Data Protection Supervisor, the European Commission, and the Polish government are taking part in our meeting. Our task as parliamentarians is to ensure the security of citizens in all these dimensions. But a particular task for parliaments is to guard our freedom. There's a Polish saying, do not throw the baby out with the bathwater. The baby is our freedom. Europe built its greatness on civil rights and liberties. It is the foundation of our integration. It is the basis of our economic success. When I reflect on what has been the greatest success of the terrorists, I cannot help but think that it has been to take away a piece of our freedom. All over the world today, we pass through pyrotechnic gates, our luggage is scanned, we encounter surveillance cameras every step of the way. I know that these are necessary security measures, but we pay for them with our privacy. In the same way that growing cybercrime forces us to type ever more complicated security codes into computer keyboards. I say this because when fighting the criminal octopus, we must not forget the balance between security and citizens' freedoms. This is why parliamentary scrutiny of the activities of the services responsible for our security is so crucial. The task of Europol's Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group is to ensure that our privacy and freedom are only subject to such restrictions that are absolutely necessary. With the active involvement of the European Parliament and national parliaments, we can ensure that Europol acts not only effectively, but also responsibly and in full respect of the fundamental rights of the European Union citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the wonders of European integration is that a united Europe is at the same time the safest and the freest piece of the modern world. It is the task of parliaments and governments, the task of Europol and the JPSG is to ensure that we continue to boast this freedom. The Polish presidency is a time when we invite you to constructive cooperation and open dialogue on this crucial matter. I wish you fruitful and inspiring deliberations. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Marshal. Ladies and gentlemen, as Madam Marshal mentioned in her speech, the role of Europol is increasingly growing relative to the growing importance of ensuring security. Ahead of us is a very important period as Europol is going to go through institutional change and plans for the future in terms of how it is to fight criminality, including the most serious crimes, through member states, EU agencies, in close collaboration between national law enforcement services and Europol. On the 15th of March, Europol is to present its new SOCTA, its new threat assessment report that will not only look at the current trends and the burning challenges in the transborder crime area, but also it'll become a basis for the European strategy in the same dimension. Its importance cannot be overestimated. It is based on this document that Europol will plan its operational activities and will put into practice its impact for 2026 through to 2029. I'm hoping that the priorities that are key for Poland, member states, and for the entire European Union will be reflected in this. smuggling of people, smuggling of drugs and weapons, cybersecurity, criminality. These are the key priorities that need our biggest focus. As the threats are growing, we have to be proactive and anticipatory in our actions. It is prevention and anticipation that matters most. Not only should we be effectively responsive, but also preemptively fight crime. Our group has recently focused on drug smuggling, especially the smuggling of synthetic drugs. This is often the biggest pillar of crime groups, organized crime groups, with which they fund other activities, including terrorism, which is the most brutal and the most drastic threat against our freedom. All these crimes are transborder in nature. Therefore, it is essential that we find common and collaborative ways of working together using a common and shared toolbox. I'm hoping that this meeting will help us address all these issues as we represent national and Parliament and European Parliament members. And I'm hoping that the law enforcement instruments will, thanks to this scrutiny, become closer to and better understood by the general public. Such parliamentary scrutiny is, amongst others, designed to make sure that the general population has a sounder understanding of these matters. Europol is going through major change. One of the areas is the police collaboration in the area of prevention of migrant and human trafficking. Human trafficking and migrant smuggling. I'm hoping that enabling mechanisms will soon be developed in order to find new ways of collaboration between European institutions, including the Agency for the Protection of our Borders. Madam Speaker, Madam Marshall has mentioned two aspects of security: external military security, that is dramatically calling for action and for measures as we begin to negotiate the terms and conditions of peace in Ukraine. At least these are the hopes that this is exactly what's happening. And we also need to think in terms of making sure that such wars never happen again in Europe. But this interweaves with internal security across the EU. I'm under the impression that that members of JPSG and Europol will not once or twice, but many more times, correct its course in order to respond to the challenges in this part of Europe. These are the key tasks faced by our group and by Europol and by institutions that are stewards of our security and freedom. I'm looking forward to hearing the presentations on Europol's plans, and I'm looking forward to a debate that is begin soon. Before we start the debate, however, may I share a handful of practical comments. Please speak from your places. Use microphones on the desks. The allotted time for speakers will depend on the number of individuals that will bid for the floor, and we will inform you before each session. Individuals who have not bid for the floor yet, they can use the colorful cards that are placed on the desks. Also, please refrain from bringing in food and drinks into this room, as this room is limited in space. Let me remind all participants that coffee and refreshments are available outside. We have 71 participants from 33 member states have registered today, and may I welcome the co-chairs of our group, Mr. Konrad Frysztak from the Polish Sejm and Mrs. Katarina Cinici from the European Parliament. And may I now give the floor to co-chairs. Mr. Frysztak.
Thank you, Mr. Jazdowski, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. Once again, I would like to very warm all of you in the premises of the Sejm and Senate of the Republic of Poland, and thank you for coming in such large numbers to the 16th meeting of the Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group on Europol. Let me now switch into Polish. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo się cieszę z Państwa
I am delighted to see your presence in this meeting, which is a very important manifestation of the parliamentary participation in the Polish presidency. The Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group of Europol has become a landmark in the calendar of presidency. The fact that these meetings alternate in terms of venues in member states and in the Commission is emphasizing the pan-European and supranational dimension. Europol is an EU agency with a mission to support member states in preventing and enforcing criminal justice and crimes, especially serious and organized crime. It acts within subsidiarity and a subsidiarity principle, leaving the member states with the core of its actions to ensure security. Today, we feel a special need for enhanced security to maintain order and security. Europe and the whole world is living from crisis to crisis, and we are all faced new challenges. Collaboration of member states in the security and order is in fact a permanent challenge that sees no border. Terrorism and international trade in drugs and other psychoactive substances, forgery of documents as it leads to money laundering, abuse of children, human trafficking. Now, all these crimes known for years are evolving in terms of modus operandi. As we change our enforcement techniques in order to ensure that we have an upper hand over criminals. And our group is designed to scrutinize Europol, and it is critical on a number of dimensions. First and foremost, it shows the role of parliaments as safeguards of democratic institutions. Secondly, it demonstrates clearly that member states and constitutional institutions are part and parcel of a complex process to fight crime. And thirdly, because parliamentary scrutiny of Europol means that we respect the rights and liberties of individuals, which are sensitive when it comes to fighting crime. The topics that we are going to discuss are part and parcel of the set of priorities of this presidency as it looks at different aspects of security, drug trade and smuggling across Europe, fighting sexual abuse of children online and offline, and the presentation of current activities of Europol in the context of war in Ukraine. Now, these are hugely diverse topics, but they demonstrate the scale of the sheer dimension of the challenge faced by Europe and the European Union. Drug trade as a plague of our times, a source of gigantic profits, and a source of huge social loss. There are new itineraries, new routes, and new substances, and which make Europol's mission to fight this an everlasting task. The abuse of children online and offline, the most hideous of crimes. This requires attention, consistency, and heavy-handed penalization, because it's the children who suffer from this. This is our top and most important priority. And last but not least, the war in Ukraine over the past 3 years, which has created a steady and incessant threat for members of the European Union, not only militarily, but also one that spawns illicit trade and weapons and trafficking of people. Bearing in mind that the priority of the Polish presidency in the European Council is security, this topic must not be ignored or sidelined by us. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you not only fruitful deliberations, but also I wish you tangible outcomes and results to so that we can all co-create beautiful and strong Europe. We deserve it. We deserve to live in peace. We deserve to live in a better world.
Parlament, Mr. Kinici.
Grazie molto, onorevole Fristak. Io vorrei innanzitutto...
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I would like to apologize for the absence of the head of the LIBE Commission and the co-chair of the JPSG. Sadly, he was unable to join us in Warsaw, but it is my privilege to stand in for him and to chair this session. I believe it's a good idea to emphasize once again the support that the member states are receiving from Europe. The most acute forms of crime, like organized crime, terrorism, cyber crime, drug trafficking. This is a cross-border sort of crime which knows no borders and is becoming more and more complex. The trafficking of people, weapons, drugs mean that organized criminal groups are becoming an ever-increasing threat for all of our countries as they infiltrate the legal economy. They invest their profits in our economy, and that also impacts and jeopardizes our overall economy and strategy. Our strategy for the current period recognizes these problems and challenges, and as a result, a lot of legislative action has been taken. We need to foresee the future activity we will have to undertake in order to be able to face these threats to our security. That's why it's key for CEPOL, EPO and Europol to operate effectively and efficiently. They have to have the necessary tools and resources. The regulation on Europol has allowed the agency to strengthen its operational capabilities. As a result, it's Europol that's becoming the center of information about criminal activity in Europe. And by the same token, it's a foundation of our safety and security architecture. That, however, also translates into a need for scrutiny, which is why we're here. Article 51 of the Europol regulation states that the JPSG has scrutiny over Europol in its performance of its duties. This also includes any possible impacts on the rights and liberties of natural persons. This is our task, and this is why we're here today. Let me now give the floor to the chair, Mr. Ujazdowski.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to prior commitments, Madam Marshal must now take her leave. I would like to extend our sincere thanks I would like to extend our sincere thanks to her for graciously inaugurating the meeting of JPSG. Thank you, Madam Marshal. I will now report on the outcome of the Troika meeting. The Presidential Troika approved the draft agenda of this 16th JPSG meeting and agreed on a proposal to appoint 11 members of the JPSG Consultative Forum of Fundamental Rights out of 14 applicants. This will be discussed in subsequent agenda item. The Troika noted that no letters were received from delegation and the 8 sets of written questions were submitted to Europol and 6 of them were answered by Europol. 1 set of oral questions have been submitted. We will now turn to adoption of our agenda. The morning session will start with keynote speech of the to JPSG by Mr. Minister Tomasz Szymoniak, Minister of Interior and Administration of Poland. Unfortunately, Mr. Magnus Brunner, European Commissioner for International Affairs and Immigration, was unable to attend our meeting, as the regular participation of the Commissioner for International Affairs and Migration in GPS meeting is very much appreciated, and we regret that the Commissioner is not here in person to meet with the JPSG member. He sent us video conferencing with his speech, which will be listened to after Mr. Szymoniak's speech. We will then proceed to the monitoring of Europol's work during the last few months with an exchange of view by Mr. Catherine de Boll, Europol's Executive Director, and with Mr. Ireneusz Sieńko, Chair of the Europol Management Board. The European Data Protection Supervisor, Mr. Dr. Wojciech Wiewiórowski, will subsequently report on the state of data protection issue concerning Europol. The morning session will conclude with a family photo. The European Data Protection Supervisor, Mr. Wojciech Wiewiórowski, he will be, excuse me. The afternoon will be dedicated to 2 scrutiny sessions. The first scrutiny session focuses on combating drug trafficking in Europe and challenges for Europol and member states. The second scrutiny session focused on the fight against child sexual exploitation online and offline. We will finish the 16th GPS meeting with an update on Europol activity linked to the war in Ukraine. Dear colleagues, JPSG delegates, do you agree with the draft agenda? I do not see any objection. The agenda is adopted. I will now pass to the floor Madam Kinichi to continue with the next item on our agenda. Please, Madam Kinichi.
Grazie onorevole Jaruzelski. Io desidero informarvi
Thank you very much, Chair. Javier Zarzalejos has been invited to participate by the Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group, and he participated in the 140th Europol Management Board meeting in Budapest. A written report has been presented. It's right now being posted on the Interparliamentary website, IPEC. Now, the group will be invited to the next board meeting here in Warsaw on the 25th and 6th of July this year. This is going to take place here in Warsaw. In the meantime, let me give the floor to Mr. Frisztak, who will continue.
According to Article 52A of the Europol regulation, the consultative forum assists the JPSG upon request by providing it with independent advice in fundamental rights matters. The JPSG determined the composition of the consultative forum and its working methods with an amendment to the JPSG Rules of Procedure, adopted on 19 February in 2024 at the 14th meeting of the JPSG in Ghent. Pursuant to this addendum on 24 June, the JPSG launched a call for expression of interest for individuals, representatives of relevant organizations. 6 applications were received. At its meeting of 12 November 2024 in Brussels, the JPSG decided to postpone the decision on the appointment of members to the consultative forum to the next meeting. In order to fully fill the foreseen 11-member quota, it was decided to launch a second call for expression of interest in membership of the consultative forum. Reopening the application procedure, the 6 initial applicants were exempted from resubmitting the application. 14 expressions of interest in total were received and were uploaded to IPEX. You have all received the CV and motivation letters. The 14 candidates are: first, the organization The London Story, Mr. Alan Tahiri, the European Network Against Racism, Mr. Luca Tossoni, Mr. Torsten Wetzling, Mr. Arndt Zinn, Mrs. Leonora den Hulsen, Mr. Martin Boberg, Mr. Pierre Berhelet, Ms. Monika der Boer, and Mr. Thomas Jungblood. These expressions of interest were subsequently carefully assessed by the JPSG Presidential Troika. Troika was unable to reach a consensus on candidates. In this case, Troika proposes to revert to this matter in the next meeting in November. After our meeting today, Troika will decide on the details of the procedure and inform JPSG members in writing. Colleagues, JPSG delegates, do you agree with this proposal? I don't see any objections. The proposal by the Troika is adopted. I will now pass the floor to Mr. Ujazdowski to continue with the next item in our agenda.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to introduce Mr. Tomasz Siemoniak, Minister of the Interior and Administration of Poland. Mr. Minister, the floor is yours.
Szanowni Państwo Przewodniczący,
Ladies and gentlemen, Chair, parliamentarians, head of the Europol, Commander-in-Chief of the Police, let me welcome you very warmly to Warsaw on behalf of the government of the Republic of Poland, the European parliamentarians, and the members of the European Parliament as well. And it's a pleasure to be able to share with you here in the Polish Senate some comments related on the Polish presidency of the European Council. I would also like to say some words about what we are talking about and working on during these months of our presidency. Before I move on to the details, let me emphasize the importance of the parliamentary dimension of all the things that are happening in the EU. The chair mentioned this and emphasized that this broadens public support and strengthens our mandate whenever parliamentarians from the national parliaments and from the European Parliament take an active part in the development of the directions for policies, and also scrutiny and oversight on the performance of these policies. And this is the essence of this working group that scrutinizes Europol, which basically means dealing with issues concerning the safety and the security of all the citizens of Europe. And this is something that all the different organs and administrative bodies, as well as parliaments, should hold very close to their hearts. As part of our presidency, we have presented our priorities to the European Parliament. A dozen or so days ago, I took part in the meeting of LIBE at the Parliament, and it was my pleasure to present our tasks, our challenges, and also I replied to a number of questions from the MEPs. Other ministers of the government also participate in hearings of this sort, and this is something we pay a lot of attention to. We are getting close to the end of the second month of this presidency. And as we said before, we have witnessed many important events. The main priority for us is safety and security. When we think about the safety and security of Europe, it's a very straightforward slogan. Security for Europe has become certainly the #1 issue, not just for politicians, but this is the main topic for the citizens of Europe, who are very concerned and who are worried whether we are safe and secure now and in the future. It's worth emphasizing that today is the 3rd anniversary of the full-scale attack of Russia on Ukraine. This triggered many very serious consequences, not just for Ukraine itself, but also for many European countries in terms of internal and external security, migration, and many others. I think this goes without saying. We have had an informal meeting of the Ministers of Interior and Justice in late January in Warsaw as part of this presidency. The European commissioners also took part. Magnus Brunner was present, who will be joining us through a recorded video message. He will certainly tell us what the point of view of the European Commission is. Now, we've had the chance to meet him 3 times during our presidency. He was present at different meetings in different formats. So it is my conviction that the cooperation between our presidency and the Commission is particularly close and good. This is a new Commission, so it seems it's full of energy, and it got down to work immediately. Now, in terms of internal security, we have 3 priorities. #1 is fighting illegal migration. You certainly realize politically this is #1 topic in all European countries, and it impacts national politics very much. It also impacts the way the citizens interprets what the governments are doing, and it also has an impact on fighting crime. And I'm going to come back to this in a moment. The second item and the second topic for our presidency is the protection of people and civil defense. Now, we would like for these topics to be very strongly present on the European agenda. The Commission is favorable, and the report by the former Finnish President Niinistö, who was commissioned by the Commission to develop a report, and the report contains a lot of items and suggestions about what Europe should do to be more secure. Now, item #3, which is the closest one to what you work with on an everyday basis, is fighting international organized crime, drug trafficking, weapon smuggling, and trafficking in human beings. The chairs mentioned this topic. This is a priority for the presidency, but this has also been a priority to anyone in the EU who's responsible for safety and security, for the police, and for organizations like Europol. As part of our presidency, we would like for these topics to be moved forward very much. As I talk to the ministers of interior from other countries, it is very clear to me that there is this expectation to press forward with these topics. This has been an important topic in the past with previous presidencies, and we are expected to pick it up and move forward with it. For the police, drug trade is definitely part of cross-border crime that generates huge profits, and that translates into money laundering and all sorts of other types of crime that are an assorted set that accompanies drugs. The production of new types of drugs, drug abuse, drug smuggling, these are things that are certainly on our priority list. Now, as part of our presidency, I want to assure you that we will emphasize these topics very much. We believe that Europol is an institution that has its work cut out for it, and it has the right tools to do the work. After all, we're looking for the impact. We're looking for an effective way of fighting a crime of this sort. And because it's international crime, it's even more important. It's not just limited to one country, as a result of which we have to have international cooperation between the police forces, between the judiciary systems. Otherwise, we won't be able to cope with it. Now, trafficking in arms is another important topic. There's a war going on just several hundred kilometers from Warsaw. It's a full-scale war with hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the fight, where millions of items of weaponry are being used, and that has tremendous consequences for us. We all hope for a peaceful end to the war, but like after every war, that will result in increased amount of arms trafficking, which usually happens after the end of the war. Our law enforcement agencies have to be ready for challenges of this sort. Trafficking in arms is another type of crime that crosses borders, and without a solid international cooperation, it would be very hard to talk about tangible effects. Guns in the hands of criminals mean even more violent crime, and if we can't stem this at the source, we will see an increase in all these negative phenomena everywhere. Human trafficking is another problem that has been impacting different countries in different to a different degree. But we have included this on the priority list for our presidency, because we need to emphasize that trafficking in humans, selling them in order to force them to labor, and trafficking people who are illegal migrants are all very important threats to all of us. The presidency and the Polish government support the strengthening of the European institutions that are dealing with these threats. This pertains not just to Europol, but also to Frontex and other agencies that have their tasks in relation to it. They certainly need more tools, more support from the member states, and also a wider remit to participate in these activities. Since crime is international, our response to crime also has to be international and EU-wide.
With respect to Europol itself, we have emphasized this firmly at JHA Council and during our discussions with European Commission commissioners last week in Gdansk, where we talked about security. And at that meeting, I spoke that to participants, stating that it was in the interest of citizens of all member states is that we strengthen Europol. Magnus Brunner will, I'm sure, allude to the new security strategy document due to be ready in March, hopefully reflecting the challenges of our times. A completely different world has evolved since we last adopted a strategy. The EU, its institutions, its bodies, member states, and law enforcement agencies need to learn from this. We have to anticipate threats rather than chase them. We have to give people tools to enhance their security rather than just putting out fires and responding to crises. I'm hoping that the debates and discussions that you will continue here will give us enormous support and inspiration and guidance in order for us to be able to better protect our citizens. Thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful debates.
Thank you, Mr. Siemeniak, for your speech. Information about Polish priorities of our presidency and remarks about cooperation, European cooperation against criminal phenomena for our security. Now, Mr. Magnus Brunner has kindly prepared a video message for us. Let's take a moment to watch it.
Honourable members, let me begin these brief remarks by commending the Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group on Europol for what it has achieved so far. Uniquely, this group brings together members of the national parliaments and the European Parliament to provide scrutiny and oversight on the activities of Europol, including fundamental rights. On becoming the new Commissioner for Internal Affairs, I was reassured to see a well-established and smoothly functioning oversight structure, just as I'm pleased at how well Europol itself is delivering, including some recent high-profile operations. Because now, more than ever, we need Europol to deliver. Today I'm in Kiev with my Commission colleagues. The scars of Russia's vicious attack are everywhere here, and its impact is felt even within our union's borders in the form of hybrid warfare used to destabilize our societies and threaten the union's security. This geopolitical reality is compounded by new and increasing internal threats, threats that cross our national borders literally at the speed of cyber. The problem of organized crime is also of increasing concern. I've only been in Brussels a few months, but already there have been repeat instances of gang-related shootings in the metro. And it's the same story across the member states. We know that gangs are using increasingly sophisticated tools to communicate, to traffic drugs, and to plan their acts of violence. We cannot hope to face these threats with an incremental approach to internal security. Our entire attitude must change, and this will be showcased in the forthcoming internal security strategy published in March. in everything from threat assessment to the links between internal and external security, our new approach to internal security must reflect this urgency. Of course, this will also translate into changes for Europol. We need to put in place new capacities to strengthen the agency in its task of supporting member states. And crucially, this support must be focused on those areas where the EU level can add the most value. For example, in acting as the main support capacity to the competent authorities of the member states in highly technical investigations involving digital forensics. This is where law enforcement in some member states may not have the scale or resources to access the necessary tools. Europol's role as the criminal information hub and in knowledge sharing should also be strengthened. For those challenging investigations that cross national borders, Europol must be at the center of the action, supporting the member states. Concretely, we are talking about more than doubling the agency's staff in the coming years. And together with Parliament and the member states, I will work very hard to make sure the budget is secured for those operational changes. But with increased operational capacity must come increased oversight. This is the only way we will maintain Europol's strong track record on transparency and accountability, and in this way safeguard its credibility, not the least in the eyes of European citizens. Getting this balance right will, of course, not be easy. We will need to engage in extensive discussions with one another, with national governments and with Europol, but also with a wide range of stakeholders. As Commissioner, I can promise that my team and I will be there, ready to give you as much support and cooperation as we can. And of course, you are the key actors when it comes to oversight. From what I've seen so far, I'm very confident that together we can deliver. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. To conclude this agenda item, I will now pass the floor back to Madam Kinici.
Grazie molte, onorevole Jazdowski. Cari colleghi, passando al prossimo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ujazdowski. Dear colleagues, moving on, I am happy to welcome Mrs. Catherine de Boll and Mr. Ireneusz Shenko, Europol Executive Director and Chair of the Europol Management Board, respectively. Mrs. de Boll and Mr. Shenko will present Europol's report from its activities between November 2024 and February 25, and the reply to written contributions by delegations. Before I give the floor to Mrs. de Boll and Mr. Shenko, may I just briefly inform the delegates how to bid for the floor in the Q&A. You could have registered your intentions to speak by selecting an adequate field in the online bid plan. However, you can also fill in a paper version right now. Based on the number of bids, we will develop a final list of speakers, and we will give the floor alternatively to 2 members of national parliaments and 1 MEP until we exhaust the list of all speakers. The session will be organized according to the ping-pong mode. Each question will be followed by an answer. Unfortunately, we will have to be very strict for time, so please meet a 2-minute slot in order for all members of parliament and all chambers to be part of the discussion of course, if they wish to do so. And later, to the best of our capacity, we will give extra time. Mrs. De Bol, we give you 20 minutes maximum.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished members of national parliaments of the European Union, distinguished members of the European Parliament, your Honourable Mr. Ujadowski and your Honourable Mr. Fristak, your Honourable Madam Kinichi. It's a great pleasure for me to be here in Warsaw for the 16th Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group. And I would like to inform you already related to human rights that Europol last week organized a conference, Fundamental Rights at the Heart of Policing, with more than 100 participants from law enforcement, academia, EU agencies, institutions and the private sector. For 2 days we discussed the centrality of fundamental rights into police work and prevention practices. I would also sincerely like to thank Mr. Zarzalejos because he contributed in a very valuable way to the discussions. I would now like to update you on strategic and operational matters related to Europol, including the multi-annual programming document 2628. In our previous meeting, I updated you on the Europol programming document 2527 that was adopted at the end of last year. Although it has been a short time since then, you have now received the programming document 2628, and at the heart of our multi-annual programming remains the Europol strategy, delivering security in partnership. As part of an extensive implementation roadmap for the strategy, which will guide you through our work, we have achieved progress in various areas. In addition, we have a dedicated external relations strategy 2025+, adopted by our management board, and our first strategy on cooperation with private parties is now at an advanced stage. We also completed first iterations for working on a joint operational analysis case, the so-called JOAC, as well as a sandbox for innovation to support new tools for our operational support. EU policy and legislative developments play an important role in the development of new Europol initiatives, and we already see the impact of, for instance, the EU interoperability agenda and the implementation in Europol of the Digital Services Act. We are also looking for a swift adoption of the amendments to the Europol regulation in 2025 to step up our role in the so important fight against migrant smuggling. Europol is already supporting to deliver concrete operational results in disrupting criminal networks involved in migrant smuggling. But we can do more, and we must do more with additional resources. Europol is looking forward to the outcome of the legislative proceedings so that Europol can take the response to an increased level with member states. Europol and the European Data Protection Supervisor have continued their constructive dialogue, most recently at a dedicated meeting at the end of January 2025, during which ongoing data protection matters were discussed. A key topic addressed at the meeting was the handling of large and complex data sets. Our 10 machine learning models, which we developed on the basis of extensive cooperation and consultation with the EDPS, are essential to find the information that urgently needs to be dealt with, in particular when there is information pointing to threat to life issues. The results that we generate from the machine learning tools are always subject to human validation by our expert before they are used by the competent authorities at national level. Given technological developments and the ever increased need to process large and complex data sets, we also discussed how, from a practical perspective, Europol could process data in the cloud with adequate data protection and security. Europol has also recently provided the EDPS with an update on the status of implementation of the recommendations of our annual inspections. And since the EDPS became responsible for the supervision of Europol in 2017, the EDPS issued 218 recommendations. Leaving the 19 recommendations from the 24 inspection aside, Europol assesses that 87% of the EDPS recommendations have been implemented. And we are looking forward to the annual assessment of the EDPS on the work to address the recommendations. In December 24, the EDPS issued its opinion on the prior consultation on the technical tooling for joint operational analysis cases, and the EDPS gave its guidance that joint analysis should be carried out in joint controllership between Member States and Europol. And before going live with our tool, Europol will engage with the EDPS and Member States to follow up on this guidance. I would like to provide you with a brief overview on Europol's external relations. We continue to concentrate on the EU neighbourhood, in particular the Western Balkans and the countries of the Eastern Partnership. Support to Ukraine remains a key priority. Mr. De Koef will provide you with a specific update in the afternoon. The UK remains a primary partner as well, and also we try to increase our cooperation with the Schengen-associated countries. The MENA region remains very high on our agenda. We have encouraging developments related to Egypt and Jordan. Latin America is another priority region. We have established numerous working arrangements with Latin American countries that facilitate strategic cooperation with the region over the past year, and we continue to support the Commission in its negotiations on international agreements between the European Union and certain Latin American countries to allow the exchange of personal data with those countries. On this note, we are very pleased that the European Commission will shortly sign the international agreement with Brazil, followed with the agreement with Ecuador. Negotiations with Peru are continuing. Let me now provide you with an update on our operational work. In our last meeting, I presented the main findings of our report decoding the EU's most threatening criminal networks. The report singled out 821 criminal networks involving more than 25,000 members. I outlined the modus operandi and criminal areas, confirming that drug trafficking remains the most prominent crime area in the EU. Building up these findings, Europol published a report on the use of legal business structures by the most threatening criminal networks. 86% of the EU's criminal networks are reported to abuse legal business structure. And this phenomenon affects a wide range of crime areas, including, for instance, cybercrime. And by operating through seemingly lawful entities, the criminal channels dirty money into the legal economy. The combination of exploiting legal business structure and corruption is the most severe. All business sectors are potentially at risk for different types of abuse of criminal exploitation, but 3 sectors are particularly affected by the criminals. First, logistics. Second, cash-intensive businesses, particularly hospitality. And third, the construction sector. The infiltration of the legal businesses remains a key threat, and countering effectively this phenomenon demands a coordinated response, including with the private sector, public authorities and communities. Together we must protect the integrity of our economy and the foundations of our society. Focusing on current trends, last November, Europol issued an intelligence notification on the recruitment of young perpetrators for criminal networks. Far from being a new phenomenon, the recruitment of minors into serious and organized crime and terrorism has increasingly become a tactic used by criminal networks to avoid detection, capture, and prosecution. In recent years, This trend has expanded across more countries, with recruitment methods evolving and minors being tasked with violent acts such as extortion and killings. Recent data contributed to Europol reveals that minors are more involved across criminal markets. These include drug trafficking and related violence, cybercrime, and financial crime. And before moving to thematic updates, let me inform you that, as mentioned already by Madame Cinici, the EU SOCTA 2025 report will be published mid-March. The title will be The Changing DNA of Organized Crime, pointing at how serious organized crime is rapidly growing and posing one of the largest security threats to our EU citizens. Its findings are aimed at helping identify key strategic objectives at European level into concrete operational actions with member states. We will report to you in detail in the next meeting on that. And I would also like to inform you that for the first time ever, Europol has recently welcomed to its headquarters over 80 financial experts from all around the world to participate in Project Asset, a unique initiative aimed at enhancing the number of criminal assets seized globally. In total, 43 law enforcement agencies from 28 countries joined the operation, as well as authorities from international organizations, including Eurojust and Interpol. And in the context of the recent violence events that hit Europe over the last weeks, Europol provided a first-line response to affected member states. As an example, in the immediate aftermath of the school shooting in Örebro, the 4th of February, Europol sent staff to support the local authorities. We also are in close contact with the authorities in Germany related to the car attack in Munich, and with Austria related to the stabbing incident in Villach. Turning now to updates on selected operational areas, we continue at Europol to monitor the potential impact of developments in the Middle East on the migrant smuggling landscape. Balkan and Mediterranean routes remain important transit routes for migrant smugglers. We continue to deploy guest officers to member states and third countries as needed. And in November 24, Europol supported an action day that led to the arrest of 25 suspects, including 3 high-value targets involved in violent smuggling activities and document fraud along the Western Balkan route. Timely information exchange and enhanced cooperation with key third countries of origin and transit is key. And addressing the digital dimension of migrant smuggling remains one of our priorities. And against this background, we are yet dedicated to closing operational and intelligence gaps affecting our response to the digital dimension of migrant smuggling. And we officially launched at Europol DigiNext. It's an informal network of experts on migrant smuggling in the digital domain. A few further remarks also in the area of counterterrorism. We published at Europol the EU Terrorism Situation and Trend Report, the TSAT 2024, in September. It was already presented in Libe. The report mentions a number of key developments, namely the implication of the global geopolitical situation, the targeting of young adults and minors for involvement in terrorist and violent extremist activity, and the conspiracy theories and the impact of new technological advancement. The financing of terrorism is one of our key areas. Last December, Europol carried out a terrorist identification task force initiative to support investigations on terrorist financing by means of cryptocurrencies. And we are regularly updating you on the efforts related to limiting the availability of terrorist content online. On the 12th of December 24, we coordinated a referral action day on hate speech and incitement to violence targeting ethno-religious groups. Let me conclude my intervention with some remarks on the future of Europol. As mentioned during our last meeting, we very much welcome the proposals on Europol from the European Commission, as expressed by President von der Leyen. We are ready to support our institutional stakeholders on their reflections on the future of the agency, to discuss and identify ways to make Europol a truly operational police agency within the mandate given by Article 88 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the EU. This means that Europol will not exercise coercive measures, but further expand the operational capabilities, and this process should lead to the proposal of a reinforced mandate by the Commission in the medium term. A reinforced mandate that, according to the European Commission political guidelines, will go along with strengthened oversight. Its parliamentary dimension, the JPSG and the European Parliament will be an essential part of that. For the future of Europol, our ambition is to focus on 5 key strands of work. We would like to provide an even more comprehensive response to internal security threats. Second, we would like to reinforce our role as Centre of Excellence and Knowledge for Member States. Third, we would like to boost our dedicated operational teams in those crime areas of most concern to Member States. Fourth, we would like to continue developing our capacity for innovation for law enforcement purposes. And 5, we would like to reinforce Europol's institutional and security posture when we talk about cyber resilience and cybersecurity, for instance. It's important to underline that operational and policy requests towards Europol have significantly increased over the past year, including in the context of the geopolitical events, like the necessary support to Ukraine. Over almost a decade, our operational output has quadrupled. While Europol efficiency gains have also significantly improved over the years, we see now a limited marge de manœuvre left. Additional increases in output will require fresh resources and cannot just rely on efficiency efforts. In the long term, Europol could be in a position to provide a direct operational response to threats when national law enforcement agencies' capacities may be limited. The European Commission has set internal security as key priority for its mandate, and in 2025 only key strategic policy documents such as a new internal security strategy, preparedness EU strategy, and the European Democracy Shield will be proposed, and Europol stands ready to play its role in this context. On the other hand, it is clear that Europol will be facing serious difficulties to fulfill its role in the EU security architecture if it is not provided with adequate, sustainable and stable resources. And we thank President von der Leyen for envisaging the substantial increase of Europol's resources, both financially and humanly, in the new term. We trust that this will address the need for increasing resources in the upcoming annual budgets and address resources gaps in the future MFF 2028-34. Let me once again express my gratitude to the European Parliament for its consistent support in this regard, and also towards the JPSG members. Thank you very much.
Bene, grazie, molte grazie alla signora De Boll.
Thank you very much, Ms. De Boll. Thank you for this presentation. And now let us continue. Let's give the floor to the head of the management board at Europol. By the way, let me congratulate him, his appointment to this position. Mr. Sienko, 10 minutes, please. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the European Parliament, Ms. Kinichi, Senator Ujazdowski, Mr. Fresztak, Commander-in-Chief of the Police, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be able to meet you at this prestigious location of the Polish Parliament, and it's my pleasure to speak at the meeting of the Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group on Europol, and this is my first time since my appointment in December last year. After the intervention of Ms. De Bolle, it's my pleasure to present a summary of the report presented in November last year by my predecessor. My aim is to provide you with a concise yet informative overview of the main decision taken during the last 3 months, and this was a particularly intense period for the Management Board of Europol. Since November 2024, the Management Board has held one ordinary meeting in December and an online planning meeting in late January this year. In December, the board had the pleasure to welcome the co-chair of the group, Mr. Zarhajos, who had a significant contribution to our discussions on several strategic and political discussions. Mr. Zarhajos, thank you very much for your participation and for your detailed and accurate written report of our meeting. First of all, I would like to inform you that the board has taken key decisions on Europol's priorities and planning. It adopted the Europol programming document for 2025-27. That includes the work program for 2025, and it endorsed the draft programming document for 2026-28. We very much look forward to your views on the draft multi-annual programming document. The ambition here is to transition the agency towards the next multi-annual financial framework of the EU. And this comes as no surprise, I think. The member states and the union as a whole face unprecedented security challenges. This is fueled by an extremely difficult geopolitical context and the different criminal threats which are now aggravated by technological developments. At the same time, the board has been working under the new perspective opened by President von der Leyen and the crucial mission entrusted to Commissioner Brunner. A new strategy for strengthening EU's internal security has been brought forward, and in this context we have the project for a more operational Europol, which is supported by double resources. Now, the Europol's function as the EU criminal information hub is bound to expand. The agency will gain access to EU databases such as SIS, VIS, EES, ETIAS, and Eurodac, and the agency will play a key role under Prüm and the strengthened mechanism sets in the Information Exchange Directive. The priorities set by the board for the next planning cycle stem from these new challenges and opportunities, and they are aligned with Europol's strategy, 2025+, and they translate into concrete objectives and implementing actions, which are all bound to evolve, of course, throughout the final programming document for 26-28. Now, one of the key responsibilities of the board is to ensure that Europol's priorities, including the planned operational expansion, are implemented in an efficient and effective manner, and also in compliance with the applicable legal requirements and in full respect of human rights. Let me refer to some of the highlights of our next work program. Strengthening Europol's criminal analysis capabilities, including joint analysis, further enhancing operational support to member states, including by setting up operational task forces with a regional focus, more focus on preventing and combating serious organized crime, financial crime and corruption, counteracting the increasing violence that they display, and their ability to infiltrate the legal economy and, by the same token, our society as a whole. Establishing cooperation with private parties, also but building on their experience, which have proved their effectiveness, for instance, in countering cybercrime and supporting financial investigations. Further support to law enforcement authorities in developing innovation and research, naturally in strict compliance with the applicable legal and ethical requirements. However, strengthening Europol also means allocating appropriate and sustainable resources to the agency. Europol's resource needs remain significant, and the agency cannot wait until the next multi-annual financial framework. The Management Board has performed a careful needs assessment, and on this basis has adopted a draft estimate for Europol's budget for 2026, which has been shared with the Commission and the EU budgetary authority. Now, naturally, the board has taken into account the reserve resources, for instance, those arising from the legislative proposal on migrant smuggling, and we are aware of the significant efforts made by Europol in streamlining and optimizing the use of the currently available resources. The board is also conscious of the current and future strict budgetary constraints, especially in the current geopolitical challenges that are impacting the Union as a whole. But do we have a choice? The Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group has a decisive role to play in advocating appropriate resources for Europol, and on the behalf of the board, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the support you have consistently provided in previous years. Besides planning-related matters, the board has taken decisions in another key area of operational importance, which is Europol's external relations. First, I would like to refer to the new Europol external strategy, which is an integral part of our programming documents. It's in line with the strategic stance of bringing relevant partners together for cross-border operational cooperation. In the globalized world, where transnational criminal networks threaten the EU internal security, and they operate across and beyond EU borders, and the effects of serious organized crimes certainly transcend our borders, and what we were used to calling the external dimension of security has now become a matter of fact. Further development of law enforcement cooperation with third countries and international organizations is essential. The member states and the EU also have certain specific expectations vis-à-vis Europol. One of the key guiding principles of this strategy is the respect of fundamental rights and the protection of personal data in both strategic and operational work. In spite of the profound changes brought about by the 2017 regulation, compared to the previous legal framework, the board continues to exercise key responsibilities in this area. One of these is to approve Europol's working arrangements with third countries. In this context, at the December 2024 meeting, the board approved the working arrangement between Europol and Egypt, which is a key operational partner in the Middle East and North African region, both for the agency itself and also for all the member states. With the respect due to the concerns expressed by civil society and political actors, I want to emphasize certain items. The working arrangements do not establish a legal basis for the exchange of personal data between Europol and third countries. Europol has strong internal safeguards and undertakes continuous assessments and re-evaluation to ensure that cooperation serves legitimate security objectives, and we will not engage in any cooperation that could contribute to human rights abuse. The Europol regulation explicitly prohibits the processing by Europol of any information that has been clearly obtained in obvious violation of human rights. This safeguard will be strictly observed, and it impacts the scope of data processing that we can undertake. We have a clear objective. We want to enhance cooperation with third countries under strict conditions. We want to have continuous oversight, and we certainly display an unwavering commitment to fundamental rights. By doing this, the board shares the overall EU commitment to actively promote and defend human rights whenever engaging in relations with third countries, and we seek alignment with guidance provided by the European Data Protection Supervisor. To conclude on this point, democratic accountability remains central to our work. The board welcomes the continued dialogue established with the Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group. The third aspect I would like to mention is the adoption by the board of the new implementing rules for the Data Protection Officer, or the DPO. And this very largely reflects the recommendations issued by the European Data Protection Supervisor. Most of all, this strengthens the function of the DPO and sets up strong safeguards of his or her independence. And the rules represent the most comprehensive body of DPO rules ever established within the EU public service, and truly illustrate the profound data protection culture of Europol. And finally, I would like to go back to the project of the new fully operational Europol, which I mentioned in the first part of my presentation. During the June meeting here in Warsaw, under the auspices of the Polish EU presidency, the board will hold a discussion on the future of Europol. The main goal will be to enable the members of the board to voice their views on the future perspectives for Europol. For example, on extending its operational and analysis capabilities, enhancing its governance, and increasing its role in promoting innovation and new technologies for law enforcement purposes. The scope of the discussion will be fine-tuned in the coming weeks. We would like to synchronize this work with the reflections from a number of other fora. And the board is well placed, we believe, to assess the agency's needs and its potential for the future, while keeping up the highest standards in data protection and with respect to human rights. Therefore, the contribution of the Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group to this debate will be of paramount importance. On behalf of the Management Board, I would like to invite the co-chairs of JPSG to this meeting on the 25th and 26th of June, during which we'll also discuss other matters of key strategic importance. To conclude, I hope this report has provided you with sufficient insight into the work carried out by the board during the latest months and our future plans. I'm happy that together with the Executive Director we'll be able to exchange our views after this intervention. Thank you very much.
Grazie molte signor Schenko per la sua presentazione. Adesso quindi colleghi diamo inizio alla discussione, però prima di invitare il primo oratore a prendere la parola vorrei ricordarvi di parlare lentamente e di parlare in modo chiaro per facilitare il lavoro dei nostri apprezzati interpreti. E vorrei anche ricordarvi che se la domanda che volete rivolgere è di carattere generale, vi preghiamo.
I would like to remind people that we should speak slowly and at a reasonable pace to facilitate the work of our interpreters. And if you have a question to Europol, please address it to Mrs. De Boll and Mr. Schenko, and they will decide who may be best positioned to respond, unless you have a person that you would like to answer. And please observe the limit of 2 minutes per question. And I would like to ask Mrs. De Boll and Mr. Schenko to make sure that you provide concise answers to allow time for all speakers, and the list is rather long. We have received a question from Mr. Konametsu. This question has been passed on to the delegates of the group. Before the meeting, Mr. Metsu, we understand, will ask this question during the deliberation. So that's all in terms of introduction. I throw the floor open, and first I would like to give the floor to Krzysztof Brejza, a member of Parliament.
Speak in Polish. Szanowni Państwo,
distinguished ladies and gentlemen, serious crimes, apart from drug trade and human trafficking, includes environmental crime and my friend from the European Parliament, Mrs. Caterina Cinici, will understand it only too well, because Italy is faced with the problem. Our colleagues from Germany will understand that. There are 100 illegal waste dumps in Brandenburg alone, and we know it in Poland, where organized criminal groups transport from Western Europe to Poland illegal waste in large amounts, and 2 million tons of such waste have been imported into Poland, and the cost of remediation is estimated at about 3 billion zlotys. This type of crime not only affects member states, not only does it breed corruption, but it also destroys our children, because these are environmental or ecological bombs. They affect water bodies, and they promote diseases amongst the communities that are adjacent to such illegal waste dumps. So the question is whether Europol will prioritize environmental crimes, and what measures will you take, and what funds will be allocated to fight this type of crime that will involve fighting forged documents and forged declarations and other forms of communication. Thank you.
Sì, prego, volevo dare appunto la parola alla signora De Boll per rispondere. Prego.
I wanted to give the floor to Mrs. De Boll.
Thank you very much for this question. Environmental crime is part of the strategy of Europol. So, and environmental crime will also be recognized as a key threat in the upcoming SOCTA that we will present in March. In 2024, Europol supported 65 investigations related to environmental crimes, and this is an increase of 25% when we compare to 2023. But we are not there yet. Not all the member states have an environmental crime unit. And as Europol, we support member states in investigations when they ask our support. And more countries than one needs to be involved in that. So it is true that we recognize and that we see that criminal actors use the gaps in the system to make sure that environmental crime also for them becomes a business where they have a lot of profits. Actors are opportunistic, they use legal businesses, and sometimes you have legal business owners that try to get rid of the costs related to waste, for instance. Criminals, they are scanning legal loopholes to facilitate their activities, and we see that we need to do more on the European level. Under the new NV Crime Directive 1204 of 2024, a mandatory national strategy on environmental crime must be drafted and implemented within the 2 years of the member states. And we are assessing now how many member states do already have an environmental crime unit, and we will take together with them initiatives to increase the fight against environmental crime. Thank you.
Grazie. Grazie. Passo subito la parola all'onorevole Mr. Cohen Mezzo per il Belgio, per il suo intervento, la sua domanda. Prego.
Mr. Cohen Mezzo, Belgium.
Thank you, speakers. Thank you, Ms. De Bolle. First, let me use this opportunity to also thank our Polish friends for the hospitality and the perfect organization of yesterday's and today's event. And I told you before, but I also salute you that you prove that you can even invest 5% of your GDP in national defense and still invest in the well-being of your citizens and the beauty of your cities. This is something Belgium can learn, but will learn in a very short matter of time, one or two things from. Ms. De Bolle, I have two questions for you. We all know for a couple of years already that war and organized crime is no longer an interaction between people and goods, but that also data, also artificial intelligence, also technology is interfering. I heard you say that you are exploiting all those innovative challenges actually by DigiNext, but also by processing data through the clouds. Could you elaborate a little bit more on some innovation projects launched by Europol, but where our member states can benefit from also in an operational kind of way? Then Commissioner Magnus Brunner mentioned the recent attacks in Brussels. You also referred to Europol's assistance in investigations in Austria, also in Germany, and we know that we can count on Europol to support us in those domestic investigations. I'm quite convinced that you're also involved in the Brussels investigations. So second question, could you tell us something more about Europol's involvement in those investigations overcoming domestic terror and organized but also disorganized crime? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Excuse me.
La signora De Bolle, prego, può rispondere. Grazie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Metsu, for your question. We have the Innovation Lab at Europol, and the Innovation Lab was set up on a specific request from the EU member states' law enforcement authorities. We created the Europol tool repository, and we have now currently more than 40 tools that have been developed together with member states and private sector that allow member states to share tools that they developed with other national law enforcement agencies. For instance, the project Asset is related to detecting criminal assets, and the tools were used by member states to geolocate criminal assets. We also have a kidnapping case where a tool of speaker recognition was used to solve a kidnapping. We have also tools that increase and improve the audio quality of operational recorded audios, and they are also used by the police authorities in different member states. We have now the sandbox, and the sandbox will allow us to develop tools in a very safe and secure environment already also for member states, and the data environment will be protected and data protection issues will be taken on board by the DPO and the FRO, Fundamental Rights Officer, that are also involved in this. At the moment, related to AI tools, we have 7 machine learning tools that are approved by the European Data Protection Supervisor, and they range from extraction of info to translation to similarity checks. Last week, we did send 10 data protection impact assessments on 10 AI tools developed in-house. 7 are an update of existing models and 3 are news. For us, it's very important to have these AI possibilities to handle large data sets. It's important to protect citizens, that we can get rid of data that is not interesting for an investigation that is ongoing, to filter, in fact, and to protect victims. When you talk about the Belgium case, drug-related violence in Belgium, yes, we support the Brussels authorities and the Belgian authorities in a lot of cases related to the violence in Brussels. Last year, we also supported the Netherlands, France, and Sweden in investigations to drug-related violence. But what we can say is that drug-related street violence requires an approach that is not only for police. We need to address the supply and the demand of drugs. We need to focus on high-level distributors and those that are orchestrating, in fact, the recruitment of minors. We have to include cooperation with schools and with social support services. And of course, budget and resources need to be foreseen for the investigative boards. And investigation, it is not by following the money trace that the drug gang violence will end. And it is not because the shootings will stop that the problem will be over. And it is not because of the arrest of 20 young people that the trade will stop. It's really an approach, a multi-phased approach in a country that needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Grazie signora De Boll. Adesso passo la parola al collega l'onorevole Pavel Slits.
Thank you, Madam Cinici. I have the two questions to Inspector Schenko. As Europol moves towards a more operational role, how does the Management Board plan to balance Europol enhanced powers with the national competencies of Member States' law enforcement authorities? And a second question, as Europol increasingly relies on the digital technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and biometric recognition to enhance law enforcement capabilities, how does the Management Board ensure that these tools are used in full compliance with fundamental rights, particular privacy, and the data protection? What safeguards are in place to prevent potential misuse or disproportionate civilians, and how does the board oversee their implementation? Thank you.
Grazie, grazie a lei. Mr. Sienko, a lei per la risposta, prego.
Sorry. Zarząd jest w pełni świadomy, że
The management is fully aware that the role of Europol is that of supporting and not replacing national forces. Of course, Europol operates on principles that are well defined, even though we may see some enhanced capabilities and competences. And one of the rules is the respect for national sovereignty. And here, Europol does not have, and I don't think it should have, any enforcement mandate, but it should be a multiplicator of capability that is placed within national services. Of course, supporting the European multidisciplinary platform impact. I believe impact should continue to grow, and collaboration of member states in the priority crime areas such as terrorism, smuggling in people, or drug or organized crime be based on and guided by member states. In this respect, one should mention the national liaison officers and seconded national experts, who are key operational assets of the agency. And I believe we should look at the network of liaison officers and seconded national experts in terms of growing our capabilities. This is where we should expand. They are of enormous value to national authorities, and they act to national priorities. The enhanced role of Europe will be that of enhanced partnership rather than enhanced competition with member states. And I've already mentioned this, and let me reassure you again that the Management Board is in the process of responsibly managing the enhancement of Europol's capabilities with full respect of the governance principles and structures and the respect of national competences in the area of law enforcement. As far as the next question is concerned, on the allocation and the supervision of resources, I would like to focus on the fact that the Management Board attaches great importance to ethical and legal aspects of the implementation of new digital technologies. We operate to a very strict legal regime whereby all new technologies, biometrics and others are in strict legal compliance, including data privacy and other, in order to prevent abuse and disproportionate security. We embed data privacy at a very early stage as we design processes. And of course, we work with the EDPS enormously in that respect. In the context of data, in the current day and age, analyzing large data sets is the only way we can search and we can inquire large data sets, which has become so obvious when we used EncroChat. EncroChat has analyzed a huge number of data sets on crimes and victims and planned crimes in the pipeline. And Europol ensures that strict governance and data protection is at the heart of our operation without excessive excessive penetration of human or personal rights. Of course, having said that, digital technologies increase our security without doing so at the cost of citizens.
Thank you very much, Malika Sorrell, European Parliament. The floor is yours. I have two questions to Director de Boll, but before I ask them, I wanted to say something. First of all, I would like to thank Minister Siemoniak and the Polish presidency for a very serious approach to the issue of safety. Safety and security are the fundamental rights, and this is something we cannot guarantee to our citizens anymore. The organized networks of criminals have become extensive and effective, not because they are super strong, but it's because we are super weak. Let me give you two examples from my own experience. I believe, and I think I can share it with you, that migration or uncontrolled illegal migration is certainly contributing to these problems, and as part of a consultation forum, how do we tackle these parties that make it even more difficult for us to work? So my question is, are there any concrete examples of how European member states can make Europol's work easier? How can we, as the member states, facilitate your work? And secondly, my second question is, what is the current working relationship with the United Kingdom, which is no longer an EU member, of course?
Thank you for this question. Migrant smuggling remains one of the biggest threats in the EU today. And it's important that people become member of the so-called DG Next. So it's an informal network of specialized people, investigators in migrant smuggling, but that we look at the digital aspect of migrant smuggling. So we did set this up. We need the countries to contribute to that together with our specialists. The number of suspects contributed to Europol has increased from 8,000 in 2021 to over 12,000 in 2024. What do we need more to do in the area of migrant smuggling? to support member states better. The migration package for us is extremely important because it will strengthen and allow us to strengthen the cooperation with source countries in order to be able to disrupt the full network from the source to the destination country. We really need to look at the full line of migrant smuggling. We have to strengthen our support to member states as critical transit points. And we have also to look at our stronger role in biometrics. And this is also foreseen in the migration package to allow us to have this stronger role in using biometric data to support member states in the criminal investigations. And of course, the package also foresees more resources so that we can work with more operational task forces. The cooperation with the UK is good. On a strategic level, we have 2 meetings a year where we discuss all the ongoing issues. We have also a concrete follow-up plan of what we discuss. The United Kingdom is very important in the contributions. They remain in the top 5 of the contributors at Europol, related specifically to migrant smuggling and drugs. We see that we have a new dynamic with the UK, and we are closely working together with the NCA. Thank you.
Grazie. La parola adesso a Mr. Jean-François Rapin per...
Thank you very much. Jean-François Rapin, France.
Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues, je souhaite tout d'abord féliciter la direction d'Europol.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me thank Director De Bol and Mr. Lecouf for the very effective support that Europol provides nation-state police forces with. This was made very clear recently during an operation focusing on the Matrix messenger with the participation of French and Dutch police forces as well. And this had to do with the money laundering and the trafficking of arms and people. And thank you very much for your very accurate reports on criminal groups and networks. They are very valuable in fighting this sort of crime. 25,000 people participated in these criminal networks. 75% of them used legal economy as part of their activities. In recent months, there has been a spate of attacks, of terrorist attacks in Germany. In France, the threat remains high, as we have seen 3 days ago. In this context, it is very important for us to ensure that Europol has the right resources and competencies in line with the treaties. Transparency and legal stability are necessary. Could we get more information about the scope of Europol's activities? Because we have just heard about doubling the resources for Europol. So what activities does it correspond to? Thank you very much. Ms. De Bol.
Thank you very much. Europol is responsible to support member states in the fight against serious and organized crime, terrorism and cybercrime. In the Annex 2 of our regulation, we have a strict enumeration of our competencies. So all the time when we receive a contribution from a member state, we have to look at it and see if it is coherent with our legal framework. In 2015, we supported 811 investigations. Now, in 2024, we supported 3,300 operations in crime and terrorism. So you see that there is a real increase of operational support we deliver for the member states. This means that member states all over Europe, the law enforcement community, they see the added value of Europol. In coordination of operations, in delivering expertise, in delivering tools, and in making sure that the European law enforcement community has a platform at Europol where they come together for the big operations, decide on the high-value targets, and decide in between them, together with Europol, who will do what in an operation. So the 400% increase of the operational support is showcasing already that operational support is key and that we have to continue with this operational support and even strengthen that also in the future. We lead legal stability in some areas. For instance, when we talk about access to data, it has to be clear that when we have a judicial order to go to the private companies to have the enforcement of the judicial order, that we have a clear legal basis and engagement on that. Also, what we see for the future of Europol is we work together with the working group of the chiefs of police. They will come up with ideas how to strengthen Europol, what do we really need from the European perspective. We will advise on that. We will see the Commission proposal on the changes of Europol, and we would like to continue with the role we have now. It's not an obligation to work with Europol, but it's your choice as a member state to cooperate with Europol, and we have to prove on a daily basis that we add value to your investigations in the criminal cases. And this is our DNA, and we would like to strengthen that, but not to become a European FBI. Thank you.
Bene, grazie. Adesso la parola a Mr. Søren Søndergaard per la Danimarca.
Thank you very much. Søren Søndergaard, Denmark.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the written answer to our questions. It was very useful. Perhaps we will follow up with some new written questions. But I have two oral questions here. The first one is also what Mr. Sienko was mentioned about the agreement with Egypt, the so-called working arrangement agreement, because of course it has caused a little bit worry, because it's, as far as I understand, is related to any crime within Europol jurisdiction. As we know, Egypt has a very broad definition of what terrorism is, and also there's a widespread use of torture. And therefore, the problem, of course, is how to avoid that we get information, often perhaps false, which comes from people who have been tortured. If you could elaborate on it a little bit on this, it would be useful. My second question is about our relations to the United States. I mean, one of our very important tasks, of course, is our cooperation with the International Criminal Court. It's very important for us to find criminals in Russia who have committed crimes, but also people who have committed crimes or are accused of committed crimes in other areas of the world. For example, in the Middle East, terrorism or war crimes. At the same time, we have heard that the US have mentioned that they would put sanctions on everybody in the ICC working on this matter. And of course, we do not know how broad it is, and we do not how it will affect our work, but have you any consideration on that already now? Thank you.
Prego. Prego, Mr. Sienko.
Dziękuję za pytanie.
Thank you very much for this question. Ladies and gentlemen, the mandate of the Europol is deeply rooted in the highest standards of human rights, the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, the regulation on Europol, and a range of other legal regulations. And these are undisputable, and they have to be applied to any agreements we enter into, and this also includes our agreement concluded with Egypt. At the December meeting, the Management Board approved the agreement with Egypt, and as I said before in my presentation, this is not a legal basis to share personal details. Just like in the case of any other third country that doesn't have an agreement on personal data with the EU, sharing this sort of information with the third country is only an exceptional measure, and it's always pursuant to the very rigorous regulations of the Europol regulation. And this means that in practice, every single request for such data is analyzed individually vis-à-vis the EU law concerning fundamental rights and data protection. The agreement we're talking about was also concluded with full compliance with the Charter of Fundamental Rights. During the negotiations of the Egypt agreement, we were in consultation with the fundamental rights advisor at Europol, and his advice was fully taken on board before we signed the document with Egypt. The cooperation between Europol and third countries is of crucial importance to breaking down organized criminal groups and criminal networks, protecting the victims, and also we always comply with the rights of EU citizens. So transparency and accountability remain the fundamental elements of what we do at Europol. The European Data Protection Supervisor, the Parliamentary Group, and other bodies ensure through their scrutiny that Europol operates in line with all the EU regulations and the provisions on fundamental rights. Now, the agreement you asked about is not a political document, it's an operational document. And the technical framework provided for by the agreement is very important for the EU from the point of view of fighting drug smuggling, the trafficking of migrants, and, for example, documents forgery that makes trafficking easier, and it also includes identity theft. The agreement provides that fundamental rights have to be respected by Europol, and the agreement does not provide for an overarching exchange of data. Instead, each case of data sharing has to be thoroughly analyzed internally at Europol and has to be fully compliant with data protection provisions. However, without agreements like this, Europol would no longer have insight into the workings of international criminal groups, and the criminals are very good at using and abusing the weak aspects of international cooperation in Europe. If we didn't have this mechanism for legal cooperation, our work would be even harder. It is, after all, our mission to help EU member states fight and prevent all forms of serious international crime, cyber terrorism, and so on. And the overarching goal is to make Europe safer. As we pursue this goal, we certainly comply with EU regulations, and we also comply with the highest standards of the personal data protection. During the December meeting, the Management Board decided the agreement with Egypt was indispensable when it comes to migrant smuggling, drug trafficking, and so forth, and that's why the board issued the decision to enter into the agreement, because we were convinced that otherwise European safety will be lowered without, at the same time, having any positive impact on human rights in Egypt. But we have very precise conditions, we have constant supervision, and we are unwavering in our pursuit of the necessary rights and laws.
Sorry, the other question.
Deve rispondere a questa seconda domanda? Ah, Madame de Bolle, scusi, prego.
Thank you. Yes, we cooperate with Ukraine. Mr. Lecouf will explain how we do it. We are convinced to continue our cooperation with Ukraine. We also cooperate with the ICC on Ukraine, and there are issues at the moment. We are looking at the impact of the decision of the United States on our colleagues and on the agency related to the sanctions, and then we will have to take a decision how to continue in the future. But our big goal is that we will continue to stand next to Ukrainian law enforcement community to work on the war crime cases. And we do this together in an operational task force. We have a specific group on OSINT, so open intelligence, to look at, together with agencies with 13 countries, on how and who and where do war crimes take place, and can we identify the perpetrators and try to bring them before court. But we have an issue with the United States.
Bene, grazie anche per la risposta a questa seconda.
Thank you very much for this answer to the second question. And now let's continue our debate. Mr. Rachel Emida van der Walle, the European Parliament.
Thank you to all Polish colleagues and authorities for this wonderful meeting. Let's see if I can get this right. Circulier. Good. Thanks for that. I would like to ask a question about the road to the new multi-annual financial framework. I was really impressed by the honesty in the work program for 2025-27 and beyond about the mismatch between the means which we give to Europol as European institutions and the scope of the mandate and the difficulties that this brings the agency in. And my question is to Mrs. de Bolle. In the work program, you say very clearly that if you are to take on new responsibilities, such as, for example, the legislative proposal to prevent and fight migrant smuggling, within the current means, that will mean that you will have to postpone or deprioritize other activities. So I was hoping that you could give a couple of examples or ideas on which other activities might have to be delayed or deprioritized. Not because fighting migrant smuggling is not important, it really is, but I would like to make also a call here to the colleagues in member states to ensure that in the new multi-annual financial framework, we provide this very important agency with all the necessary means to achieve the full scope of the mandate. Thank you.
Prego, signora de Bolle.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are grateful for the resources we received already in the past and in the ongoing multi-annual financial framework, plus 60% budget and staff, but our operational activities quadrupled. So there is a mismatch between the money we have and, in fact, the operational support we deliver. We also did already a lot of efficiency gains, but there we see that the lemon is completely pressed. We cannot go further on that. We are expecting the migrant smuggling package, because this will be very important to us to increase our support towards member states related to migrant smuggling. Because in that package, supplementary resources are foreseen for the agency, and we are waiting for them. We have to update our IT system, and we have to invest and to do more in biometrics, because in that area we are not strong enough and we do not make use of biometrics enough at this stage. This migrant smuggling passage is also very important to finance operational task forces, because when we have big operations, we want to bring member states together to have a common approach towards illegal migration and trafficking in human beings in hotspots and at the border of the European Union. We now have a few operational task forces, but we do not deliver when we look at the request of the different member states. So we are hopeful that this package can be concluded as soon as possible, and then there will be more possibilities to support member states in this environment. If we do not have it, we stay at the same pace, and we will be behind when we look at technological development, uses of biometric data, and setting up concretely for migration OTFs. Also, other priorities mentioned for more resources in 2025 relate to the Information Exchange Directive and the Digital Services Act. To go at full speed, we need additional resources to that. Thank you.
Grazie. Adesso do la parola a Mr.
Thank you very much for this. Mr. Alexander van Atten, the Netherlands.
Dank u wel, voorzitter. Een aantal vragen die zijn al voor een gedeelte eerder gesteld. Daar kan ik ook wel op inhaken. Het gaat onder andere om het punt over de toekomst van Europol. Er werd door mevrouw de Bolle aangegeven dat een Europese FBI niet de bedoeling is. Dus de oude droom van wijle Helmut Kohl, zullen we maar zeggen. Maar ondertussen hoor ik wel steeds de punten noemen over bijvoorbeeld de inzet van het Digital Services Act. Dus dan hebben we het over inzet van bevoegdheden die vanuit de Europese Commissie komen. En dan wil ik toch wel vragen van hoe gaat de direct response, waar mevrouw de Bolle het over had, hoe gaat hij zich verhouden tot de Europese Commissie? Kan de Europese Commissie bepaalde zaken van Europol gaan vorderen in dit toekomstbeeld van Europol, zeker ten aanzien van de direct response? Dan heb ik nog een punt over de migrant smuggling. Daar is door mevrouw de Bolle gezegd dat Europol can do more en dat er ook meer kan worden verwacht van de lidstaten. Er zijn net al een aantal punten genoemd, maar ten aanzien van de lidstaten zelf, wat kan er nog meer worden ingezet en wat kan er bijvoorbeeld worden gedaan aan het misbruik van Schengen-visa om op die manier, netwerken van mensensmokkel de Europese Unie mensen binnen kunnen laten. Tot slot het Europese rapport over de Europol-rapport over terrorisme.
Chiedo scusa collega, purtroppo abbiamo la difficoltà ad ascoltarla nella sua lingua.
I'm sorry, we have a difficulty. We cannot hear your presentation in your native language because this is not the language that is supported in terms of interpretation. So please, if you can speak in English or French. Thank you.
No problem, Chair. Then I will repeat my question. Thank you. Mr. Bolle talked about a direct response, and I may ask her, she also said, we don't want to have a European FBI, like Helmut Kohl once said. What will this mean for direct orders from the European Commission? Can the European Commission ask questions to the Europol for a direct response? And what will it mean for the sovereignty of the member states? Then on the point of migrant smuggling, Mr. Bol said Europol can do more. She talked about some points, but what concrete efforts can be delivered from the member states, and what is the possibility to do more about migrant smuggling with the misuse of Schengen visa? Is there anything to say about? And on the Europol report on terrorism, which was delivered in December 2024, the biggest aspect of terrorism in Europe is still Islamistic terrorism. What specific effort will Europol deliver on this point? And is there enough information about Islamistic networks We had last week in the Netherlands a conference of radical Islamists with speakers from abroad who were in a positive way speaking about the terrorist attacks on the 7th of October 2023 in Israel. That kind of networks, is there enough information about it at Europol? Thank you very much.
Grazie. Io adesso do la parola a Europol per la risposta.
Thank you very much. Let me give the floor to Europol for answers. But before I do so, we have not yet reached half of the list of participants who wanted to take the floor and ask a question. So let me remind you of the maximum of 2 minutes. Mr. De Bol or Mr. Schenko? I don't know who of you will take the question.
Thank you for the question. On the European FBI, there is, when I listen to the member states, there is no need for Europol to execute coercive powers like horse searches or arrests, for instance. Where they need Europol for is in the areas where there is duplication, to avoid duplication, where there is expertise, to foresee this expertise on a European level, and also to make sure that new innovative tools are created at the European level. So in our DNA of Europol, we have support and expertise, and I think it's important to keep that. So we are looking forward to the conclusions of the chiefs of police to understand really what they expect from us. Direct orders from the European Commission on operations are not possible. We cannot receive them, and we do not receive them from the European Commission on operational cases. When we talk about the migrant smuggling package, we have to increase the number of operational task forces and our activities, but we need to receive much more information from the member states related to trafficking in human beings and migrant smuggling. We are not at the level we should be at the moment. When we talk about terrorism, we see that there is a very rapid radicalization process online by youngsters. How do we deal with that? Our PERSI tool is key in the referrals of illegal content online with the Internet Referral Unit. We see related to terrorism that we have small groups, individuals, but that we also have bigger cells that would like to commit attacks. And when we talk about Israel, we still have a liaison officer from Israel at the Europol headquarters, and we are working on the member state support. We support the investigations of member states when we talk about fundraising of Hamas within the EU. Thank you.
Grazie. Passo subito la parola quindi alla signora Sara.
Thank you very much. Let me give the floor to Mrs. Sara Kelani, Italy. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam De Bol. And I would like to thank other representatives of Europol for the report that you have submitted and for demonstrating how the agency is fighting international crime. Based on what we have heard, I see that a new legal basis should perhaps be ensured when it comes to sending and exchanging information on trans-border crime. That would also help facilitate our your collaboration with Frontex. We have to create a whole new level of efficiency when it comes to fighting organized groups and Islamic terrorism. The recent experience shows that Islamic groups can be used as a tool to destabilize our democracies, and may I say how sorry we feel for the developments in Germany. Our hearts go to those who suffered and all our German colleagues. Former governments in Italy pledged for solidarity when it comes to co-location of migrants. Nothing much was done, but the pace of developments now has changed, and we are seeing great results. The number of migrants who arrive in our coasts dropped by 60%. With respect to Central Mediterranean and Western Balkans, and we should strengthen Europol further. And will the existing regulation be enough when it comes to preventing migrant smuggling? How can we better exchange information about criminal networks? Mrs. de Boll.
Question related to the cooperation with Frontex. We are looking forward to have a better information exchange for the new working arrangement with Frontex. We wish to conclude it. We see that we now have a procedure in place where we took the procedure compliant with the recommendations of the European Data Protection Supervisor. So we started again the information exchange, but we are not at the level yet of as we were before the comments, the recommendations of the EDPS. So there is room for improvement, and we would like to wish to see the working arrangement with Frontex. When we talk about migration and terrorism, we have related to this guest officers from Europol at the front line and in the hotspots of the European Union. They are deployed in Italy, in Greece, in Cyprus, Malta, Lithuania, Slovakia, Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Moldova, and Poland. So we check, in fact, related to security, people that are coming into the European Union. The people that we check are referred to us by the national authorities in the different countries. We see that we have to monitor whether or not in the migration flows there is terrorism. There are terrorists. Of course, terrorists will always try to find the gaps in the system, and they will try to use all the gaps in the system to enter the European Union. But we cannot say that it's a clear link between migration flows and terrorism today. We are monitoring this, and this is very important for the future. When we talk about migration, of course, as I explained already, the migration package and the decision on the migration package is very important. We need to have the information related to migration smuggling from the start of an investigation. When a member state starts an investigation, we need to receive immediately actual information, which is not always the case at the moment.
Grazie. Adesso do subito la parola a Mr. Fabrice Leggeri per il Parlamento Europeo.
Mr. Fabrice Leggeri, European Parliament. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the Executive Director for the presentation, and I would like to thank for the hospitality of the Polish Parliament. I would like to refer to some of the points raised by Mrs. de Boll, and that is collaboration between Europol and private sector. Have you been working with the online giants, for example, on the definition of definitions of what is banned and what is legitimate in terms of how these crimes are defined in national codes? And this is about DSA. And secondly, security. Member states provide data on fighting crime and terrorism. The question is, does the data protection system at Europol provide enough protection? Is it immune to infiltration by external organizations, for example, civil society organizations, which can instrumentalize fundamental rights forum? And third, what is the percentage of minor foreigners in terrorist organizations? So minor migrants percentage in criminal groups, not terrorist groups, criminal groups. Now, Jordan and Egypt, you mentioned these countries collaborate in the Middle East. Are you going to strengthen your collaboration with Israel when it comes to fighting terrorism? Europol, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for the questions. Public-private partnerships. We are developing now, together with the member states, the public-private strategy from Europol. We have advisory boards where the private sector is represented, and we would like to extend our partnerships. We see an evolution of some big tech that the willingness could be there, but we really need to have the dialogue ongoing with the high-tech companies. Certainly when we talk about access to data, we would like to see to develop the solutions with them. We have to understand their concerns, but they also have to respect and understand our concerns and the concerns of member states and justice authorities. Migrants in a terrorist organization, we see an increase of youngsters that are recruited for terrorist purposes, not only in jihadi groups, but also in extreme right-wing and extreme left-wing. Minors are used, and we can say that they are exploited. So in serious and organized crime and in terrorism, they are responsible for committing criminal acts, but we also see them, have to look at them from the victim perspective. It is about exploited children that do not have a future in another area in our society. So we have to look at it like that also. Data protection, fundamental rights in crime and terrorism. There will be a session about data protection. So I believe Europol is the most controlled agency, I think, in the European Union, and I think even worldwide. We have very high standards. We are scrutinized in all the cases. So I believe that the setup of this agency is very strong and trustworthy also for the future. And then about Israel, we have the liaison officer of Israel, and we only support cases when we are asked to support cases from member states' law enforcement authorities. And then we look what we can do. Bilaterally, member states can work together with Israel, with the liaison officer also in our office. Thank you.
Grazie. Passo la parola adesso per la sua domanda a Mr. Fedorovic.
Let me now give the floor to Grzegorz Fedorowicz, Poland. I have a very short question, which is about concrete operational activities, or I should say, what changes to the operational day-to-day activities is the management board planning?
Grazie per la brevità e prego la parola.
I think this is to Mr. Schenko. Thank you for this very short and concrete question. This is certainly one of the two most common questions that we are asked. This is also pursuant to a request by the Commission. Now, speaking as a practitioner, I would like to share with you some thoughts about these changes. Europol remains at the center of information. We're a supporting agency, and we are becoming more involved in the work of the OTFs. We are focusing on high-value targets and destroying networks, criminal networks. We are focusing more on cross-border crime and also strengthening Europol, different Europol centers by using AI systems which proactively detect, flag, and help fight these threats. So this is an analysis boosting tool. The increased headcount will be related to the fact that it's going to be necessary to train our analysts and experts properly if they are to be well equipped to fight crime. This also pertains to these new challenges that are coming up. Another important thing is the investment at the Europol headquarters and also ensuring the necessary safety and security measures, for example, for our databases. Given that it is planned to double the number of employees, certainly the infrastructure has to follow suit. The management board, to the best of its ability, will try to ensure that these changes are expedited and will definitely be in line with our rules and regulations and compliant with all the relevant law. Thank you very much. Lazaros Tsavadis, Greece.
On the issue of migration, which is a common challenge not only for Europe but also for the world. Greece, due to its geographical location at the external EU borders, is charged with managing continuous migratory and refugee flows. Consequently, the country maintains a high level of readiness, while also aiming to enhance cooperation with countries of origin and transit, of bilateral, regional, European, and international levels. The increasing flows to Europe, the wars in Ukraine, Gaza, and Lebanon, and the humanitarian situation there, and the risk of another migration crisis are of great concern. The crisis in the Middle East may have triggered another inflow of migrants toward Europe through the operation of smuggling networks, which have altered their known and highly patrolled routes. The ongoing instability in Syria continues to significantly affect migration patterns. Greece is monitoring the developments in the region, which are dynamic, and is adapting its stance on migration and refugee issues to the new data in the context of the decisions of the European Union institutions. Mr. Ball has visited our country many times, and I want to emphasize the excellent cooperation that exists between Europol and the Greek authorities in tackling cross-border crimes such as migrant smuggling. I would like to request the continuation of Europol's support to Greece and to ask in what way this will be empowered to tackle illegal immigration more effectively. Thank you.
Grazie. Prego per la risposta.
Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you. We have been in Greece since the beginning of the problem with migration, with migrant smuggling and trafficking in human beings, and we will stand next to Greece in the upcoming years. Migrant smuggling remains indeed one of the biggest threats of the European Union. We have 266 high-level cross-border operations supported in 2024, and that was a significant increase from the previous year. In 2023, we had 164, and when we look at 2021, we only had 95. But the demand from the member states is increasing, and that is why we try to find new ways of working together. We really have to look at the digital environment. How do they recruit the criminal? How do criminal groups recruit young people and people that will work for them? And then I already stressed at several occasions the migrant smuggling package that will help us to do more in the future and to be sure that we can support member states in the setup of operations against these criminal groups that are responsible for the migration, for the illegal migration and the migrant smuggling.
Bene, grazie. La parola adesso alla collega Saskia Brickman.
Thank you. Let me give the floor to Saskia Brickman, European Parliament.
Thank you also to the Polish presidency for organizing this session. I have a couple of questions related to AI. First, the current reports do not really allow for proper scrutiny on the development of AI. Could you please provide the next JPSG with a full report of AI tools, including registered model cards for various AI systems and also the names of the development processes subject to a validation process? My second question is, does Europol develop text sentiment classifier or analysis tools? And if so, what are its main features? My third question is related to the cooperation with Frontex. Will or is Europol supporting Frontex in relation to open source intelligence monitoring of social media? And if so, how do you intend to do that? On the collaboration of Europol with private actors in general and internet service providers in particular, we would also like to have more information on the strategy, its scope, the list of private entities by the next JPSG meeting. I would like also to know how much volume of biometric data is Europol able to collect and process, and how much biometric data is Europol currently collecting and processing? How do you think this could change with the new migrant smuggling regulation as proposed by the Commission? And finally, time allows for one more question, maybe to the chair of the board, related to the transfer of data to third countries. Could you let us know how many times the derogations have been used since the new mandate was adopted, and what is the exact process to decide on using a derogation? And do the executive director and the chair of the board apply the same criteria for such derogations? Thank you very much.
Bene, grazie. E quindi adesso ad Europol per la risposta.
Thank you. And let's hear the answer.
Thank you. The AI tools and the development of the AI tools, we will implement as foreseen by the European Commission, the AI registry, and there you will have the overview, so we can do that. OSINT, we only support OSINT in the cases we support at Europol, at the cases we support. On the cooperation with the private entities, we are now developing the strategy. So this is under discussion with the management board. So in the next JPSG, we can give you an update on the discussions on the strategy cooperation with private entities. Related to the tools we use no tools that are performing sentiment analysis. We do not do that. And related to the biometrics, it's only in relations to investigations we are supporting, and some are from OSINT. We have KPIs on biometric data in the programming document and in the annual reports we foresee. Derogations of Article 25, we can give you an exact number in a written report, or my colleague can do that in the second session, but we used the derogation several times already because we did assess that it was needed to use the derogation in that. When we use AI, we have, I can inform you that we have appointed a Chief Artificial Intelligence Officer, and we have an AI alignment committee, which is important to us to be sure that we only use the tools that on a corporate level are allowed to be used by all the staff members. So for us it's very important that we have this overview and that we only use the tools that are endorsed also in cooperation with the EDPS.
Bene, grazie. Adesso la parola al signor Nikos Ketiros per Cipro.
Thank you very much, Nikos Koutas, Cyprus.
It seems that Europol is very often involved in assisting authorities in Cyprus concerning online child pornography cases. And there seem to be quite a lot of these cases. We are very appreciative of Europol's assistance in this regard. But at the same time, I was wondering if this is the case also with other countries. What other tools can be utilized in these regards? And what is the role of private parties? Are they cooperating with Europol to take down such content? Additionally, another area where Europol's assistance seems to be crucial for authorities in Cyprus seems to be combating money laundering. Last month, a joint operation led by Europol helped dismantle an extensive criminal network involved in trafficking and money laundering. What further developments in this area are possible? Does Europol have the tools it needs to combat these criminal networks fast enough? And something more, what can you tell us about money laundering in football? Thank you.
Grazie. La parola a Europol.
Thank you. Yes, we do support a lot of member states in investigations related to online sexual abuse of children. We see that this is an issue, all the countries are confronted with it, and it is an area where we cooperate very well with Interpol also to make sure that we align the operations together on an international level. We did develop the EU CARES, and this is a solution. It's a child abuse referral service. It's a platform for the enrichment and the dissemination of the referrals from the NECMEC organization in the United States. And EU CARES is already hosted at Europol and serves 23 countries. So it means that we are much quicker in sending child sexual abuse material to the member states. The service was launched on the 4th of October in 2023 and has delivered over 780,000 referrals in total with enrichment packages now till January 2025. And then we have also the dedicated initiatives like Trace and Object and the Victim Identification Task Force. Money laundering, we supported 405 operations. We had this operation set up, the asset tracing. We believe that bringing specialists, financial specialists from the member states, not only from police, but also from justice authorities, also from authorities responsible for confiscation, that we bring them together with the private sector, and that we then try to identify money launderers on a global scale, and then try to identify them, go after the money with our special tools like cryptocurrency tool and like localization tools. We also look forward to the cooperation with the new EMLA in this area.
Bene, grazie. Adesso Mr.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Rui Tavares, Portugal.
Grazie, Presidente. Buongiorno. To our Polish friends.
Good morning, and a very warm welcome to the chair and to all our colleagues from Poland.
In a previous life, I was part of the regulation update that created this body, so it's good to see that some things do work at the European level. However, other areas in which we have worked, I feel that our work is being undone. And in this, I think mostly of anti-money laundering, which with the advent of cryptocurrencies has become a much easier activity on the part of criminals and people who want to hide the proceedings of crime. So my first question regards precisely cryptocurrencies, not only the new type of money laundering that you can do with it, but also old-style fraud that can be done, whereby you launch a cryptocurrency, you wait for investors that are naive to apply their money in this cryptocurrency, and then you tank it and you take the money. This is cross-border crime by its own nature. So I would like to know who takes the initiative to investigate it and to send it then, maybe, if you locate the source, to national authorities to prosecute. Secondly, regarding also anti-money laundering, I would like to know what is the interaction between Europol and SWIFT? So regarding, you know, the traditional interbank transactions, and whether does Europol have access, and whether does Europol exchange information on SWIFT operations with other jurisdictions. Finally, just a practical question regarding, you know, the fast-paced advances that we have. What are the resources that you feel you may lack in the next 2 to 5 years? Thank you.
Grazie, grazie a lei, a Europol per la risposta.
Thank you. Over to Europol.
Thank you very much. So in 2020, we started with our Economic and Financial Crime Center at Europol. We see that this is really a success. We support a lot of investigations in member states. We are very vocal on the fact that for each investigation, you also should launch at the same time a financial investigation, because if you do not go after the money of the criminals, you will never win the battle. Related to cryptocurrencies, we have specialists in-house. We need tools for those specialists to use, and we also need to be able to maintain these specialists, but they are very rare on European soil, and they are very much demanded by private sector. But we still have specialists in law enforcement community. We would also like to extend the cryptocurrency expertise with the member states. So therefore, in the future, it is a request from member states to invest in specialized people and to make sure that we foresee the training for the specialists in these dedicated areas. Money laundering, the EMLA will play an important role in the future. We have a place in the management board as an advisor, so we think that the cooperation will be crucial in the fight against money laundering for the future, and I will discuss this with the new EMLA shortly. When we talk about money laundering and financial investigation, we really need to reflect on the issue that there is still a split between criminal information and financial information. How will we be able to match criminal information with financial information? We do not do this regularly yet. SWIFT data is key. We need EU equivalent to the TFTP, which is American. We really need a European TFTP installed in the European Union because access to SWIFT data is limited through the terrorist financing tracking program from the US at the moment.
Bene, grazie. La parola adesso a Mr. Krzysztof.
Thank you very much, and I would like to give the floor to Krzysztof Śmiszek, European Parliament.
Great thanks to the Polish colleagues for organizing this great event. Since we have a Polish presidency, so I speak Polish. Szanowni Państwo, ja mam pytanie. Po pierwsze, dziękuję za wstępną pisemną odpowiedź na moje pytanie.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for your response to my written question. I see this as a forum to get additional information. My question is, have you observed an increase in radical right movements that use language that incites hatred and violence on the grounds of ethnic, religious, or sexual orientation grounds? Have you seen or have you monitored international links of these groups? To my mind, or to my knowledge, they are very often centrally orchestrated. So to what extent are you following these movements and organizations, and to what extent are you supporting national services to improve the effectiveness in fighting this phenomenon? And have you seen the heightened? Do you believe that the heightened level of right-wing activism as a threat to European values, democracy, freedom of speech, pluralism, and minority rights or human rights protection? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Europol.
Lone actors and accelerators, they pose the highest threat among the right-wing violent extremism in the European Union. What is really disturbing for us and where we are really working on, and we informed member states last week about this evolution, are the violent acts and the online cult communities. We see that there is a violent online exploitation, specifically pressuring young people to join these cult communities, and this has grown significantly in recent years. A variety of groups are leveraging digital platforms which normalize acts of extreme cruelty, extort victims, and radicalize victims into performing acts of violent extremism. And these online groups from a network that recruits offenders and victims on a global scale. The content shared by these groups is extremely violent, ranging from gore and animal cruelty to child exploitation material and depictions of murders. We even have cases where a child, brother or sister of 10 or 11 kills the sister of 4. And this is then put on in the group, in this cult community, and then they are as an example for the other members of the group. Before, we did not have a clear view on the issue because a lot of cases were linked to child sexual abuse material. Now we see that these cult communities are linked to terrorism and that their aim is to destabilize the European values and the European Union. They operate similarly to certain cults, and they have charismatic leaders. And the charismatic leaders, they use deception and they use manipulation. They ask the children's address, for instance, and then they send presents to the children, a small dog or a tool. But then when the child is not doing what they order the child to do, then they get stones in the windows, and then they try to go after the children. It's really psychological coercion. The network actively seeks vulnerable individuals on widely accessible platforms where young people interact, such as the gaming platforms, such as streaming services, so as popular social media. Given the global composition and given the cruelty of the facts and the extension of what we see, the growing effect of this, we informed member states with an intelligence notification last week to pay specific attention to this new movement we see now in the European Union. Before we saw it only in the United States and in the UK, but now we see it in the Union, and it is clear terrorism, and we take care of it with our AP Dolphin right-wing extremism and violent extremism. Thank you.
Grazie, signora De Bolle.
Thank you very much, Mrs. De Bolle. Mr. Rick Jansen from the Netherlands.
Chair, I have a short question to Mrs. De Bolle regarding the cooperation with Eurojust. During the last parliamentary meeting with Eurojust in December in Brussels, concerns were expressed about the extension of Europol and the lacking behind of Eurojust. So my question to Mrs. De Bolle is if she recognizes these concerns and if this will lead to any problems in the chain of crime fighting when there will be a lot more investigations and the prosecution will lag behind. My question is, does she see these concerns? Does she recognize them? And in what way does she contribute by talks with Eurojust to address this problem? Thank you.
Grazie, prego per la risposta.
Thank you for the floor. We have on a regular basis a good cooperation with Eurojust. We really value the cooperation we have in the joint investigation teams, where Eurojust and Europol are then together. It's decided upon Eurojust, Europol, if Europol can join or not, together with member states, this joint investigation team. We have some operations where Eurojust or the justice authorities are not yet involved. And then we have operations where Eurojust is already involved. It depends on the setup in the national member states, whether or not to involve justice authorities. But most of the cases we support are under the guidance of justice authorities, because it's about serious and organized crime, cybercrime and terrorism. We have a regular discussion with Eurojust. We will have some in a few weeks on a high level to discuss the strategic development of the both agencies and the cooperation in between the both agencies. And I am sure that there the extension, possible extension of the mandate and the resources of Europol will be discussed together with the Eurojust colleagues. And like always, we will try to find the best solutions for the future, because there is one thing we want both, and that is serving the European citizen. Thank you.
Bene, grazie. La parola alla signora Marietta Caramanli per la Francia.
Oui, bonjour. Madame la directrice, Monsieur le Président.
Madam Director, the Chair, thank you very much for organizing this meeting. I would like to thank thank Poland for organizing this JPSG meeting. I'd like to address a couple of priority areas. We would like to pose questions on the long-term nature of Europol's plans and measures. So how do you see the capability of Europol in the long term? Perhaps efficiency gains that are possible, repetitiveness of certain existing crime patterns, new patterns of criminality as well. So the question is, how do you make sure that measures taken by the agency puts enough resources? And how do you work together? And this is a question on migration. How do you work with parliamentary groups? And finally, the data protection regulation may see some issues. Some of the data protected in Europe may be stored in the US. How do you ensure equal protection based on this lack of equilibrium in legislation?
Thank you. At Europol, we of course cannot not take everything on board. We have to focus on the key threats and the key areas to the internal security of the European Union together with the member states. We have a lot of discussions on this in operational meetings. We would like to have more of these operational meetings, like we have, for instance, the Counterterrorism Programming Board, where the heads of the counterterrorism centers in the different member states are coming together and, in fact, explain us what they expect from Europol. And this is a good way of working. We also need this kind of working in other areas. We also have the GCAT. It's a group of liaison officers working together on cybercrime, a group from member states, specialized people in the headquarters of Europol in one office working together on different cases. And there you have the direct information exchange and a good view on the new trends and threats we are confronted with at European level, but not only at European level, also worldwide, because we have people from the Schengen associated countries and people from other continents. So the coordination model is extremely important for us to understand what the member state needs, and then we assess what we can contribute. So also the discussions on the heads of national units and the management board is extremely important, because the management board decides on the programming document, and the programming document in fact guides our work for the upcoming years. So there we have an in-depth discussion with the people from the member states to see what is the expectation from Europol. I think we need to focus in the future more on direct contacts with the operational people in the member states, who is heading the criminal police force and what is their expectation. And also the same for the private sector. We need to have more cooperation with the big tech, because they need to understand more and better what we do and what we need from their side to make sure that we can fulfill our legal mandate and our legal obligations.
Grazie. La parola adesso al signor Dan Biancalana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dan Biancalana, Luxembourg.
Tout d'abord, merci à la présidence polonaise.
Thank you very much, Polish presidency, for this meeting and for your hospitality here in Poland. Europol's report talks about 120 attacks or attempted attacks in 2023, terrorism, cyber crime or organized crime do not know borders, and no country can go it alone. Therefore, we need Europol ever more. Luxembourgish law enforcement has identified a network and an individual who attempted a terrorist act, a terrorist assault, inspired by radical right, which only shows that no one is immune to such threats. Especially vulnerable are young people, and they deserve special protection. We must do this and increase our capability to respond rapidly and exchange information and data rapidly in order to protect all the fundamental freedoms and liberties that are the cornerstone of Schengen. I have listened to your comments very carefully. You talked about police-to-police collaboration. The Treaty of Benelux on the police-to-police collaboration is a step in the right direction. Now, the question, do you see any opportunity for increasing this collaboration, budget and procedure-wise? Thank you. Thank you very much. Europol.
Thank you for the floor. If we want to be successful, and if we are serious about internal security in the EU, I think there are still frontiers between different services that we need to discuss. I think for the future it will be key that there is more information exchange between police, defense authorities, but also the intelligence community. Specifically when we talk about destabilization, so hybrid threats towards the European Union, when we talk about cyber attacks and online frauds are used by foreign perpetrators to destabilize our economic system and to make sure that the trust people might have in the rule of law and in the authorities in the different member states are weakened. So I think we need more cooperation, not only with the private sector, but also with intelligence community, with defense authorities, with the cyber security community, because we need to understand really what the threats are, and we need to understand from a global perspective what different continents or how different continents are looking at the European Union and how they want to weaken the European Union. And there, as law enforcement, we cannot stay alone. The authorities that are involved in internal security need to come closer together and exchange more information in the future. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you very much, Mrs. de Boll. And now the last speaker, and that is me. I would like to ask a question as well. And this is going to be a fairly general question following so many exciting questions that have been asked by colleagues, and after following a series of very informative answers. I would like to ask you, Mrs. de Boll, based on the meeting of the management board last December, where you discussed possible changes in the way police-to-police collaboration is to be organized in the future. I suppose the point of the debate is to make sure that police forces are more efficient and effective fighting crime. And of course, the issue of extending the capabilities of Europol is on the table. I would like to ask about the margin. In your opinion, the legal framework must be such that enables the effectiveness of police force in Europe. But what is the margin? And also, can you give us more details in terms of what needs to be done in order for Europol to become operationally excellent? You mentioned this last year in December. Thank you.
Thank you. When I look at the figures for Europol, because we are the criminal information hub, I can only be happy at the moment that we have an increase on a daily basis of the information exchange with the agency. So that means that there is trust, and that also member states, law enforcement agencies, they see Europol more and more as part of the solution for their internal security architecture and the problems they are confronted with. Also, the same goes for the operations. We see that our operational support quadrupled over the last years. So this is also very important to us. What is extremely important to us is that we rely on the member states' resources as a port. We have a lot of police officers from the national authorities in the office, and we have a lot of liaison officers from the national authorities in the office. Police officers in the Europol agency is very important because we are really operationally focused, and we have to keep that. We have to understand what is happening on the ground in the member state to provide the member states with the right solutions from the European perspective. So they come to us when they do not have a solution in the national level. They have to find a solution on European level. And that is where we really add value. But of course, for that, we need to understand the national level, the threats they are confronted with, and also the limits in the police action they are confronted with. And I think we play a crucial role in that as Europol. When we talk about Europol support, I think that we can do more with some dedicated teams. I spoke with the prosecutor of the European Prosecutors Office, the EPPO. There is a lot of information available that can be used in investigative cases all around Europe, so we should have a look at that and support also the member states in that development. And other dedicated teams, I think when we cooperate, for instance, with countries in Latin America, also Europol can offer support when we have access to fusion centers in Latin American countries to see what we can do more together with the member states. Because if you have the big countries, they have liaison officers worldwide, but the small countries do not always have them. So the small countries come then to Europol to ask, can Europol help us to liaise with third countries abroad of the borders of the European Union? So also in cybercrime, I think we can do more. A lot of investigations are not started up in the cybercrime domain because the link to a country is not always clear, and we see that criminals see this gap and they abuse this gap. And cybercrime will be the biggest threat to the security of the European Union. We believe a lot of money is involved in cybercrime facts. And we really need to step up that fight and do this together, because, as I said, it is not linked to one country, it's linked to the whole of the European Union. Also, when we talk about hybrid threats, destabilization of the European Union, there is a big discussion ongoing in between the law enforcement community in the European Union to see what can law enforcement do related to these hybrid threats. How will we find the answers, for instance, and what is the approach from the law enforcement when we talk about the cables in the Baltic Sea? What will be the responses for the future when we are attacked by different other players in the global, in the geopolitical context?
Bene, grazie signora De Boll per questa.
Thank you very much, Ms. De Boll, for this answer. Now, this will be the end of the discussion part, and I would like to thank all the colleagues who participated, Ms. De Boll, Ms. Schenker, for their presentations and for answering the numerous questions. I believe this was a very interesting discussion and very important for everybody. Let me now conclude this part and give the floor to Mr. Frystag, who will chair the next item on the agenda. Once again, thank you very much for your cooperation in what was the first panel of our meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Kinichi, Mrs. Kinichi. Dear colleagues, we will continue the next item on our agenda, which is a session on data protection. We have with us today Mr. Wojciech Wiewiórowski, European Data Protection Supervisor, and Mr. Jürgen Ebner, Europol Deputy Executive Director for Governance. A warm welcome to all of you. The speakers will have up to 15 minutes for their presentation. Before we open the floor to the questions from JPSG delegates, please limit your contributions to no more than 1.5 minutes so that all colleagues will have the time to address their questions. Mr. Wiewiórowski, I will give you the floor first for a maximum 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Honorable members of Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group on Europol, esteemed members of the national parliaments, members of the European Parliament, Madam Chair Kinichi, Chairman Ujazdowski, Chairman Frystag, Madame De Boll, Mr. Sienko. It's a great pleasure to be here today to go over the recent work of the European Data Protection Supervisors in supervising the personal data protection by Europol. And I'm especially honored to do it here in Warsaw, in this very room of Senate, because it reminds me the situation in 15 years ago when I have been confirmed by the Senate for the position of the Polish Data Protection Authority. Also I remember this room as the very good place for the parliamentary debate on the issues which are connected with what we do at the moment, with Poland joining the Schengen zone and the introduction of the Schengen Information System, or SIS-1 for all, as it was called in 2008, when I was representing the government and the Ministry of Interior. And later on, the discussion on the law on exchange of information between the Polish authorities and the law enforcement authorities in the member states of the European Union, the third countries and the agencies of the European Union, which is still in force in Poland and which I was taking part in as the Data Protection Authority. Developing the same line of the interoperability and the information flow between the law enforcement authorities all over Europe, I would like to concentrate today on the opportunity to underline the significant Europol initiatives that, in my opinion, will demand EDPS attention in the next year. To start, I would like to recall that on that occasion, the last group meeting where I referred to the emergence of the new joint operational processing environments. Today, I would like to bring to your attention the questions that these developments raise for the data protection perspective. As you know, the possibility of Europol and member states' authorities to carry out joint operational analysis is the key innovation which was introduced by the latest amendments to the Europol regulation, and particularly Article 22A. This provision enables member states to grant each other the direct access to information they provide to Europol for the purpose of joint operational analysis, which in turn requires the development of the joint operational environments between the national police and Europol. As EDPS, we previously stressed that the implementation of the joint operational analysis as envisioned in the current Europol regulation means that Europol and the participating member states have the joint controllership over the personal data which is processed this way. They are joint controllers because they jointly define the purpose and the means of the joint operational analysis and exert influence over the processing. Being joint controllers also means that they share the obligation to ensure the compliance with the applicable data protection guarantees. Therefore, by starting joint operational analysis in the context of the criminal investigation, Europol and the member states concerned need to clearly define and agree on their respective data protection responsibilities. In October last year, I received a request for the prior consultation by the Europol on the new tool designed to give the member states direct access to data sets included in the Europol's analysis project, and which will be processed in so-called joint operational analysis cases. In my written opinion on the request, I again stressed the Europol's proposed processing operations to implement the concept of joint operational analysis will qualify as the form of joint controllership. I understand that the implementation of this concept will be gradual, with technical solutions initially serving primarily as a tool for the visualizing of data. However, this is already a significant step towards the truly collaborative processing environment. In the EDPS opinion, we also explicitly recommended to Europol and the competent authorities of the member states participating in any future joint operational analysis case to conclude the arrangement as it is in the Article 86 of the Regulation 7025/2018. Such agreement is necessary to lay out responsibilities of joint controllers in the terms of information security, providing information to data subjects, and cooperating in replying to data subjects' access requests or any other requests by data subjects to exercise their rights. To move toward joint controllership in joint operational analysis also implies the need for enhanced coordination and cooperation between the supervisory authorities, and here I must highlight the crucial importance of the coordination in the scrutiny of Europol, a principle that Parliamentary Scrutiny Group is involved in. Just as this group brings together national and European members of the parliaments to ensure the effective political oversight and democratic accountability of Europol, the Coordinated Supervision Committee facilitates the close cooperation among the supervisory authorities to guarantee the robust oversight. And since last year, European Data Protection Supervisor has the privilege to chair this group. Moving to the topics that are the most important for current activity of the Europol, I would start with artificial intelligence, including machine learning. I continue to receive the consultations from Europol on artificial intelligence matters, and I value our close cooperation in this matter. AI in law enforcement is not only addressed in the new AI Act, but it also includes a significant personal data processing component that European Data Protection Supervisor scrutinize in its traditional role as a data protection authority. From this perspective, I would like to bring up a topic that I did not have an opportunity to discuss with you at the last group meeting, namely Europol's processing of biometric data, and particularly the use of facial recognition technology, which is a technology mostly based on artificial intelligence. Facial recognition was one of the critical focus areas in my supervisory role over the last mandate, as if not properly regulated and governed, such applications are prone to unduly interfere with fundamental rights, also beyond the right to protection of the personal data. In fact, regulating facial recognition technology is a key priority for many data protection authorities, not only the ones in the European Union, but my colleague, Information Commissioner of UK, has put it as one of the 3 pillars of the activities for next year as well. For Europol, Article 30 of the Europol regulation governs the processing of the special categories of data, of personal data, which also includes all forms of biometric data when processed for uniquely identifying the natural person. It is important to recognize that each subcategory of the biometric data, such as fingerprints, facial recognitions, comes with its own set of risks and considerations. The processing of biometric data is permissible only under strict condition of necessity and proportionality. I have dedicated significant effort over the last mandate to providing the guidance on the notion of strict necessity and proportionality in the context of Article 30. For instance, in response to the prior consultation submitted by Europol on facial recognition technology, in the EDPS supervisory opinions, I applied the criteria developed by the Court of Justice in its recent case law, which clarifies that the notion of strict necessity should be understood as requiring first that the need to processing the need for processing this personal data is an absolute one, which must be assessed with particular rigor. And secondly, to verify if this data can further be minimized during processing. This especially includes the ensuring of the personal data being adequate, relevant, and limited to what is really necessary. In the light of above, I have carefully avoided granting any blanket green light to the law enforcement use of biometrics as a whole. Even when focusing on particular type of biometric data, such as facial recognition, we must examine the specific context and sphere of application. Therefore, assessment should be conducted on case-by-case basis, and this approach allows us the more precise application of that. This also connects to the topic of the artificial intelligence more broadly in the law enforcement, as facial recognition, like any other tool, can only give you the most statistically likely result. That is, the model best give for the best leads, for instance, by trying to ascertain how much nude skin is in the certain image. But as a probabilistic tool, that is prone to errors which we must carefully assess. Looking forward, looking ahead, the EDPS has identified a number of the strategic priorities that will inform our supervisory work vis-à-vis Europol in the short and medium term. Let me elaborate about 3 of these priorities. The first one is the research and innovation, because the European Data Protection Supervisor will continue to play an important role in empowering Europol data scientists to push the boundaries of innovation while ensuring that their work is built on the solid foundation of data protection. By providing the guidance and closely monitoring the implementation of Article 33A of the Europol regulation, the EDPS can support Europol in its efforts to incorporate the safeguards required as the guarantees for the responsible processing of the personal data. The second priority, which was also mentioned here several times by the speakers, is the international cooperation. Investigation of cross-border crime, terrorism, and cyber-related offenses often relies on the number of legal instruments that Europol can use for the purposes of the information sharing with authorities in the third countries. These tools include adequacy decisions, international agreements, and other legally binding instruments, as well as the additional transfer tools which are connected with the derogations. But always these transfer tools have to include the appropriate safeguards to the personal data. And the third priority, the cooperation with the private parties, once again discussed already in this room. We will closely supervise the personal data flows between Europol and the private parties. I'm fully aware that criminal investigations increasingly rely on the enforcement authorities' cooperation with the private parties, and that the latest amendments to Europol regulation enable various forms of public and private cooperation. The agency can now directly receive personal data from the private entities, but also proactively share the information with them. Yet, recognizing the sensitive nature of these activities, the legislator subjected the possibility for the Europol to exchange the data with the private parties to clear limitations and the stringent necessity and proportionality requirements. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that the Office of the European Data Protection Supervisor is committed to ensuring that Europol's processing of personal data is carried out in the manner that respects fundamental rights of the individuals, while also supporting the agency's effort to combat the serious and organized crime. My supervisory work is focused on providing the guidance and oversight to ensure that Europol's use of the new technologies, such as artificial intelligence and biometric data, remains in line with the data protection framework. I always was of the opinion that the law enforcement authorities shall be one of the first users of the new solutions, but as it was said also during today's discussion, with the new possibilities, the new scope of oversight shall go. I would like to thank you, the members of the Joint Parliamentary Scrutiny Group of Europol, for your attention to these issues, and this oversight that we give as the regulatory agency will not work without the everyday help of the parliamentarians, both of the national and European level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wiewiórowski, for your presentation. Mr. Ebner will now react to the presentation by the EDPS. He will have up to 10 minutes for his presentation before we open the floor to the questions from JPSG delegates.
Yeah, thank you very much, honorable co-chairs, esteemed members of the national and European parliaments. Maybe let me start with a remark also reflecting on this morning's session, where it was clearly highlighted by the Executive Director, also by many of you, that Europol simply became over the last years more important in the sense of sharing more information with other EU law enforcement agencies, and in particular also to support more and more operational activities. So it's self-explanatory that if you go in this direction, that police work has to respect and has to be complementary to the data protection. And this is becoming more and more important. To give you just a glimpse about what this means in our practical day-to-day work is the following. We receive now per day, per working day, almost 2 to 3 requests from private citizens asking what is visible in the Europol databases. This is called data subject access request, and this data subject access request summed up over the last years to 3,200 requests. If we see that out of the 3,200 requests, we had only received 13 complaints, and out of these 13 complaints, only 4 complaints were significantly also assessed by the EDPS as justified. We talk about that we have in 0.1.5% of the cases really complained. I think that is a figure that is maybe not perfect, but it's close to be perfect, to be honest. Then we have handled in the past more than 280 requests from the EDPS, where we have implemented now 87% of the recommendations, of course, depending also on the technical possibilities to implement it. And there you have only a glimpse of what we are doing in the day-to-day work. In order to do so, Europol is investing significantly resources in data protection. Under the lead of the Executive Director, I can tell you that aside the Data Protection Office, we have now 25 staff members doing nothing else than to follow up on data protection work. I think that also shows the significance we pay, let's say, to this subject, and this is at our heart of our cooperation. And last but not least, we see that this is a top management priority. This is why the Executive Director had appointed me to be the coordinator from Europol's side on the management with the EDPS to have a close and open dialogue on what is happening. So that should only give you a glimpse that this is at our heart when it comes to our work. Now, coming back to the report from the EDPS, to which I truly would like to thank you also for this report. However, and that is maybe also part of this, on some of the elements we have maybe slightly different views. And this is also why I try to present those to you. Well, first on the joint controllership. We should not forget that joint controllership was one of the key achievements where you as legislators have developed this tool, which will enable Europol now, but also in the future, to support, let's say, member states, law enforcement agencies even better than we did in the past. And this is following the idea that due to the challenges which come along with the massive amount of data to be processed, you have to be more clever, more smart, more modern in order to process this, and this is about joint controllership. Now, in order to do so, you need a technical tool. And nowadays, technical tool developments, IT tools, are not, let's say, developed over years, and then suddenly you have a tool. This is normally done under the agile IT development perspective, so you do it step by step. So the tool we are currently discussing is the first step of many steps to come, which we call now the JOAC. Is this already a collaboration tool? To be answered very clearly, no, it isn't. It is based on the Sienna technology. Sienna is a technology where we exchange data. And this mainly includes visualization tools that helps analysts, investigators to better understand the information that's applicable to them. For them, it has really an operational value, but it's not the joint controllership yet. This is what we call a minimal viable product. And then we come to the point where we say, and this was discussed with the management board in the past, do we need already now to discuss the joint controllership on this? We're saying, no, it's not necessary yet. Also there, the principle of necessity and proportionality should be applied. Because if we have an interim technical step where we say this is on the long way to really go to the joint controllership in the sense of collaborative environment, then we should at least go the steps in a, let's say, proportionate way where we say, well, for the time being, we don't see the necessity. And even furthermore, at least from our side, there are a lot of unclarity about the joint controllership, at least when it comes to how would the member states carry out this joint controllership. And even furthermore, at least I would ask the question, what would happen, let's say, in the sense of also joint supervisorship? that then, let's say, the EDPS has a certain opinion and maybe several member state national data controllers have another opinion. What will happen then? So there's only, let's say, giving you a glimpse on maybe also questions that should be solved before we go into that direction. So we hold the opinion, let's say, just changing a management board decision, which was carefully considered under the management board chair, we cannot change it on the run. It has to be carefully thought through. So that is on the joint controllership. No doubt that in the future, we have to develop the joint controllership, and also in the future, we have to find there practical ways to cooperate in this, but the future is not there yet, but we have to develop something in the future. And if we now go into the joint controllership, we would simply lose time, because the tool is available, the investigators want the tool, and this is covered from our understanding under the current Europol regulation. Second element on AI, including facial images, also was presented by the EDPS. First and for all, AI is not equal AI. It makes a big difference if you have, for example, in the use of AI, a translation tool. It's a big difference, let's say, if you do a so-called entity extraction, so to check a text against, is the name included in the text which is maybe related to a criminal, which is then maybe giving you an indication whether this text is relevant for the, let's say, for the police at all. So we have to differentiate also in the AI tools. And that is, let's say, why it's so important also to look precisely about what kind of AI we're talking about. Now coming to the element which was mentioned by the EDPS, that is for sure, and I can confirm that strict necessity and proportionality represent the foundation of what we base all our work in the day-to-day basis on. Also the prior consultation with the EDPS on the image and video analysis solution, IVAS, for child exploitation material was finalized end of last year, and currently we're busy with the compliance assessment that goes along with the AI Act, which is a different step. So the go live of the solution will unfortunately then postponed until the second quarter of 2025, because there's a lot of obligation we have to fulfill. Not questioning this, but this simply costs time. I think it's also important to mention, and this was mentioned by the executive director, that AI never dominates a police decision. It's always at the very end, police investigator, the analyst that takes a decision on whether, let's say, a result that is made by AI has to be followed or not. So this is maybe also important to have this in mind. And last but not least, and there we come maybe also then in the area to the next point, which was mentioned quite rightfully, the importance of research and innovation. So currently what we have made also with the AI tools, we have submitted to the EDPS more than 10 so-called data protection impact assessments in order to receive his guidance, and there I can also confirm that the guidance is very correctly given by the EDPS, and it's also necessary, but also to be prepared for the future. You have to have in mind, let's say, that nowadays technology changes in AI happen in principle every 6 months. Every 6 months we have a new iteration of AI, and this is even speeding up. When we receive some of the responses, now only after 1 year, that gives you a bit of a glimpse in what kind of, let's say, tension situation we are sometimes in, that simply, let's say, awaiting the guidance, stopping us from using us AI in this current moment sometimes hampers really the operational impact and might even outdate the AI where we have asked for practical guidance. So when I'm asked at the Data Protection Conference, what should we do in the future in order to have a closer and better cooperation with the EDPS, we always say, well, we have to be faster, both of us, and we have to reduce complexity, because these are the issues that still is a challenge for us. On the international cooperation, which was also mentioned by the EDPS, is we are making sure that transmission of information to third countries is only, let's say, in very exceptional cases. And I think the question was also asked, how often did this happen, let's say, in the past 6 months, that we have transmitted in an exceptional case to a third country. That was exactly 2 times. And these 2 times, I can tell you, this is a very profound checking mechanisms at Europol, which goes via the data protection officer, which includes the fundamental rights officer, which have then a thorough discussion on the side of the operations director, and then finally, the executive director decides that the data set can be transferred, and then even afterwards, the management board has to be informed what was transferred. So we believe that this exceptional case of a data transfer, operational data to third countries, shows already that we take it very serious and that the Europol regulation, which foresees these possibilities, is taken very seriously by us and only the exception. Final remark on the private parties, which was also raised here. You can believe, and that is why we have carefully to develop the private party strategy. Contrary, let's say, to external relations, where we have a maximum of 200 countries, with private parties, you can imagine that there's an endless possibility to cooperate. So we have to be precise under which conditions, and this is including due diligence, compliance, data protection, fundamental rights, we can cooperate with what kind of private parties. And this is what we are currently developing together with the member states, also again with the full involvement of the data protection officer and the data protection function of Europol. And of course, the EDPS will also be consulted also on this, this strategy when we have reached a certain kind of maturity level in this. But also there, let's say, there you also have to see, let's say, to make a list of private parties, precisely what kind of private parties should be cooperated with, is difficult, but it can be more, let's say, a list of, let's say, private party cooperation groups where we see that there's a possibility to have a closer cooperation. Final remark, also there, the amended Europol regulation, which you have developed and approved, this also foresees in exceptional cases the information exchange with private parties. And last remark is the most important private party we're for the time being cooperating with is also what was mentioned by the executive director, is the US NECMEC, which is the unique point in the world to combat child sex work exploitation material. This is a private party, and there we have to seek the best possibilities to cooperate under the new Europol regulation framework, which we are currently including. Thank you very much, and back to you, Chas.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ebner, for your presentation. Dear colleagues, we will now move to our discussion, but one more time, please limit your contributions to no more than 1 minute and a half seconds. So that all colleagues, 1 minute and a half, because we have a very, very full presence. So the floor will be given alternately to 2 members of national parliaments and 1 member of the European Parliament until the list of speakers is exhausted. Members are kindly invited to indicate clearly whether their questions are addressed to Mr. Wiewiórowski and Mr. Ebner or to both. They will reply to each question individually. I now invite the first speakers, Mr. Søren Søndergaard from Denmark. Okay. So next is Mr. Alexander Van Hattem from Netherlands. No? Okay. Ms. Lena Dupont from European Parliament.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'm here. But also in a matter of time-saving measures, allow me to rather shoot a precise and short question. Having listened to both of you on the complexity, but also, of course, and the needed safeguarding when it comes to data processing, when it comes to data analyzing, when it comes to data sharing, and also developing the important and necessary investigation approaches out of that. And having in mind that we had in this morning also a very elaborative meeting on and discussion on the further needs for information sharing in the new geopolitical, well, not really new, but a further dynamic geopolitical situation we are in, and having in mind that at European level we do have the preparedness strategy, the internal security strategy, and the defense white paper, who all rely on information sharing at the very heart of all 3 strategies, existing in the time we're in. Could you please elaborate on what kind of influences that will have on the checks and balances in information sharing in order to make sure that we can exchange the data and information as fast and as efficient as possible? Thanks.
Thanks. Mr. Wiewiórowski.
Thank you very much. Of course, $1 million questions. we have to divide it in two parts. The first, what we would do without the changes in law, and the second, what kind of changes in law are expected or should happen. Yeah? The second part is, of course, a little bit more list of wishes or list of expectations. And this is not the discussion for the European Data Protection Supervisor, since we are not the ones who are creating the policy of the European Union. But we will have to take into consideration the fact that such changes in the law are planned. So let's stay for what we have at the moment. Well, definitely the most important part of the story is the decision, are we talking about the defense or are we talking about the law enforcement authorities, which are not directly involved in the defensive operations in this part which we are supervising, and on the other hand, do it at least at the territory, at the place where the national security is rather more important than the public order. So the role of the data protection authorities, both on the national and the European level, is to check if the Europol, as the agency of the European Union, is complying with the laws which have been delivered by the European Union, and what are the roles and what is the scope of the activity of the national law enforcement authorities, with the special problems of the limitation of those authorities which are the law enforcement authorities and those that are the intelligence authorities, which in some countries is the problem. So the only thing what I can say is that we will stay on the supervision and scrutiny of what's going on in the information systems, and the actions which are organized by the member states stay out of the role of the EDPS. Maybe coordinated supervision may be done together with the national authorities.
Thank you. I now invite Ms. Sara Kelani from Italy.
Grazie al Garante europeo per I dati personali.
Thank you very much. The topic of this session is a topic that's key to all of us. It's data confidentiality. This is a right that we need to defend, but the way we defend the right to confidentiality should not negatively impact the sharing of information that is key to fight crime. It is in the public interest that crime be fought, and it's a prerequisite for us to be able to enjoy our rights and freedoms. Some of the opinions from the European Inspector shows that there are many difficulties in exchanging data with Frontex and others. Does this mean that we need new law in order to facilitate the exchange of information between the institutions? And a question to Mr. Ebner, what is the sort of data that Europol and Frontex exchange, and how we can include the necessary regulations in the EU law in order to make it easier to focus on these cases of international crime?
Mr. Ebner, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. You highlighted on the one hand side the right of confidentiality of each of the individuals and the need for fighting crime. This is what I said at the very beginning, and I believe that there we are perfectly in line with the EDPS. This is a complementarity. So let's say the one thing doesn't go without the other. We always have to find the right balance in the complementarity. That is for sure. Is there a new law necessary? For the time being, let's say the Europol regulation, at least under our impression, covers all the possibilities to have the necessary information exchange. However, the Europol regulation will be evaluated in 2026, and then we have to see, let's say, if something has to be added. Your question related to what is the information exchange between Frontex, this was already partly or maybe also fully answered by the Executive Director. It is following two lines. After the EDPS recommendations, we have so-called specialized questions towards Frontex, where we ask in specific cases that they should share data, which is resuming again. But in the criminal police work, also you have to sometimes take a broader approach in order to find out if criminality was existing. This area, which is a so-called non-specific request, which should of course also follow the principle of necessity and proportionality, this is not fully resumed yet, and for that reason also the Executive Director say we're really aiming to have the working arrangement for Frontex in place, which would enable this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ebner. Please, Ms. Saskia Brickmont from European Parliament.
Thank you very much. I would like to take the opportunity to return your thanks, Mr. Wojciechowski, because you said that the scrutiny work of the European Parliament and the national parliaments is fundamental, but it wouldn't be possible with the quality work that you and your office have been doing for the last years. So thank you. In that sense, I would like to ask you a very broad question. How can we enhance our scrutiny work when it comes to data protection? You've mentioned different areas of work already, and you mentioned particularly the international cooperation. What would be the main current loopholes you identify in data protection? Mr. Ebner, you mentioned interesting numbers on the numbers of demands a day from private people to access data and information, and very few complaints. I'm wondering, based on some testimonies, if it's not because it's a real parcours du combattant, fighter course to get access to information data, and where the data that is provided to Europol comes from, and how some people find themselves in databases without any explanation. I have a question that is related to the measures that are in place to ensure that cooperation with private parties is free from conflict of interest and aligned with Europol's mandate and the treaties. You said that is work in progress also with the member states. Can we have more information on this during our next JPSG meeting? And also on processing biometric data, considering the remarks provided by the supervisor. It would also be an important dimension to include in the report for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wiewiórowski.
Thank you very much. If we think about the future cooperation in the scrutiny, that's really the topic which is at the moment one of the most important for the European Data Protection Supervisor. That's also why we took the role of the chairs of the Coordinated Supervision Committee. Coordination Supervision Committee is consisting of the European Data Protection Supervisor and the national supervisory authorities that are involved in the process. Of course, these are different constructions in different countries. These are not only data protection authorities which actually are involved in the scrutiny. So the EDPS is going to use the next few years to make this operational activity of the Coordinated Supervision Committee inside the European Data Protection Board. This is not exactly the subgroup of the European Data Protection Board, but it's organized very similarly as one of the priorities. If we think about the loopholes that we have for the international cooperations, well, the biggest problem is that some countries which we border with as the European Union are not the countries that we can rely on as far as the personal data exchange is concerned. Well, right now, unfortunately, for the last 3 years, we are absolutely sure what's the situation with Russia and Belarus. But before the war, before the invasion, we had simply the neighboring countries that we were cooperating with on the everyday basis, and the police and law enforcement authorities had to have the possibilities to cooperate with them. So the loopholes in the legal cooperation are obvious. The practical solutions for that, unfortunately, quite often are based on derogations from the rules of the regulation. And these derogations, as it was several times said, have to be assessed case by case and have to lead to the informed decision by the controller.
Mr. Ebner?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Brickman, for the question. Is it difficult to launch a data subject access request and get a reply? I would say no. You just send an email or whatever and ask, is there something in your database about me? Then, let's say, full transparency, what we are doing, we are checking against the database if we have something in, and then, let's say, we have an increasing number of so-called full hits, because databases are growing, so there is a likelihood that, let's say, if someone is putting forward a request, maybe he or she has also an assumption that they might be in for whatever reason. And then after we have a hit, then we have to consult, because most of the time the data is stemming from a member state, we have to consult the member state if they can agree, let's say, that the answer can be shared with the data subject. And then it depends on the answer of the member states, but of course also on own assessments, whether, let's say, if there is a hit, this can be fully shared or partly shared with the data subject who is putting forward the request. There might be, let's say, exceptions, and this is, for example, an ongoing investigation, where you might have, let's say, also not the intention to share now the full information with the data subject, because the investigation is ongoing, and this is then the balance where maybe the data subject gets a negative answer and saying, well, there's nothing we can tell you. But these are the cases which then might be going from the data subject again to the EDPS to say, well, a complainer disagree with your answer, and then it's for the EDPS to decide. And as I said, out of 3,200 cases in the last years, 13 complaints, 13, whereas 4 of them were seen justified, 2 of them because we were simply too late, and 2 of them because of a content issue, where I still say with the 2 cases this was about suspected terrorists, where of course it can be discussed whether, let's say, it was right or wrong not to give the full answer.
Thank you. Now, please, Mr. Chrysanthos Savides from Cyprus.
Dear Mr. Viverovsky, dear Mr. Reber, dear colleagues, at first, I would like to remind you that Cyprus is under occupation from Turkey in the last 51 years. I would like to remind you also that Cyprus is a member state of the European Union in the last 21 years. Turkey is using the occupied area of Cyprus to set up shell companies from crimes. For instance, money laundering and usurpation of our properties. How Europol can support us to receive information and data in order to stop all these crimes?
Thank you. Mr. Ebner?
Since this is not directed, okay. Yeah, please go on, go on.
No, thank you. Very clear question. Also, for that reason, I try to give you a clear answer. As long as this is covered by the Europol regulation, and as long as we have, let's say, in the Annex 2 of the Europol regulation, there's all the possibilities of criminal activities outlined, and as long as 2 of the member states are concerned and asking us to, let's say, to support them, then we can support. But this is really strictly towards the Europol regulation. Of course, let's say any kind of political elements cannot be considered, and this is for Europol just to support then the law enforcement agencies of Cyprus. Whenever they have a crime and whenever they see also links into other countries, then we support them.
Thank you. Please, Mr. Revuski? Oh, thanks. Ms. Raquel Garcia Hermida van der Walle from European Parliament.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Supervisor and to the Deputy Executive Director for the information. 2 very concrete questions. Going back to the regulation, which was just mentioned, I was wondering if, given the developments in the United States, you see any reasons to apply or review the provisions regarding the adequacy decision. and at what point you would consider intervening. And the second one is also related to the developments in the United States when it comes to the reliability of hosting services, including cloud services, and how this may imperil ICT infrastructure of Europol when it comes to data protection. Maybe that for the supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wiewiórowski.
So if I can start, well, we are observing what's going on in the United States, of course, with some fear is not a good word. That's rather the disappointment that some of the tools which are being prepared for many years cannot be operable at the very moment. That especially goes to the PCLAB, which lost 3 members and actually right now is not operable. That is not the condition sine qua non for all the privacy framework that was created with the United States, but in case the complaints come, we will have the problem of non-operable authority. Apart from that, I may say that we are also concerned about the right to access to the information by some of the members of the administration, but at the same time, we cannot say that the American system is not reacting on that. There are other reactions from the justice part of the American government. So let's say we are observing what's going on. It's hard to say what should happen to start activity of the data protection authorities, but right now, despite all our concerns, nothing happened which would be the road of no return.
Thank you, Mr. Wiewiórowski. And at this moment, Mr. Balas Barkocsi from Hungary.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, we have long been accustomed to Russia keeping the free world under constant pressure. The first reports of troll farms and paid provocateurs flooding us with propaganda surfaced nearly 30 years ago. Last year, the floodgates truly burst open. The Moldova referendum and presidential election, as well as the Romanian elections, are well-known examples. Putin's regime has spent hundreds of millions of euros to literally buy voters and super far-right candidates who are loyal to them. A new factor in this situation is the United States. Donald Trump has been president for barely a month, yet he has already turned the US government upside down and launched extremely aggressive trade and foreign policy. He negotiates with Russia over Ukraine as if it were nothing more than a colony to be conquered. And his only apparent interest is how to extract Ukraine's mineral wealth. Meanwhile, for the sake of the tech billionaires in his inner circle, he is doing everything in his power to dissample Europe's quite pioneering regulation on social media and tech companies. If this succeeds, their algorithms will be free to generate them even more billion, and they will gain access to one of the most valuable resources of the modern age, Europeans' personal data. This too can't rightly be called colonization. And I think this is a point we have to use our own weapons against cyber criminals and uncontrolled tech billionaires, and we must not be afraid to use them. Thank you.
Thank you, and please, Mr. Ebner.
Yeah, thank you. As we are police force, we have, of course, to assess first what is the criminality, or is there a criminal offense already existing? And this leads us maybe to 2 potential elements which we are currently also assessing, which will be also presented in this year's organized crime threat assessment by the Executive Director and the Commissioner soon. The one element is really when it comes to criminal offenses that consider disinformation. That is something that where police can follow up. And the other element you also might have mentioned is potential cyber attacks. And there I can tell you, as Europol is becoming more visible and also operationally relevant, we really see on a weekly basis, sometimes on a day-to-day basis, cyber attacks happening against Europol, so trying to intrude in our systems. And this is why the Executive Director said, for good reasons, one of the elements we want to strengthen in the future is our cyber resilience. We cannot afford that sensitive data that is shared by the law enforcement agencies with Europol are somehow compromised from whomever it will be. So this is why we are also increasing the cyber resilience. And we have, let's say, two very important tools at Europol, which is the European Cybercrime Center, which can, let's say, also support investigations also in this field. And the other element is the Internet Referral Unit, who is clearly addressing, let's say, terrorist content online propaganda, which is then also taken off the net. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next is Ms. Marietta Caramanli from France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ma question...
Thank you very much, Chair. I have a question to Mr. Wiewiórowski. You provided answers to a number of questions, for example, about using large databases and using artificial intelligence algorithm in fighting crime. As we know, it requires that we find the balance, as you very rightly said, a balance between using the tools and protecting our citizens. This is a precondition for further trust from our citizens and to defend ourselves from the democratic crisis we're facing in many countries. Across the pond, we can see a number of issues, or a number of statements that data protection will be made more lenient. French companies operating in the USA, for example, will be impacted by that deregulation in the States. How do you perceive our future cooperation if there is this imbalance in how we afford protection to data?
Well, I must start by saying that, of course, you are right when you were talking about, when we are stressing the importance of the balance. But I think the balance is not the only word which we can use here. That actually we can organize, we can prepare the world and the environment where the data protection is not balanced with the innovation made by artificial intelligence, but they both purposes can be achieved at the same time, because the same artificial intelligence solutions can be actually used in order to strengthen the protection, strengthen the security of the data, and strengthen the way that we control it. So yes, we are going to assess the balance, and we are going to stress its importance, but we also want to work on synergy in between the innovative development and the data protection in today's world.
Thank you. This moment, question we have Mr. Paulo Moniz from Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, today is the 3rd anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I would like to bring to us the question about the physical safety of the data centers and communication infrastructures. This is something that we must be very aware, not only by the cybercrime at the distance, but also on site. And this is something very, very difficult to us to control and to have some protocol to do it. I would like also to remind that today the war, the digital war, is between states. And we are on the needing of Geneva Digital Convention. We do not have any rules, even the basic ones, to protect the individual freedom and rights. I should remind that on Ukraine, all the servers and most of the information, which is health information, DNA information, is now on the hands of the aggressor, Russia, which means that for years to come after the peace, they will have on their possession all the information to prevail the evil against the others. This is something that all the Europe, including Europol, we must be aware that we have an urgent need for a digital Geneva Convention to protect all the countries of this new digital war era. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wiewiórowski?
As for the call for the global solutions and international law on that, I can of course agree with you, but when we think about the security of the resources that we have at the moment in the European Union, that is actually the core of the cooperation in this group, between Europol being the central agency on the European level, and first of all, those agencies and those resources that exist in the national, under the national law and in the countries of the European Union. So actually these are the parliamentarians from the national parliaments that can say more about how to secure the data in the centers which are around Europe. And Europol can only share the good examples as the ones that can be shared by the member states. So that's the forum for sharing this data, that's the forum for sharing this, this information, and it's a forum to sharing the legal solutions that we may have on the national level.
Thank you. Would you like to invite the last speakers? Ms. Zongul Mutler from Netherlands.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask my question to Mr. Ebene. Data processing must be done carefully, you stated in your speech. Even if there are less complaints, issues still can arise. And we had some cases where individuals were wrongly included on lists they should not be on. And despite attempts to correct this, they couldn't be removed and received little information. Additionally, they experienced bureaucratic delays and lack of clear guidance. And my question is, can you advise us on the proper steps to rectify such errors and ensure fair treatment in cooperation with the governments in case? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ebner.
Yeah, thank you. Very relevant question. Of course, it cannot be entirely excluded that if you have databases also in the national authorities, which also consist sometimes millions of suspects, that also maybe sometimes someone is in for a longer time, should have been, let's say, erased, or maybe also someone is also by whatever mistake taken in the database. So that cannot be excluded. But you're right, this should be then corrected as soon as possible. But at Europol side, it's a bit more complicated because it's at least, let's say, two actors involved in this. It's the national authorities that include the database. It's, of course, the databases which are in us. And that sometimes takes simply also time to find out what might be wrong if there's something wrong. And let's say sometimes I would say the perception of maybe the suspect being included, that he or she is not the suspect, might be differing also what the law enforcement sees. And let's say at the very last end, it might result in a court case where the court has to decide whether, let's say, the person is rightfully included or not. So that would be my answer to you.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers list and our agenda item. Thank you, JPSG delegates, and thank you, Mr. Wiewiórowski and Mr. Ebner, for your presentation and your responses to JPSG delegates. Finally, before we close the morning session and break for lunch, I would like to invite you to a family photo, which will be taken on the stairs in the main hall of the same, on the way to the column hall, where the buffet lunch will be served. For the sake of clarity, all participants with a red, dark blue or light blue badge are asked to be in this photo. Thank you and see you at 2:30 p.m. when we resume our meeting with our first scrutiny session. Enjoy your lunch.
a sticker for the presentation because it's already uploaded over there. But we can probably.
Dear colleagues, attention please. We begin our session. Dear JPSG delegates, we move to the first of two scrutiny sessions this afternoon, which will focus on the need to combat drug trafficking and challenges in entails for Europol and member states. You are joined by Mr. Andy Krak, head of European Serious Organized Crime Center, and by Mr. Cezary Luba, head of Polish Central Bureau of Investigation of Poland. Very warm welcome to both of you. Each speaker will have around 15 minutes before we open the floor to the question from JPSG. Please, could both delegates and speakers try to be as succinct as possible, limiting question answer to 1 minute so that we have enough time for all our speakers. The question of solidarity between us. Mr. Craig, you have the floor for up to 15 minutes, please. Dobrze. Pytanie ostateczną wziąć.
Excuse me. You're putting it in all the ones? And the slide? In the front? So it's not on the back? If you start your presentation, don't be showing. Okay, good. There you go. Sorry for the delay. So good afternoon, distinguished and honorable ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity to brief a little bit on what I hold dear to me, and that is drug trafficking. And basically combating drug trafficking. But before I start, because I already realized this is also the after lunch, and that is always a difficult slot. So before I start, I would like to show you a video. And this video will give you some ground truth on what is going on. And this is not a Hollywood movie, and this is also not a video game. This is in a parking garage somewhere in Europe by youngsters. And this video went viral a couple weeks ago. So what is happening here? This is the result of drugs trafficking, and I will come back to this video at the end of my presentation. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the landscape, about the response that we do from Europol, in which we support our member states, and also about some challenges that we face. And when we look at the landscape, we do a lot of data analysis, and basically this is the landscape. If you can see, these are behind me or in front of you. Those is a heat map. And there's a heat map showing of, can you see it? Yeah, it's a heat map showing basically of Europe. And what does it tell? It is the connections of European criminal organizational groups connected to the rest of the world. I will talk to you a little bit about the landscape. And if we look at the landscape, a couple of things up front. Drugs is still awash in Europe. It is the biggest, largest criminal market, more than 30 billion euros of revenue in Europe. Cocaine and synthetic drugs, they are still the most threatening, and we see a shift in this landscape. We call it the waterbed effect. And what does it mean? It means that routes are changing. Trafficking routes are changing. It means that methods are changing, and it means that methods of concealment of drugs is also changing. And I will elaborate on that further on in this presentation. We see our criminal networks, we see our high-value targets, as we call them, the leaders. They're becoming more sophisticated, they're becoming more international. Basically, they're agile, they're a network, they're borderless, they work international. They're really controlling, strong leadership, and they're destructive with violence, which I will elaborate on in the end, and with corruption. And thirdly, we look at the technology bit. It's technology. Those criminal networks, they use technology. They use technology to enhance their chemical processes. They constantly develop new synthetic opioids. They constantly develop new methods to make the production of drugs more efficient. And basically what they do, they enable their operations with technology, they secure their operations with technology, and they expand their operations with technology, which I will elaborate on later on. If we go more in depth in cocaine, talk to you a little bit about cocaine. Still, cocaine, no signs of stagnation. As a matter of fact, the production is at an all-time high from Latin America. And this is also indicated by the retail prices. They are still stable or even dropping. If you look at a key exit point from Latin America to Europe, it has become Ecuador, as you might have well known. Ecuador that is facing a lot of violence from the cocaine trafficking. And if we look at some of our European drug trafficking organizations where they have founded themselves, it is in Brazil, it is in Dominican Republic, it is in Costa Rica. They are expanding. Peru is interesting. Peru is interesting for us. And why is that? Because Peru is basically what it's doing is it's creating these new mega ports financed by the Chinese. And this might be a change of trafficking routes. And again, as I said, diversification of cocaine import. Here you see a video of a semi-submersible. But what do we see? We see changes in routes. So it's not only from South America to Europe, but we see the routes more and more from South America to West Africa to Europe, trying to circumvent their control measurements that we put in our ports. We see differences in ports. We have the big ports. We have Rotterdam, we have Antwerp, we have Hamburg. But we see secondary ports more and more being confronted with drug trafficking. We see different methods. We see like these semi-submersibles, which are really hard to detect by law enforcement. We see other methods, and we call them drop-offs. And what does it mean? A big vessel comes in, drops the drugs over the side, and small vessels carry them, so they're not entering the port. And we see differences in concealing the drugs. So the drugs is actually being incorporated with other material. For instance, with clothes. It's been washed in the clothes, and then when it enters Europe, it has to be extracted again. And how do we know? Because we see a lot of extraction labs. Those are laboratories that basically extract those cocaine again from those materials. And finally, West Africa, I'm going to mention it again. It's probably in the future it's going to be one of the key hubs for European criminal organizations. So we need to focus on those ones. A more in-depth on synthetic drugs. We, as Europe, we play a central role in the production of synthetic drugs, still. And of course, the numbers of drug labs that we seize, that we dismantle, they fluctuate. But what happens, they're industrial-sized drug labs. So starting from small labs, now we see industrial-sized drug labs with up to 10 or up to 100 times more production capability within one lab. And as you see in the video, this was one of the largest ever synthetic opioid drug lab that the Polish police has dismantled and that we supported. And there are other operations in Latvia, etc. We see lots of innovation as well. We see innovation in methods and chemical processes. Constantly new synthetic opioids are being delivered, netazines, what have you, ketonines, all kinds of stuff that is being produced. And why is that? Why is that? Because basically there is a minimum financial investment for these criminals compared to the high stakes. Just as a comparison, an ecstasy pill, a pill that people use, if you look at the cost, it is less than 10 cents. But if you look at the revenues when they sell it, for instance in Australia, they get more than 30 euros. And you can count out the math. The revenues are really high. Another thing that we see, of course, historically in the Netherlands and in Belgium, there have been a lot of drug labs on amphetamine and now on crystal meth as well. But these labs are expanding. So it is not a Dutch or a Belgian problem anymore. It is a European problem with labs expanding throughout Europe. And when we look at the products that is needed for this production, we call them the precursors or the chemicals. The predominant locations from where they still come from China or they come from India. So if we're thinking about a supply chain strategy, trying to stop these precursors, we need to contact as well with China and India to stop those precursors from coming in. Looking at this synthetic landscape, we work closely together with the EUDA as well. In early warning systems, etc., that we see what's happening there, we push them out to make sure that it's get notified by law enforcement agencies. But again, it is a central role that we play as Europe, unfortunately, in the production and in the trafficking of synthetic drugs. So what is our response? The response of Europol? Well, basically, we as Europol, we support the member states, we support law enforcement, we support the investigations by being a data hub. And what does it mean? We connect all the information of the investigations. We do extensive high-end analysis so that we get the complete picture. We support by being a people hub. What does it mean? In The Hague, there are 53 nationalities now present, which can collaborate, coordinate together. And that is really necessary for law enforcement. And we support by being this operational hub. We create operational task forces together so that we can coordinate from The Hague. We have joint operation centers that we can facilitate in support of the member states. So it's a data, it's a people, it's operations hub. And just to give you one statistic, 2024, we supported around 350 operations for member states, and we did 150 action days. That means every other day there is an international large action day. And those are big numbers, considering the fact that the drugs unit of Europol is 50 members of staff. 50 members of staff, 150 action days. And looking forward into the future, if we're looking at trying to give this added value, when we're looking at data, we want to focus on data-driven operation. What does it mean? It means we need to focus on large data sets. Large data sets in labs when we dismantle. Large data sets in encrypted communications. We get those large data sets so that we can do actual analysis, so that we can give this added value to the member states. If we look at People Hub, we need to do international outreach, not only within Europe, but we have to cooperate with these countries outside Europe, because this crime, this drug is coming from outside Europe, if we look at cocaine. So we need to expand in our relationships outside Europe. And if we look in operations, we're always focusing on targeting criminal networks, not criminal individuals. And what I mean with criminal networks is that we never look at one. We look at the complete network. And if we see a network consists of all kinds of elements. It is people responsible for the commodity, for the trade, people responsible for the money, for the violence, for the corruption. And if you want to tackle a network, you need to tackle all those elements. So when we conduct an operational task force in which we support a member state, we try to see at all the elements. And this is an example of these two pictures. This was a big operation we supported, led by the Spanish ones. And we tackled an organized crime group that was trafficking drugs from Brazil, large amounts, while the command and control was in Turkey and the UAE, and they were spread all around Europe. So these European member states, they come together, we connected with Brazil, we connected with Turkey, and we tackled all these elements. It was a long-term operation. It costs a lot in efforts, but it is the only way which you can tackle a complete network, so that you completely disrupt it. This is our approach, it is our strategy in tackling these criminal networks. And if we look at international outreach, so going outside Europe, Latin America is predominant. Why? Because the drugs, the cocaine comes from Latin America. And if we want to disrupt this cocaine that is flooding the streets in Europe, we need to disrupt it. We need to connect, we need to coordinate with law enforcement agencies in Latin America. Why? Our criminals, our high-value targets are sometimes hiding in America. Logistical facilitators, etc., they are hiding in Latin America. And also sometimes when we see drug labs here, they are controlled by Latin American criminals. So there is no option for us. It is vital for us to cooperate with law enforcement within Latin America. We need to expand our footprint in Latin America. And what do we mean with that? That's what we already are doing as Europol. We deploy our staff. We deploy our staff during operations to Latin America to assist them in analysis, but vice versa as well. We let Latin America staff deploy to Europe to connect with us to actually do this international outreach and do a systemic network approach. A last one, in international outreach, West Africa. West Africa is upcoming and is becoming more and more important. And I realize it's difficult, but there is a strong footprint of European trafficking networks already in West Africa. And if you see this map of West Africa, the little dots indicate activities of European criminal networks. And they're growing. So European criminal networks have found West Africa as a route from Latin America to West Africa to Europe. So for us, again, there's no option. We need to connect with West Africa. And we realize it is not easy. We do not have operational agreements, but we need to somehow look at internally trying to figure out ways to cooperate with Latin America. And again, in this part, what is one of our really trusted partners is MAOC as well. We have the Maritime Analysis Operations Center, who specifically focus on this maritime interdiction, but they interdict seizures, and this will create lots of information. But what do we do with the information? We need to analyze it. We need to put them into an analysis so that we can look at the networks. So connecting MAOC with Europol in this operations is absolutely vital as well, if we're looking at West Africa. Okay, rounding up for me, a couple of challenges. There are a lot, but I just want to highlight 3. And the first one is the move from the real world to the virtual world, to the online world. What we see those criminals, they are using technology to secure their operations. And what do I mean with securing their operations? They use encrypted communications. They use all kinds of techniques to obscure their operations. They use technology to enable their operations. So what do we see? We see that they invest in cyber experts, in hackers, trying to hack in information systems to get vital information for their operations. And they use them to expand their operations. So what do we see? Digital markets. It is the dark web. They're expanding on the dark web as well. This is one of the key challenges that we face. And if we want to face tech-savvy criminals, we have to be tech-savvy law enforcement. The second challenge that we see is criminals, that they have safe havens outside Europe. And that creates challenges, because outside Europe we have countries in which we have a lower footprint. But we need to invest in this internal outreach to connect with those countries. Specifically, if we also want to target their assets, their revenues, because at the end of the day, we want to target everything that make them, why they were actually in this drug business, and that was making money. And finally, drugs fuels violence. And this relates to my first video that I sent. And drugs fuel violence. What do we see? We see that a lot of, if not most, of the violence in all organized crime, for me as head of organized crimes, is basically somehow originated from drugs. So this drugs, this fuels the violence in Europe. And now we see a new trend, and we call this trend, we call it crime as a service. And it is related to minors. And what we see is that these criminals, they actually recruit minors to actually do targeted hits, to do kidnappings, what have you. And that was the first videos. And this is what you see as well. It is done by online platforms. It is done by social media. They recruit kids up to 12 years old. Kids up to 12 years old. And they recruit it, and they give them a gun, they give them a phone, and they send them away. And what these criminals do, they separate them from the crime, using these vulnerable kids for them. So we, as Europol, we'd like to support these member states in this growing threat that we see, not by going after these kids, because that is easy. They always get apprehended, but going after the networks behind it, the recruiters, the brokers, the instigators. So this is one of the challenges that we see as well. So basically, this concludes my presentation. I wanted to give you an overview of the landscape we see on cocaine, synthetic drugs. I wanted to see how we do the response in a data-driven way, with data, as a people, and as an operations hub. And I wanted to give you some insights in the challenges we face in technology, in international outreach, but also in the violence, specifically now concerning minors. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krach, for your very, very interesting presentation. We now move to the presentation by Mr. Cezary Luba. Mr. Luba, you have the floor for up to 15 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Cezary Luba, and I'm head of the Central Bureau of Investigation of the Polish police, whose mission is to fight organized crime, including organized drug crime. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank the previous speaker, Mr. Krach, for his presentation, where he discussed fight against drug crime in the Europol context. It's very important that we understand this because fighting drugs requires synergies across borders, and the role of Europol cannot be overestimated as a data exchange hub and as a supporting center and as a forensic analytical toolbox for Europe. And may I emphasize the role of impact, the European platform that has been used by Poland quite effectively. Now, drug crime is one of the most threatening kinds of crimes in Europe. And Europe is awash with drugs, as we heard. We have synthetic drugs and catimons, whose production of them in Europe is unprecedented. And in order to fight against this, concerted action across borders is critical. Therefore, the key instrument is impact. Impact that helps you coordinate operations and helps you hit criminals with full force and effect. Drug trade in Poland is one of the top threats for internal security. It's an evolving problem. Criminals adapt, and the sheer size of the problem is growing. Why is it such a major threat? Because it doesn't happen in isolation. It is interlinked with other serious crime, such as trafficking in humans, trafficking in weapons, and financial fraud. And the drugs and the smuggling of drugs appears to be one of the most popular sources of funding for other criminal activities. Poland has, unfortunately, a strong position in the European map. People are in charge of production, distribution, cryptocurrencies, and online frauds. Obviously, drugs create a number of social problems, not only financial deficits, but also they obviously affect human life and human health and the society. The brutality and violence around drugs as gangs fight one another lead to people being battered and people being killed. And we have strategic issues. Ports of entry, for example, are strongly affected by drug crime. Now, let's look at the challenges. We have seen the trade in drugs being one of the fastest growing types of crime. Criminal groups are extremely agile and adaptable, and they are often creative. They use innovation techniques, and they abuse mobility and globalization. They will use Rotterdam and Antwerp that used to be the hubs of innovation. And when it comes to South American drugs, now they are increasingly being captured by law enforcement. Therefore, crime moves to the south and to the east. Another important trend is the change in methodology. Instead of large shipments, criminals use fragmentation, and they use fragmented and distributed means of sending drugs. more and more often. Third countries are used as transit hubs, West Africa, the Balkans, and some South European countries, which these countries function as buffers, which temporarily store drugs before they are sent to Europe. One of the biggest challenges that changed the drug landscape in Europe is the growth in the synthetic drugs. Catimons and synthetic cocaine are on the rise, and the sources of these drugs are close to the doorstep. They are produced in European Union. Therefore, our fight against this crime must evolve. Existing techniques of scrutinizing shipments from South America no longer provides any chance of us to be effective. We have to anticipate legal regulations. Not all substances are quickly identified and banned. We have to act preemptively. Then, obviously, we have to follow the money, especially in the darknet, where all transactions are anonymous and where cryptocurrencies are used frequently. The latter make law enforcement work quite challenging. This mode of drug sales means that if you have not been exposed to drug crime, you may now easily be affected by it, because everything is done online and in the digital world. Drug crime in Europe is now being transformed. The biggest challenge is the increase of the production capacities for synthetic drugs. Only a dozen years or so, we observed that Europe was the destination market for heroin and cocaine. Today, it is more and more a production base for new synthetic drugs. Criminals use legal lacuna and loops, and they find gaps in the system, and they find it quite easy to get the engineering talent for the production. And the time to market of new drugs is very short, and substances are found in the market which are yet not identified chemically, and it is therefore much more difficult to enforce them. Then we have long supply chains where precursors are sourced legally, but then they are diverted into illegal drug production. So some of the precursors might be imported legally. Over the recent years, we have seen a number of cases where large-scale laboratories of synthetic drugs were located in the EU, and the product was targeting not only Europe but also other continents. In summary, the increase of production capabilities of synthetic drugs is a major threat for law enforcement. It calls for concerted action with respect to monitoring, and it requires more agile response from lawmakers, and it requires more efficiency and effectiveness on the part of the law enforcement community. Another challenge as we fight drug crime is are gaps in border flows. As Europe has no borders, therefore it is very difficult to follow the drugs. And by the way, criminals stress tests transport corridors and points of entry, often in order to understand the weaknesses and vulnerabilities. The largest seaports of Antwerp, Hamburg, or Rotterdam apparently are the biggest vulnerability. They process millions of large containers, and only few of them are inspected. So criminals corrupt port officials, port employees, and they use innovative hiding methods. They also use unconventional routes. They often use ports in the south and west and east of Europe, where scrutiny is, or discipline is lower. Then courier shipments and letters are also used. Small amounts of drugs such as fentanyl and its derivatives are transported through these methods because minimum amounts are good enough, and European systems are not capable of monitoring such large numbers of parcels or letters. The final key challenge is the lack of harmonization of laws and regulations. Of course, criminals understand it only too well, and they use it to their advantage. The lack of harmonized approach to border control and border inspection allows groups to manipulate the border bureaucracy by avoiding high focus and high attention areas. So therefore, we not only have to collaborate, but also we have to improve our monitoring systems. Another challenge is the conflict in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine not only has destabilized the region, but it has created new opportunities for criminal groups which have quickly adapted to the changed environment. The weakened border inspections and the shifting priorities of law enforcement have created ample space for criminals. One of the most serious impacts of the war is the heightened vulnerability of borders. On the one hand, Ukraine had to reorganize its uniformed services in order to fight the enemy, which affected the borders. On the flip side, the sheer number of humanitarian aid is making difficult for Ukraine to filter out criminals. Importantly enough, the regional market for drugs is different. Some traditional substances have become unavailable because of the closed corridors. So replacements are found. Catechol and opioids, artificial synthetic drugs are most often, and the street methadone, a mixture of unknown substances, has become the key product for syringe drug takers. And obviously, perpetrators flourish and flourish because of the war, and they feed on the war. Not to mention the fact that trauma created by the war means more propensity to take drugs and perhaps greater access to drugs. So directly and indirectly, the war in Ukraine has changed the drug market. On the one hand, border scrutiny is weakened. New trading routes have become apparent, and the demand may be greater. This requires effective collaboration, exchange of information, and a joint design rather of our response. It is key that member states of the European Union collaborate through impact which is its major assets. Not only does impact facilitate operations, but it creates capabilities by providing funding and day-to-day support for operations. One of the most important aspects of impact is the sharing of operational information. Europol, as a hub, plays an important role as it provides both analytical expertise and is a catalyst for all other countries. The assessment of Europol's ability to or success in implementing impact is quite promising, and we have seen tangible results. Impact guides measures against drug traffickers. OTFs create a great tool to fight criminal networks. This multifaceted approach means that we can use a number of different aspects of the crime to identify its perpetrators. There is low-value and high-value grant mechanism in impact that can provide funding for operational activities, and the quick access to this money is of vital importance. Poland has used this mechanism both as a client and as a group leader for synthetic drug response teams. And we have seen strategic developments in Wieliczka in Poland. We organized the first impact driver meeting, a key development for the future shape of the platform. We were focusing on assessing the past successes and identifying priorities for the platform going forward, and the meeting was attended by the European Commission Council and relevant institutions such as Frontex. And impact is the key instrument in fighting transnational drug crime, and thanks to efficient financial management, this platform allows and provides capabilities to exercise quick response to protect Europe against organized drug crime. Poland chairs HDG for anti-drug activities. This is a forum, high-level forum, where parties develop strategies to fight drugs in Europe. And of course, this discussion is part and parcel of this process as we seek ways to coordinate our activities. Polish presidency gives us an enormous opportunity to take concrete steps in operations, in policy, and in building international networks.
The Polish presidency in 2025 is a unique opportunity to strengthen European mechanisms to fight drug-related crime and impact the long-term policy of the EU in this respect. We have to shape priorities and coordinate the work of the different countries. As part of the presidency, we focus on a number of priorities. Number one is the renewal of the 2011 Pact Against Synthetic Drugs. This was signed during the Polish first presidency. This is to do with the growing threat of the production of synthetic drugs and the new technologies used for the production. It is necessary to update the document because this will allow EU countries to react to these threats better and to limit their availability on the European market. Number two is a new EU drugs policy and a detailed working plan for the coming years. The Polish presidency will try to develop a document that will combine an interdisciplinary approach, including public health and security aspects as well. Poland will represent the EU during the 68th United Nations conference in March. That will help us develop a common approach and stance on narcotic drugs. For the first time in history, Poland has proposed its own motion for the session of the UN Commission on Narcotic Drugs pertaining to neutralizing the production locations of synthetic drugs. We are also planning to organize 2 accompanying events to promote impact together with the Netherlands and together with Finland to promote the Polish resolution. Another important aspect is the strengthening of international cooperation outside the EU. We will continue our dialogue with the USA, Ukraine, Brazil, Moldova, and also Central Asian countries in order to coordinate our efforts better, to monitor the trade routes and the smuggling routes, and to be able to clamp down on the supply chains. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity to present the key tasks and challenges that we're facing and the role of Europol as our key partner in this respect. This meeting is a great opportunity to emphasize the value of a coordinated approach and joint activities like impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luba, for your presentation. Dear colleagues, we will now to move to our discussion. The floor will be given alternately to 2 members of national parliaments and 1 member of the European Parliament until the list of speakers is exhausted. I propose that we'll collected 3 questions from deputies, and after answer our expert. Please limit your contribution to no more than 1 minute, so the colleagues have the time to address their question. Members are kindly invited to indicate clearly whether the questions are addressed to Mr. Krach or to Mr. Luba. We can start? Yes. Mr. Sori Sondengard, Denmark, as first.
Okay.
Madame Liliane Tencu, France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La question des stupéfiants nous concerne tous.
Thank you very much, Chair. The issue of drugs is pertinent to all of us. It also impacts public health, and it's one of the largest crime aspects in Europe, and it also feeds other types of crime, as you yourselves have said, such as money laundering, corruption, and such. As a member from Brittany, where a lot of port cities are located, I'm fully aware of the challenges related to illicit trade in drugs, which the impact of which is felt even in the countryside, not just in cities. And it's a big threat to public order, public health, and so on. Now, at the French Parliament, we will try to increase the budget to fight drugs, since their impact is larger and larger, as is the number of victims. I actually have many questions, but first of all, I would like to learn about the new systems that Europol is planning to introduce to fight drugs in Europe. My second question is, Has Europol seen any change in the routes along which drugs are distributed in Europe?
Ms. Raquel Garcia Hermida van der Wallen, European Parliament. Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentations. I see with alarm that corruption is one of the topics that you're addressing, and as the rapporteur for the new anti-corruption directive of the European Parliament, I can reassure you to the officers of Europol that the mandatory exchange of information via the Siena system will be one of our priorities, and we hope to be able to achieve that. And then my question for Mr. Krag is regarding fireworks, because we see that criminal groups trafficking drugs, especially in the Netherlands, often use heavy pyrotechnic articles or heavy fireworks in their operations. So my question is if you see a cross-relation or a crossover between these two fields across the EU, and if you would agree that further regulation in the area of heavy fireworks could contribute to countering these criminal groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. And Mr. Lazaros Savardiris, Greece.
Dear colleagues, Greece is strategically located between three continents and is characterized as one of the gateways of drugs in Europe. The country is a destination for quantities for domestic consumption, but also a transit point for other countries in Europe. Therefore, criminal drug trafficking networks exploit both the geographical location of Greece and its particular geomorphological characteristics, which include extensive land and sea borders, which are also EU borders. Through the analysis of the main methods of action of organized crime in Greece and the migratory flows that entered the Greek territory, illegal immigration emerges as a factor that favors the flourishing of organized crime. Have you conducted an analysis on how illegal immigration is linked to drug trafficking in Europe?
Thank you very much. Now we have answer. Our expert, I propose 2 minutes for our expert for answer. Yes? Mr. Krach and Mr. Luba.
All right. I'll try to answer the questions in this order. There was a question on the routes. Did we see any changes in routes? Well, yes, we have. We saw a drop of seizures in the main ports, Antwerp, Rotterdam, and Hamburg, but we see the move to secondary ports. So we see a change in routes, definitely. So those are the small changes. But as said, there's also a big change in routes, and that is the more strategical change. Is that what we see? Is that we see not only the direct route from Latin America to Europe, but now we see the route from Latin America to West Africa to Europe. And that route from West Africa to Europe is not only via sea, but it's also with air as well, with cargo air. That's what we see as well. As for the methods that we see in tackling these drug traffickers, not to reiterate, but of course we try to do it data-driven. So we want to collect the large data sets. And it's not only on encrypted phones, but it is large data sets in general. Why? Because then we can add the most value as an analysis hub. International outreach to the countries outside Europe, and we do the systemic approach. And just a couple examples of these systems that we're doing. One, for instance, we call it MATCH. It is the Maritime Anti-Trafficking Coordination Hub. And there we provide operational, we provide strategical support to drug trafficking, specifically within the maritime routes. And another example in this question is the Drug Liaison Task Force, in which we liaise with member states, but also third countries, for instance with Colombia, to connect on a personal level, to connect the people so that we can connect the information. Concerning the question on pyrotechnics, the question on regulations, it is not up to us to talk about regulations, but what we see an increased use, of course, of pyrotechnics, besides the use of weapons and violence, accompanying these organized crime groups, these drug groups. And fourthly, the question was on the smuggling. Did we see any mixing or intertwining of, I believe, migrant smuggling with drug smuggling? We have some incidences, but we have not seen it systemically yet.
Thank you very much. Mr. Luba wants to? No? Okay. Second group of questions. Madame Lena Dupont, European Parliament.
Thanks, Chair. And just rather two quick questions. One is basically on the question of, we see, and you talked about the port initiative, but ports also as point of entry. Whenever we see that the infrastructure, also the controls at the border, at the ports are enlarged, we see a direct diverting away to smaller points of entry, be it ports or other ways. Maybe you can say also a few words on that, on how to address that. And the second question, we all know that whether it's crime, whether it's trafficking or smuggling, it will only be really successful if also the judiciary side can follow up as fast as possible. So maybe you can also say a few words on how we could actually further the cooperation, improve the cooperation between the police, the law enforcement side, and the judicial side here as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think that Madam asked about efficiency of judiciary system. Pan senator,
Senator Grzegorz Fedorowicz, the Polish Senate. Thank you very much. My question is to do with the war in Ukraine. There's a group of narcotics Which group of drugs is perceived as the biggest threat in the context of the war in Ukraine, and what mechanisms can be used to counteract this problem?
Thank you. Now, Mr. Pasqualino Penza, Italy.
Sì, grazie. Volevo innanzitutto
Thank you. I would like to thank the speakers who have presented the landscape and the strategies in a very clear way. We have learned about what Europol is doing as part of the EU as far as the fighting drug trafficking is concerned. Now, my question is as follows. This question is about synthetic drugs that are not classified on the official lists. What tools are used to be able to fight the trafficking of those substances? They are not listed as prohibited substances, they are not listed as drugs or narcotics, but they are being sold and used as such, probably because these official lists may not be updated as often as they should. How do you fight that?
Time for answer, Mr. Krach, now.
All right. I'll try to summarize the questions in answers. First, on the Port Alliance. Of course, we support the Port Alliance initiative. I think it has been successful. One of the examples that we saw, of course, was the example of the PIN fraud that was opened with the initiative. But also, as you said, we see the impacts of the measurements, and we see a number, the confiscation, the seizures have dropped within these harbors. And then directly into your second question is then we see the different variations. We see the secondary harbors, we see the different routes, we see the different measurements, we see, for instance, these drop-offs. And then your question, so how do we respond to that? What is the response? The response is not only the Ports Alliance initiative. I think it should be a comprehensive response with these effective initiative, with effective inspections in these ports, but also an approach on the actions against all the other measurements that have been taken by drug criminals, for instance, on the maritime drop-offs. And as an example, we work now closely together with MAOC, the other agency, to develop a plan on these maritime drop-offs in the North Sea. This is actually an action of criminals adapting to the successes of the Ports Initiative, of the Ports Alliance, excuse me. To the Ukraine, the drug trafficking in the Ukraine. First of all, besides the war, the Ukraine has always been a transit country of drugs. So drugs move through the Ukraine, for instance, on heroin. Nevertheless, during the war, our cooperation with the Ukraine law enforcement has been good. Our information sharing with the Ukraine law enforcement also has not changed, and we actually have conducted a couple of cases with the Ukraine on a different kind of drugs. We call it Flaka. It was an MPS that we supported as Europol. The last question you had on synthetic drugs. Synthetic drugs that is actually not being, not illegal yet. In these cases, we work closely together with the EUDA. EUDA we do on early warnings on new types of drugs. So if a drug is new, if it is not on the list yet, we work closely together with EUDA. And when it is on the list, then we can do investigative measures. We can support member states.
Thank you very much. Mr. Luba now.
If I may add something, I would like to address the question about the conflict in Ukraine. Like I said in my presentation, it's mostly opioids and synthetic drugs, but the way that can be fought against is by strengthening your border controls and by having good international cooperation, and in particular, a good system for sharing information using, for example, channels available through Europol. Now, about the uncontrolled substances, in Poland, we use our pharmaceutical law for substances that are not yet on the drugs list, and the Polish criminal code as well. In the Polish criminal code, if someone causes a threat to public health, that is something that's punishable, and you can use this provision if a criminal group is dealing drugs that are not officially on the drugs register.
Next group of questions, Mr. Fabrizio Leggeri, European Parliament.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ma première question
Thank you. My question number one is to both speakers. I would like to talk about the market for cocaine, heroin, and also synthetic drugs. Maybe the consumers should be the group that's the subject of interest if a purely police approach or judicial approach is insufficient. Do you have any ideas of what solutions could be introduced on the European level to address the consumers? My second question is about border controls and the authorities that are responsible for that. There should be good cooperation between law enforcement, customs services, and border services in the EU. I'm specifically referring to Europol, Frontex, and the individual national customs services. Could you brief me on what the situation is in this respect?
Oui, merci encore pour cette troisième.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this third session. And I would like to go back to the issue of the wide-ranging diversity of drugs and how they are transported to Europe and then distributed inside Europe. Question number one is about how you evaluate your cooperation with third countries. Is there any systemic evaluation? If we have member states that are in particular danger of the trade from the Mediterranean or from the East, do these countries receive any special aid And secondly, do you use AI and other new technologies in order to improve the detectability and the traceability of those drug dealers?
Mr. Nikos Ketiros, Cyprus.
Thank you, Mr. President. During our last meeting in Brussels, we were informed that drug traffickers are hidden through layers of shell companies for money laundering, which extend to other criminal activities. In this respect, we underlined once more that such companies also exist in the occupied areas of Cyprus, where there is no government control, and through these companies, properties of Greek Cypriots are usurped by Turkey for money laundering. Recently, there has been a rapid increase in the use of artificial intelligence, which is expected to increase further. How can Europol help detecting and tackling the dark web drug trade? How can Europol support national law enforcement authorities in the field of drug trafficking with new tools in the use of artificial intelligence? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 3 questions because one question was repeat, and I would like be more precise because there's very important question presented by Madam Deputy from French. Does Europol know what is time of penal process in European countries? Under the card in national level, in case of crime against crime in traffic smuggling. But there's a question efficiency between efficiency police and state as a whole. Mr. Krach.
To start off with the first question on cocaine, heroin, and synthetic drugs, how can we tackle it not only from the supply side, but also from the demand side? Of course, if you tackle drugs, it has to be a comprehensive approach of both. We as Europol, we look at the supply side, we look at the repression side, we support investigations, so that would be more effective on the supply side. On the other hand, it is obvious that you also have to think about prevention side on the demand side, with awareness, etc., etc. That is not our realm, but both of them are collided, both of them are connected. As for border control cooperation, of course, we work closely together with one of the other European agencies, that is Frontex, not only on migrant smuggling, but on everything else on border control. But also, for instance, we have liaison officers of customs within Europol working, that we can connect and that we can collaborate with. As for the question on systemic evaluation on cooperation with third countries, as said in the presentation, we just want to increase our international outreach. We have to work together with all the third countries that are actually source countries or transit countries of drugs. The evaluation is not up to us. There was another question on drugs related to the dark web. We have a dedicated dark web team in Europol. It coincides in our European Cybercrime Center, and it is solely focusing on supporting investigations on dark web for criminal investigations. And the last question I understood was on money laundering. This refers to our point of getting a systemic approach to criminal networks. So if we look at a criminal network, we look at all the elements. It is the elements of the commodity, the trade, it's the elements of the violent, it is the element of the corruption, but it is also the element of the financial part. So we look at all those elements simultaneously from the start.
Mr. Luba wants to...
Jeśli chodzi o pytanie, które dotyczyło
when it comes to questions about drug consumers, to put it colloquially, we have been working hand in hand with the Ministry of Health in this country, and the Ministry of Health is responsible for drug prevention. As far as our participation in HDG, Poland is represented by both police and the Ministry of Health. We want the health department to be involved in creating drug prevention policy. A question on collaboration with other law enforcement services. We have had intense collaboration with other law enforcement agencies. I see no problem whatsoever. We often share databases, so the case of Poland can serve as a model, I believe. Now, collaboration with third countries and the use of modern technology to monitor dark web, for example. Third countries, we've had a very good collaborative arrangement with Ukraine, both in terms of joint police operations and exchange of information about individuals who are of Ukrainian nationality and operate here. As far as darknet crime, we have a dedicated team that is specialized in monitoring this corner of the web. But I would like to provide no further details on that.
Ms. Sasia Brickmont, European Parliament.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both of you for your presentations and already the answers you've been given. The recent, and not that recent violence in our capitals are triggering political reaction, but I'm really happy to listen to you today and bringing this holistic approach that is needed. There's no one single solution, no easy solution to tackling drug trafficking. I think Europol and EUDI have been alerting for years about the situation that is now on the public space, right? And so I really think this is also the political message that I need to pass today in the role that we play here, is that we need this holistic approach, both at member state level and EU level. I would like to hear you also on the setting up of the AMLA, Anti-Money Laundering Agency. It's almost operational since we are now deciding on the members of the management board. How do you see the future collaboration with this agency? Also with the EUDA, because it hasn't been mentioned much, even though you mentioned it. And how do you see also the conclusion of the international agreements with several Latin American countries? Will this bring change on the ground in your view that we have finally agreements between the EU and those countries? I heard that there's a lack of money at Commission level to really bring these agreements to a conclusion. So I also insist at member state level for the Polish presidency, who made it rightfully a priority, to push for the conclusion of those agreements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Maximilian Kölner, Autriche, Austria. Absent. Mr. Fabiano Figueiredo, Portugal.
Thank you very much. Cocaine is produced in the global south, as it was extensively demonstrated in the presentation, but it is intended for consumption in the global north. Europe has 21% of all world cocaine users. The drug production in the global south has increased as it has the sophistication, the violence and internationalization of criminal networks that control cocaine production and distribution. It is, of course, important to combat these networks. However, we must ask ourselves whether decades of the same strategy will produce different results in the present and in the futures. I ask if Europe wouldn't be safer if we opted globally for a policy of decriminalization and legalization of at least some drugs, as several countries have done, learning from decriminalization experience such as Portugal's and taking advantage of the public challenge launched by Colombian President Gustavo Petro to take a different approach to cocaine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander Weithatem, Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. I have also a question about the smaller ports and even the inland ports which are used for drugs trafficking. Can you say something about, Mr. Krag, about the port authorities and their position? Do they have enough possibilities to tackle this crime? And then about the drugs production and the trade. What about the cooperation with local governments? Are the local governments enough in position to cooperate with Europol and other organizations to tackle this drugs criminality? And what about West Africa? What needs Europol to combat this route more effectively? And at last, in Syria, the former regime had a Captagon network of drugs. Can you say something about that network and the effects on Europe and the terrorist finance position? Thank you.
Thank you for question. Time for answers, Mr. Krag.
First of all, let me start that we really cooperate, and we really want to intensify cooperation, of course, with the EUDA, with the AMLA, of course, and with Eurojust. For instance, with Eurojust, we have the number of JITs that we are connected to. These JITs are probably increasing. As for the EUDA, we do our early warnings. We look at the trends. There was a question on what happens when there are not illegal drugs yet. We look at these trends and see how we can do approaches in health. As for these new agencies, the AMLA, we have our EFEC, our European Financial Economics Center as well, and they will look their close cooperation with AMLA. As for Latin America, of course, Latin America is a source and it is source countries and there are transit countries. So we need to cooperate with them. So what are the needs? There was another question as well. The needs are, of course, that we want to deploy our staff to do analysis. Vice versa, we want them to deploy their staff in Europol as well, so that they can bring their expertise. And of course, if we want to do investigations, if we want to share information, then we need working arrangements as well with these countries. As for, there was a question on Captagon and in Syria. Captagon is limited in the EU. It is limited. So for now, we don't see any big threats on the Captagon from Syria. As from port authorities, again, we have this port alliance, and it is a combination of facts. It is, of course, the security, what was mentioned. Port authorities can do security. They can do it by cooperating with private parties. They can do it by cooperating with their customs. And we, from a Europol perspective, we substantiate, we support by supporting in investigations. So it's a combination of investigations and security. The question of is security enough, is investigations enough? We can always do more with more. And I think I missed one question.
Local governments.
There was a question on local authorities. Do we need the info from local? In general, if you want Europol to create the most added value in analysis, we need all the information. And if we get the information also from the local authorities, we can conduct the most extensive, most elaborate, most advanced analysis.
Thank you very much. Mr. Luba wants to present additionally opinions.
W zasadzie, panie senatorze, chyba jedyne pytanie.
The only question that I feel competent to take is decriminalization. Any country has its own policy with respect to decriminalization. From the point of view of law enforcement, police in Poland, the current laws and regulations appear to be sufficient. Of course, we have been monitoring countries which have decriminalized drugs, and we observe changes in the drug markets, and we do learn from that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next group of questions. Madame Domenica Spinelli, Italy.
Grazie Presidente. Europol, come indicato nella sua attività.
Thank you, Chair. Europol, as has already been indicated in its program documents, is likely to focus on prevention and the resilience of logistical centers and intensified fight on drug-related criminality in the coming years. Has the focus on ports brought any specific positive outcomes? I used to be a mayor myself, and my municipality had a drug addict services center, San Patrignano. This is where young people regain their life and dignity and they learn how to live again. And I know only too well how this process is structured, and I know how terrible losses are sustained by people who have been addicted. Now, we have an extensive plan to prevent fentanyl, which I take pride in as a mother and as a public official, because I believe this should be strengthened, and under the Maloney government, this is yet another positive development. Thank you.
Sorel, European Parliament.
Mr. Sorel, European Parliament. Monica Sorel, sorry.
Les immenses efforts déployés par Europol, manifestement, nous sommes face à un raz-de-marée et les solutions déployées ne répondent pas aux défis.
Europol operations have unfortunately been sufficient. Therefore, we need a comprehensive and cross-cutting approach. Mr. Leggeri asked about consumers. I would like to ask a different question. What is the amount of money in terms of assets you have seized from drug operators? How much weapons have you seized in Europe? And what sanctions have been taken vis-à-vis countries that are source countries? If they are not collaborative, I would like to ask my colleagues in Poland, because Poland is holding the presidency in the EU. Can Poland support this? And can other countries learn from you? Because what you've been doing seems very reasonable. Thank you very much, Chair. A number of topics have already been raised and a number of questions have been answered, but there's one that hasn't. And I am referring to the Senate committee in France, investigative committee that is looking into drugs, that is as a result of a bill that was unanimously voted, which is quite a rare development. It's currently in the National Assembly. I haven't seen this being spoken spoken about. Maybe some people are trying to sweep something under the carpet, and that is the corruption among government officials. What is the view of Europol when it comes to the corruption of public officials in Europe? Have you analyzed this? Have you conducted any measures in that respect? And we're obviously talking about this in the context of ports and the work with port authorities. Thank you.
Mr. Krach.
So on the first question, the focus on the ports, the question was, our focus on the ports, has it been effective? I think our focus on the ports has been effective. And there are a couple of examples actually that we've been doing. First, what the example is an operation we ran, and it is a public-private partnership operation. We went on the PIN code fraud. That was actually successful. The PIN code fraud that was in the ports, for people who don't know it, and we succeeded in actually preventing those PIN code frauds. Actually, this also is a request for the mandate of Europol as well on collaborating more with private parties, because private parties in ports are one of the most important parties. Another project is project on corrupt port employees, which we support as well as Europol. So the question on the answer, is the focus in the ports, has it been effective? I think yes, and one of the examples of that, of one of the instances, is the reaction of the criminals themselves, because we have seen them adapt, we have seen lower seizures, we have seen them moving to other methods, to other ways of concealing of trafficking, and that is directly linked to all the efforts that have been done in these ports. On the question on exact statistics on money or money from drug criminals that have been seized, I don't have any statistics with me now, but we can give an answer in written at a future moment, at a future notice. And the last question was on corruption. Well, as we said, most of these criminal organizations, they use corruption. Almost 60% they use corruption. They actually corrupt. They actually corrupt. So we don't have exact numbers, but if you're asking the question, are these criminals, are they corrupting society? The answer is yes.
Yes. Unfortunately, there is a very important problem. Mr. Luba?
Jeśli chodzi o pytanie dotyczące sojuszu portowego.
About the port alliance, Poland understands the value of the port alliance, and we want to continue these operations as part of our presidency. In late April, there's a meeting in Gdańsk, the aim of which is to emphasize the significance of European ports as far as crime in general and drug crime in particular is concerned. Now, about the question concerning corruption, I would be hard-pressed to reply to that. Here in Poland, we haven't had too many cases concerning corruption that's related to drugs.
Mr. Paulo Moniz, Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, on the last meeting in Brussels, I had the opportunity to refer to the problems of the drugs in Azores, the islands of Portugal. We do have a major issue because the drugs and all the products that are used on the producing of the drugs get into Azores through sea, through the ports, and by plane. And one of the things that is absolutely amazingly is that after all these years, we are not able to control neither the origin, neither the business, and not even the huge impact on a local community. And on the last meeting we had in Brussels, I asked what was being done by Europol connecting with the member state Portugal and the local authorities to finally attack and address this issue. And I renew my question and ask from the last meeting what was in concrete being done. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Caterina Cinici, our President, European Parliament.
Sì, grazie. Io voglio intanto ringraziare il signor Krah.
Thank you. I would like to thank Mr. Krah and Mr. Luba for their presentations. I have two questions, and I'll try to keep them short. Number one is that drug trafficking is more or less half of the 821 organized criminal groups that are active in the EU. The drug trade is related to other types of crimes, as we have heard. There's very good cooperation between police forces in Europe, but I would like to ask both Mr. Luba and Mr. Krah whether they think it's possible and whether it will be effective to have a network of police forces modeled on Eurojust. And what I mean is that we would have a network, because at Eurojust, these are the prosecutors from the member states who specialize in drug-related proceedings. So maybe it would make sense to create a similar structure among police forces. And my second question is about the abuse of children in the context of drugs. Now, among the 2025 targets for Europol, as far as fighting the drug trafficking scene is concerned, there is a mention about expanding Mr. Krach's unit in order for it to cover modern communication tools that the criminals use. The abuse of children, and also the fact that the criminals are using the services of teenagers is very important, and the recruitment is mostly done online. So how can we possibly fight against the techniques of, for example, gamification? Because gamification is also used to recruit those young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Organized crime is a serious and cross-border issue. Finland in the north is an integral part of the European drug market. Drugs are smuggled through ports and with heavy truck, as is the case elsewhere in Europe. Due to the central importance of ports, organized criminal groups, for example, exploit ports for various illegal and harmful purposes, or may attempt to disrupt their operations. Among other things, the smuggling lot of drugs, weapons, and people passes through ports. The Finnish government proposes to expand the security clearance law so that in the future, basic security clearances by the Finnish Security Intelligence Service could be conducted for port workers. In ports handling in international traffic, conducting security clearance would internally become mandatory for certain employees with access to critical information. So I ask, how could Europe act more uniformly with security things and security clearances for port workers? And are there similar measures in place to combat the activities of criminal groups in other European ports? And have Europol some advice for us? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. And last voice from Deputies Area, Mr. Mirosław Gregorowicz, Slovenia.
Gregoric. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On the last meeting of Europol last year and before, we were told that about 100 tons of cocaine is seized annually during the recent years. And we were also told that only about 1 to 2% of shipping containers are inspected in EU ports. My question is, do you have any assessment? What amount would be seized if a much larger percentage of containers were inspected? And why is it this number, 1 or 2%? Is this driven by economic reasons of ports to the expense of EU citizens? That's my first question. And the second is just a small one. I just wonder whether Europol is cooperating with UNODC in Vienna on the drugs issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and time for answer in the end of on this element of our discussion. Mr. Krak.
First, a question from Portugal on what is the effect of what we actually are doing in tackling drug traffickers. And yes, we realize that it is an uphill battle, but I believe thoroughly that we are successful. We have been more successful in the last couple of years. The number of seizures have been higher, the number of arrests have been higher, and we also detect new trends. For instance, one trend that is detected in Portugal, in fact, is a trend of extraction labs. So what do we see? We see that drug has been washed into other materials, for instance in clothes, and we see a high rise of extraction labs founded in Portugal. And now we connect with Portugal law enforcement on actually supporting them in the operations and countering these extraction labs. As for a drug trafficking and network, well, I believe in Europol, at least, we already have a network. In Europol, there are more than 300 liaison officers working, and we have more than 53 countries there collaborating closely together, besides the fact that we also have a drug liaison task force. So the question, do we have to create a network? I think we already have a network in Europol. The question from violence as a service by minors, which of course is a big worry for us as well. The online recruitment. What is the platform used for recruitment? It is online. It is on these platforms. It is social media. We have some tools on that. We have our internet referral unit, which we can do referrals. We connect with them, for instance, for example, with the Swedish. We have been heavily involved in this recruitment. We'll connect together to see how we can do more conduct recruitment. But basically, our strategy in tackling this new phenomenon is first of all trying to block this online, and that is by the IRU. The second is investigations. It is disrupting these networks. It is disrupting the recruiters. It is disrupting the instigators. It is disrupting the enablers. And thirdly, is also looking at the awareness prevention side, because it is youth that has been instigated. It's youth that is going to this gamification that actually think these kind of operations are normal. So it's a three-way comprehensive approach that we're doing together with the countries. As for the question on security clearance and port workers, this is basically one of the topics which is in the Port Alliance. We are not directly involved in that as in support investigations, but we are happy to support in all kinds of advice that we give. And yes, if you ask if it is important that port workers have a security clearance, yes, our answer is yes, of course. And lastly, the question of either 2% of shipping containers that are being inspected at EU ports. Well, what we see already a lot of measurements have been taken by port authorities, by customs and police in the last years. And I do believe that they have been successful because, as said, the numbers of seizures have been dropped. We see the impact of these measurements. We see it in our data. We see it in criminals trying to adapt and find new ways. And they're finding new ways in going to secondary ports, in doing drop-off methods, so not going to ports, in doing semi-submersibles, etc. These are actually the effects of a successful initiative in the ports. But then again, higher inspection in the ports will not automatically lead to higher seizures in the ports, because it is a comprehensive aspect. So if you really want to tackle it, we have to look at it more holistically, more comprehensive. Of course, the inspection in the EU ports, but also other actions that have to be taken to these drop-offs, to these submersibles, to these other methods, modus of operandis that these criminals are doing.
Mr. Luba, in the end of discussion?
W zasadzie odpowiadając na pytanie pani dotyczące.
In principle, when we had this question about basically having a duplication of Eurojust for narcotic-related crime, I think I would repeat what our colleague from Europol said. There is no point trying to open a door that is already open in the form of Eurojust. At Europol, we have working groups for synthetic drugs and for the other types of drugs, and we're able to exchange any information we need as part of those networks, and the same pertains to police operations. So I think the tools that we have in place are sufficient in the form of those cooperation networks.
Participate in this part of our debate. Thank you, Mr. Krach and Mr. Luba. Thank you very much for your presentation, for joining us today. It has been a very interesting and intensive and positive debate. That concludes this first scrutiny session. I will now pass to the floor to my colleague, Madam Kinichi.
Grazie, caro co-presidente, cari colleghi delegati del gruppo.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, we will now continue this debate as we move to the second topic for this afternoon. This is the fight against the sexual exploitation of children, online and offline. We have Jean-Philippe Lecouf with us. He's the Europol Deputy Executive Director for Operations, and Antonio Labrador Jimenez, a team leader for the fight against child sexual abuse at DG Home. I thank you for being with us today. And just some housekeeping remarks about how this discussion is going to work. Each speaker will have around about 8 minutes for their presentation, and then we will throw the floor open to questions from JPSG delegates. And again, when you take the floor, please remember to keep it succinct and try to limit your interventions to 1 minute. And this is both for questions and for answers, to make sure we have enough time for everybody. Mr. Lecouf, the floor is now yours. It's 8 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mrs. Co-Chair. Distinguished members of the European Parliament, I should have a presentation that is coming soon. I can see online. If we can put it here, that's okay. Thank you. Child sexual exploitation is certainly the most heinous crime, involving the use of both physical and psychological violence against young victims. Online platforms provide offenders with a never-expanding victim base to carry out sexually explicit interaction or exchanges of imagery, which may also be shared further within online communities of offenders. I will show you now, I will require a bit of your attention. I will show you now 4 slides in a row, and we'll give you some explanation at the end. Please pay attention on the numbers of the first 2 slides. what you just saw is reality. One platform only had more than 400,000 users and more than 1 million posts. Millions of pictures of innocent children, young men and women are exchanged online for money. Networks behind these platforms make enormous profit out of it. Since 10 years, Europol supports member states on investigation into these platforms. We have today nearly 10 million usernames in our database. ChatGPT was a great progress, but with ChatGPT came DarkGPT. For $60 a month, you can get access. And with this DarkGPT, you can assist perpetrators in drafting messages to contact children, groom them, and DarkGPT provides you a text to convince children to take and to share nude pictures in whatever language preferred. And this is not all. Technology drives this crime even further forward. Last year, we had the first case of a chatbot, that is to say, a computer program designed to stimulate conversation with human users. This particular chatbot prompted explicit child sexual exploitation images, for money, of course. Our challenge: who do we need to target as a law enforcement? The offender, is it the chatbot that created this picture, which is not a human? Who is legally responsible of that? But there's more. Maybe some of you are familiar with metaverse. It becomes even harder in the metaverse to detect child sexual exploitations. You have now metaverse with decentralized platforms, with personal control through NFT, encrypted platforms, blockchain integrated, and token economy. What is the solution towards this? For the time being, in law enforcement, we see only one solution, which is the online infiltration. Online undercover agent able to get access to these platforms. Without that, no way to have access. So the most heinous crime goes soon even more under the radar. We need to prevent that and to find a legal and compliant way to tackle this. In our EC3, our European Cybercrime Center, we have a dedicated project named Twins, supporting member states and partners with their investigations since more than 10 years. It's 17 specialists, analysts, that has supported last year 146 cross-border investigations, nearly 30% more than in 2023, and 50% more than in 2021. Via a concept of high-value target task forces, we have identified 78 high-value targets, that is to say, the most dangerous perpetrators in this area, and 34 distributors of child sexual abuse material in the past 2 years. We also cooperate with the NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, a non-profit organization in the US. Via an in-house tool that we have built we received over the past 18 months 780,000 cyber tips in relation to child sexual exploitation from this NECMEC. We, as Europol, have enriched this data and forwarded it to the national law enforcement for further investigations. What are our challenges? Our challenges are technical. Our data is not only about user name or IP addresses. From the cross-border national investigation, we have today nearly 100 million media files, images, videos of child sexual exploitation. With the current tools that we have, today, we have been able to analyze 21 million of this. That is to say 22%. That means that 78% of these files are not yet analyzed. And the number of images and videos keeps growing. Why? Because we don't have the technical solution yet in place. We crucially need artificial intelligence to do this job, advanced technology. But this takes time, not that much for the development, even if it can take time, but also to get the prior consultation with the data protection supervisor and to be approved in line with data protection regulations. It's one of our challenges. Our second challenge that I want to emphasize today is the legal basis. What will be the legal basis for synthetic created data? How we will prosecute large language model like chatbot that people are playing with to put the face of their school friend on a porn video and so on. How are we going collectively to face these challenges? How will we work with online service providers that are disseminating this content? Who will be in the future in the situation to detect new child sexual abuse material online? In 2024, we as law enforcement community welcome the extension of the temporary regulation to receive the data from NECMEC, but these measures expire in 1 year, in April 2026. We need a solution before April 2026. So, Chair, dear members of Parliament, I will repeat myself, but CSA is one of the most heinous crimes, and it is one of the most challenging crimes to fight, and this because of the mass numbers, the large and complex data set, the technological and the legal challenges. But lastly, I would like to end my presentation by saying that thanks to all those who dedicate themselves in the Member States and in Europol to fight the child sexual abuse, their commitment, their courage, and their compassion, because you need courage sometimes to see these pictures and these videos, makes a world safer for the children, but we need your help to be able to face these new challenges. Thank you very much.
Grazie signor Lecouf. Io voglio fare una piccola annotazione a titolo personale. Io da sempre
Thank you very much. I have a personal comment. For a very long time now, I've been working on the protection of minors, amongst other things. And you're right in saying that these are the most appalling and hideous types of crimes. There are actual children behind these numbers, and these children then carry that trauma with them for their whole life. And I want to thank you and your team for your work very much. let me now give the floor to Labrador Jimenez. 8 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished members of Parliament. I want to start my presentation by also thanking everyone that works on this topic, and in particular law enforcement, including Europol, law enforcement across member states. Our work in the European Commission is to support you, support Europol, support law enforcement in member states to prevent and combat these crimes. So I thought that I will use this time to give you an overview of the tools and the initiatives that we have at the European Commission to be helpful to you. First, our work is guided by the EU strategy for a more effective fight against child sexual abuse that we published in 2020, and where, in a holistic way, we made use of all the tools that we have available in the European Commission to be helpful to you and to EU citizens, which are basically three: legislation, funding, and stakeholder engagement or coordination. And this strategy covers all the areas of the crime, not only facilitating investigation and prosecutions, but also prevention and assistance to victims. First, on the legislative initiatives, there is the interim regulation, which basically allows online service providers, and in particular providers of number-independent interpersonal communication services, which in plain language means messaging apps and email services, to detect and report child sexual abuse material in their services. Service providers have been doing that for over 15 years, but it turned out that in the end of 2020, those service providers fell under the e-privacy directive, and they were not allowed to continue doing that. And that's why we had to come up with this interim regulation, which basically derogates certain articles of the privacy directive that prevented these messaging services and email services from continuing that voluntary detection. As Mr. Lecouf has said, that interim regulation expires in April 2026. So before that, we need a long-term solution. But first, I wanted to reflect on why detection in private communications is important, because it lies at the core of the interim regulation, are also at the core of the long-term regulation, and it's frankly the issue that is causing more difficulties in the negotiations, as you can imagine. Well, it's needed because in many cases, it's the only way to rescue the child from ongoing abuse. In many cases, the child is scared. Is not going to go to law enforcement, or it's perhaps not even aware that it's been abused. We are talking about babies that are abused in multiple cases. So the child is not going to go to law enforcement. The parents and carers, they are typically unaware of the abuse. Or, more often than not, they are the abusers themselves. So of course, they are not going to go to law enforcement either. So the only way to rescue that child from the ongoing abuse is if the companies detect the images and videos of the abuse when they are exchanged or the grooming attempts. And we have multiple cases that have shown that thanks to the reports of the companies, those children have been saved. But there is also a prevention aspect of detection. Because offenders, when they look at this material, after a while, they want new material. And the way to generate new material is through new abuses. And also, research shows that there is a direct correlation between viewing this material and hands-on offending. In about 40% of the cases, people who look at this material, they go on and trying to offend on a child hands-on. I have put here a couple of cases of grooming where we see the number of reports of grooming have multiplied by 4 in the last few years. And grooming can lead to child sexual abuse and even more extreme forms of abuse. Europol, 2 weeks ago, published this intelligence notice warning about these rings, criminal rings in internet that contacted children, groomed them, and then they made them do all sorts of horrible things. And then there is organized crime, notably from West Africa, gangs that contact children in the EU and in other parts of the world, pretending to be a girl. They typically contact teenage boys, and they lead them to suicide within hours. That's a form of grooming that happens in private communications, because obviously offenders are not going to contact a child in the wall of Facebook so that everyone can see. They use Facebook Messenger. And they are not going to distribute those images through the Facebook wall, but through Facebook Messenger and messaging applications. And in fact, around 80% of the reports originate from private communications. So that's where the problem is. That's the reality. So the long-term regulation. The interim regulation is meant to be temporary. So we needed a long-term framework. And this legislation that is now being discussed does basically 2 things. The first thing is to put in place obligations on online service providers to first prevent that their services are misused for the distribution of child sexual abuse material or for the grooming of children. And the second thing that it does is to create an EU center to prevent and combat child sexual abuse, so a dedicated agency. We see in this slide that the problem doesn't cease to increase. In 2010, there were 1 million reports globally from the companies. In 2023, there were 36 million reports. And we see that we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg, because 4 companies were responsible for 98% of the reports. Of course, it cannot be that the problem of child sexual abuse is concentrated in those 4 companies. It's just that there are the few companies that are doing something about it. Most of the companies don't do anything. And by the way, it's also time for the EU to do its part, because now we depend to a large extent from the US to receive those reports via the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And needless to say, you see what is the situation in the US now, in particular with funding from the federal government. And NECMEC today provides a service for the world, because only 5% of the reports that it handles concerns the US. 95% of the reports concern the rest of the world. So perhaps it's time that we have our own EU center to be able to receive those reports and to provide that support for member states on prevention and assistance to victims. The EU Center will cooperate very closely with Europol. Its role will not be law enforcement. It will be a facilitator of the work of Europol, for example, by receiving the reports and making sure that they are actionable, that they do not contain false positives, so that Europol can concentrate on enriching those reports and forwarding those reports to law enforcement at national level for action. The implications of this legislation for law enforcement will be better quality reports, so that all the reports that law enforcement in member states receive are actionable, and also better cross-border cooperation and better coordination among actors at national level and EU level. For the companies, the implications will be legal certainty, a level playing field, and clear rules for all the companies across the EU, increased support for their work preventing and combating child sexual abuse, and ultimately cleaner services that will be a better service for their users. The Digital Services Act builds this regulation, builds on the Digital Services Act, whereas the Digital Services Act is a horizontal instrument that covers all types of illegal content. The CSA regulation is a sectorial instrument focused on child sexual abuse. The third legal instrument is the directive, the criminal law instrument from 2011, that includes provisions on the definition of the crimes, the level of penalties, and also provisions on prevention and on assistance to victims. This directive is from 2011, and it also covers the online dimension. And if you can imagine, 2011 to 2025 is 14 years. 14 years in the online world is a different era. So there was a need to update it and to cover things like AI-generated child sexual abuse material, deep fakes, etc. The other novelties that this recast introduces is, for example, the criminalization of the running of a forum, an online forum, to distribute CSAM, in line with the presentation of Mr. Lecouf. And again, the explicit criminalization of bots and AI systems for CSA, child sexual abuse purposes. It also includes new obligations on investigation and prosecutions. For example, mandatory reporting for professionals that are in close contact with children. And it also sets minimum standards when it comes to legislation on the length of statutes of limitations. We see that in some member states, victims cannot seek justice after a number of years because the crimes have expired. We need a uniform approach so that victims can seek prosecution for a sufficient period of time across the EU. And also, to facilitate the work of law enforcement, we have included new possibilities for law enforcement to use investigative tools across the EU, including undercover investigations in the dark web. Finally, we have reinforced also the provisions on prevention and assistance to victims, for example, by making it mandatory that if an employer wants to hire someone for a job that requires a close contact with children, the employer has to require the criminal records of that person. Finally, I want to mention the non-legislative initiatives. We are working on a network on prevention of child sexual abuse that will bring together practitioners and researchers. We see that there is a lot of work being done on prevention, but we also see that not always the different people that work on this talk to each other. So this network will facilitate that these researchers and practitioners work on prevention initiatives that are evaluated, that are tested, that it's clear that they work. There is also the EU Internet Forum that brings together online service providers and member states. And finally, of course, we also provide funding through different instruments, Internal Security Fund and the Horizon Europe for research projects. Finally, what are we going to do in the new mandate? When it comes to legislative initiatives, the key word is implementation. There were a number of initiatives proposed in the last mandate, and now we have to make sure that they are negotiated, that the negotiations conclude, so that we can work on implementation with member states. And on the non-legislative initiatives, we will formalize the prevention network as a formal expert group of the European Commission, and very importantly, the preparation of the next multi-annual financial framework for 2034 that should include funding for projects to prevent and combat child sexual abuse. Thank you very much.
Bene, grazie dottor Labrador Jimenez per...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this presentation. Excellent legislation and excellent measures taken by the European Commission, or at least in the pipeline. Very important tools, I believe, in order to protect the youngest members of our population. I would like to thank both of our guests, and let's move to the Q&A right away. And two representatives of national parliaments will alternate with one MEP until we exhaust the list. As in the previous panel, however, there will be 3 questions at one go, and we will have a collective response to 3 questions each time. If you want, you can address your question to one or the other gentleman, but both are ready to take your questions. So let's start the debate. Round number 1. Nicoletta Spergati, Italy. And again, please observe the limit of time as indicated earlier. Effective fight against the abuse of children and the EU strategy in this dimension is very important. It's essential as we see the growth of this type of crime across the continent. EU legislative proposals are designed to counteract these phenomena. So what measures are actually used by Europol to fight the abuse of children, sexual abuse of children through dark web? Because often this happens as a result of the operation of criminal networks of people who arrive in Europe illegally. Italy is stepping up its border protection, and Italy has been fighting human trafficking. And some of the measures have been already introduced as part of the human trafficking agenda. But we also need to look at this issue broadly, returns policy and other anti-migration, illegal migration measures. Thank you very much. Mirania Minen, Finland.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. It is extremely important that Europe works more closely together to prevent the sexual exploitation of children. This is a big market area for organized crime. The possibilities of generative artificial intelligence and the increased use of social media services by children provide many opportunities for this. On the other hand, stick data protection legislation presents its own challenges for effective intervention and prevention. The Finnish government is addressing the position of violent and sexually explicit material involving children through legislative changes. My question is, how is the tightening and harmonization of penalties viewed in Europe? There are many crimes and the resources of authorities and uncover, investigate and bring them to court are limited, but is there any benefit from this, and is legislation being tightened elsewhere Europe? Thank you.
Grazie. Grazie. Adesso passo la parola alla signora
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Jadwiga Wiśniewska, European Parliament. Thank you very much indeed. I would like to raise an issue of pedophile manuals, pedophile handbooks, known as pedophile handbooks as well. This issue was raised 2 years ago, but I have not found any mentions of these manuals in your presentations. I'm talking about pedophile manuals that discuss ways of building trust with children, how to make sure you leave no traces, how you exploit vulnerabilities of victims. There are even hunting season guidelines, and there are also techniques shared on how you raise the attention of the child, or how you actually start a relationship with a child by, for example, letting the air out of the inner tubes in bicycles in order to help the child. Now, have you seen this as a problem? Do you understand the scale of the pedophile manual phenomenon, and how effective are you in fighting this type of crime, and what measures are taken by national authorities to fight this phenomenon, and what is the role of Europol? I've been monitoring this problem, and I see that the size of the problem is apparently becoming bigger and bigger. I believe these manuals should be at the top of our agenda. The internet is becoming darker and darker, and these pedophile manuals are more widely spread than ever. Thank you very much. We have finished the round of first 3 questions. I would like to give the floor to both gentlemen, Mr. Lacouf and Mr. Labrador Jimenez. Over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will address the question of the dark web. First, well, we are working on the dark web, obviously, even if the part of the grooming is happening in more open platforms. And then after the perpetrators attract the children to go to a more encrypted network or dark web side, we have some tools to use it and to follow. Our main, let's say, challenge is to detect this. As soon as we have detected, we have some tools to do it. It's the same thing for the online gaming platform, where a lot of children are, and where the perpetrators present themselves as children and try to attract the children to other platforms, more encrypted, more small, and then try to engage with them in order to get some sexual abuse material. About the question of harmonization, I will leave the question for my colleague from the Commission. But for sure, harmonization is always something that we are looking for in Europol. Undercover agent, for sure, I mentioned it. I think it's something that is needed. It's authorized in some member states, not for Europol, as it is considered for the time being as a kind of executive power. But I think this could be a question for the future, how we can also have our undercover agent of Europol in these networks. And for the question of the handbooks or the manual that are distributed online, we know that most of the time when we detect, we try to remove them from these online platforms at national level or with Europol. But as I was saying, it's mostly in encrypted platform that these things are exchanged with between perpetrators. I must say that the sexual abusers are the ones that are the most fond of techniques, even more than the drug traffickers. They go for the most updated technologies to hide their crimes because they know that it's one of the most heinous crimes. So they try to hide even more than a drug trafficker. So it's very difficult to have them. But as I show you also, these manuals are now also able to be accessed through a dark GPT, as I show in my... Thank you.
Thank you for these questions. First, on the harmonization of crimes and penalties, child sexual abuse doesn't know borders, and in particular, its online dimension. So there's a clear EU added value to have a common definition of crimes and penalties. And also on the tools that law enforcement can use. Mr. Lecouf mentioned the example of undercover agent. That's why we included provisions so that all member states can make use of these tools. But another example, for example, could be the status of limitation. An offender could take advantage of the fact that these crimes expire very soon in a member state to commit the crimes versus in another member state where these crimes expire much longer. Or another example could be the obligation for employers to request criminal records. We could have an offender in Spain that, for example, decides to work in another member state where there's no obligation for employers for jobs that require a close contact with children to request the criminal records so that this person can continue offending with impunity in that member state. So we need that harmonization. And on the question on pedophile manuals, I'm sorry, I was too fast in my presentation because of time constraints, but it was included in the presentation. The European Parliament sent a letter to the Commission a few years ago on this issue. We already had it in our radar, but this letter brought it even more to the front, and we decided to include it in the recast proposal for the directive, which could also include the AI prompts to generate child sexual abuse material and grooming, because those are instructions to abuse children. So they are now, we propose to include them in the definition of child sexual abuse material so that they can be criminalized across the EU.
Bene, grazie per queste risposte e proseguiamo con le domande.
Thank you very much for the responses. The next round of questions, Claudia Santos, Portugal.
Mr. President, 5 years ago, Portuguese law was amended to impose network service providers to inform criminal authorities of sexual offences against children. They were also imposed to block such contents. So we clearly share Mr. Labrador Jiménez's point of view on the importance of prevention. But my question is about compliance programs for organizations taking care of children or representing a risk for children, such as mandatory compliance programs with risk assessment, outside supervision, reporting channels. So my question is, under Europol point of view, would compliance programs lead to better prevention and sooner detection of sexual crimes against children? Thank you.
Grazie. Adesso do la parola alla signora Saskia Brickman.
Thank you. Saskia Brickman, European Parliament. Over to you.
We are indeed currently negotiating the recast of the directive, and I would like also to mention that it's all also about enforcement in the member states. So again, message to the colleague from the national parliaments to push for investments in prevention, in child-friendly justice, in means for the victims and to file complaints. I think this is also the evaluation that we need to make collectively at EU and national level if we really want to make a difference. Share good practices like Child Focus in Belgium, like Telefono Azzurro in Italy, for instance. We also included those aspects in the current negotiations. I have a question to Europol on that matter. What is the role that Europol is playing in terms of tackling child sexual exploitation offline, including exploitation taking place in a family context? Because we know that most of the abuses unfortunately happen with people that children trust, know in family or context of sports or other extra scholar activities. And finally, also a question, knowing that victims and survivors face real issues to report to the police. So how can Europol also contribute in training, in associating this training to prevention and to really make it possible for victims' children to know that they can rely on the police and that they have their trust persons. Thank you.
Grazie. La terza domanda adesso passo la parola alla signora.
Thank you. And a third question from Marietta Caramandi, France.
Oui, le sujet est très important et qui mobilise, je pense, tous les parlements nationaux comme le Parlement européen et la Commission. Je pense que...
Thank you very much. I've got two quick questions. First of all, the expanding of the remit of the European Prosecutor's Office vis-à-vis child abuse. Could that make it possible to fight those international networks better? And now the French National Assembly has adopted a resolution to fight against children's addiction to computer screens. This is something that has been done in many states of the USA. And the platforms admitted that they deliberately create addiction-causing mechanisms on those platforms. So maybe we should go one step further and try to protect ourselves on EU and on national levels. Mr. Lacouf first, and then Mr. Jimenez for your answers. Over to you, gentlemen.
On the question of compliance of organizations and so on, well, we are for sure in favor. I think it's mainly for the national authorities to take these responsibilities with the social systems and so on. What we can do and what we do, and maybe it can also answer the question about the training and so on, is that we have a closed network. These law enforcement officers that are working on these crimes are often small units in each country, and they know each other, and they exchange a lot, and in their country they are doing a lot of training, prevention, and so on. We also have at EU level in Europol our prevention campaign, which is called Say No, which speaks by itself. It's not. It has a big success, but it needs to be relayed also in the member states in order to be efficient. About the offline crime, well, again, we can support investigation on offline crime, sexual abuse crime, if they are cross-border, for sure, which can happen. And we have few of these cases. But I must say that most of our work is about online crimes and so on, because also the national law enforcement agencies are taking care of these offline crimes because they are closer to the families and to the field. About the question about a responsibility for EPPO, well, it seems to me that it's a bit far away from the field, but maybe a PPO can be helpful if we speak about competencies and control about undercover agents or things like that, where we need a judicial oversight to do things like that, and maybe there's somewhere here a role for EPPO in association, in close association with Europol and with the member states for sure. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. One of the pillars of the work of the future EU Center to prevent and combat child sexual abuse will be the facilitation of the exchange of best practices, including on prevention, both online and offline. And that could also include the exchange of best practices on how best encourage children to report to law enforcement or prevention measures that decrease the chances that a child becomes a victim of child sexual abuse, as well as prevention programs that decrease the chances that a person who fears that might offend actually offends. Thank you.
Bene, grazie. Proseguiamo con le domande.
Thank you very much. Let's take the next round of questions, and it's over to Karl Resner, European Parliament.
No, forse non c'è. Forse non c'è. E allora proseguiamo con il signor...
All right. So, moving on. Konstantina Giannakopoulou, Greece.
Well, in Greece, we address the child sexual harassment and abuse with both offline and online strategies. Offline efforts focus on strengthening laws, on offering support through NGOs and training professionals like teachers and police officers to identify abuse cases. Awareness campaigns are held to educate the public about the signs and effects of abuse. And online, Greece has taken steps to regulate internet spaces with stricter laws aimed at preventing child exploitation. We work with international organizations to monitor and report online abuse, while also promote digital literacy to help children navigate and report harmful online content. However, I think that the key word is prevention, and this is the main thing. We have to implement strategies for prevention. Education, awareness, community engagement are key to protecting our children. In this context, I'd like to ask, given the increasing sophistication of online child sexual abuse networks and the challenges posed by encrypted communication, what additional legal and operational measures can Europol and member states adapt to enhance the cross-border investigation and be more sufficient as regards this terrible thing?
Grazie per la sua domanda e passo adesso la parola alla signora Raquel Garcia.
And the next question from Helmida Pandavala, European Parliament.
No, thank you.
Bene, l'avevo trovata qui sull'elenco comunque, grazie.
Oh, I had you on the list, but thank you. Right, so moving on. Elias Miriantos, Cyprus.
Appointment, the European Union Commissioner on Internal Affairs and Migration, Mr. Magnus Brenner, stated that online child safety is a key priority for him, as well as for the newly appointed Commission. His exact words were that there is the necessity and urgency to adopt the proposed regulation for the prevention and combating of the child sexual abuse online, In this respect, could you give us some more feedback elaborated on how negotiations are progressing on this, and if the necessary safeguards are put in place as concern the restriction of individuals' fundamental rights to privacy and personal data, including their right to the confidentiality of communication, as were expressed by Mr. Vivierovsky. Thank you.
Bene, grazie. Allora siamo a questo punto all'ultima domanda.
Thank you very much. And we can take a last question. Marika Sorel, European Parliament.
J'ai deux questions. Merci.
I have two questions. I would like to know about the following. In the EU countries, the definition of a child differs from one place to another. What definition does Europol use? What age is the threshold? And the question to the European Commission, in the plenary session in 24, Commissioner Adali provided the following definition of consent. She said, consent has to be conscious and clear, and it cannot be deduced from silence or a lack of reaction of the child. As you can see, even ourselves, we don't know what consent is. Psychologists are very clear on this, and they say there is no such thing as consent from a child. So these are my two questions, the age and the definition of consent. Thank you. So this is the last of the questions we had on the list. Over to the two gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your questions. On the prevention side, well, we cannot say anything than we support, for sure, prevention campaign, and the more there will be, the better it is. For the challenges that we see today, well, I mentioned some of them, but I see that we have two big challenges. The first one is linked to the cooperation with the private companies and especially the online service providers. One way or another, we need to have their cooperation on this crime, and I think it's a target that we can have, an objective, and that we can reach. And the other side for me is the use of the most modern and updated artificial intelligence tools for us to be used in this crime. Maybe we could think about a kind of an exception for this crime to use the updated tools and maybe to overcome some difficulties that we can have in other crimes to do that. For the age, what we see, we remain, because we are supporting cases that are coming from member states. So in fact, we stick to the national law of the member states. So it can be difficulties and so on, but we stick to the national law. For sure, there's not an harmonized age in the EU. And also, we have another let's say, another principle is that each time a child is in danger, and it can be a child of 14 or 15, then we mention it, because for us it's a danger to an individual, to a person, whether it is a child or not. We will see, but we for sure mention it. Thank you, and for the rest, I leave it to the Commission.
Thank you for these questions. On the first one, I fully agree with Mr. Lecouf that the cooperation of the companies, of the online service providers is critical. The issue is that some have more appetite than others to cooperate, and therefore we see that voluntary actions are not enough, so regulation is needed. and that's why the Commission put forward that legislative proposal to better prevent and combat child sexual abuse that it's now under discussion, and that will impose obligations on companies to better prevent child sexual abuse in their services, and also cooperate with national authorities and with law enforcement. On the negotiations of this legislative instrument, I cannot comment on how they are going. What I can say is that for sure the Commission is working closely with the Parliament and with the Council to make sure that there is an adequate balance of all the fundamental rights at stake, so that in the end there is a legislative instrument that provides for an effective solution to the problem, and certainly any solution that considers children's fundamental rights as second-class fundamental rights is not an adequate solution for us, and any solution that blinds itself, or that allows service providers to blind themselves so that they don't need to comply with the obligations, is certainly not an effective solution for the Commission. And on the question from Madame Soreille, a child in the EU is a person under age 18, and that's everywhere in the EU. What is different in the EU is the age of sexual consent, which indeed that varies from one member state to another, and varies significantly. And that's related to your second question on the definition of consent. So, of course, a child below the age of sexual consent cannot consent, but a child above the age of sexual consent can consent. And this is an issue that has led to multiple discussions in Council to make sure that it's crystal clear that when a child does not say anything because she freezes because of fear, that should not be understood as the child consenting. And you have seen the outcome of the general approach in Council. That still is not made clear there. So from the Commission perspective, we very much hope that now working with the Parliament and in the trilogues, the outcome of the discussions is one that makes that crystal clear. Thank
you. Bene. Grazie ancora al signor Lecouf e al signor Labrador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lecouf and Labrador Jimenez. Thank you for your delivery, and thank you for taking and answering questions. I believe this proves only too well that we are committed to the well-being of our children, and that we are committed to fighting those hideous crimes against children. Let's finish. So this is the end of the second session, and I'm handing over to Mr. Frischtak to chair the second part.
Move to our last debate, which is an update on Europol activities linked to the war in Ukraine. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, 3 years have passed since Russia launched its full-scale attack on Ukraine. War in itself is a devastating and dramatic phenomenon. It destroys state structures and depletes its resources. Sadly, the military dimension of war is not everything. For 3 years, we have had to take a broader view of this conflict and closely examine its additional circumstances. Although the war is taking place on Ukrainian territory, its consequences extend to many other countries, particularly within the European Union, which has been the primary provider of aid to Ukraine. From the perspective of Europol, as well as parliamentary oversight of its activities, it is crucial to intensify cooperation and strengthen the fight against crime, which has been gaining momentum due to the ongoing war. We are witnessing, above all, an increase in the migration of international criminal groups from across Eastern Europe, a rise in arms smuggling, the war's negative impact on the drug market, and an increase in human and goods trafficking. All these factors present growing challenges for Europol and must naturally become a subject of our discussion. I once again very warm welcome Mr. Jean-Philippe Lecouf, Europol Deputy Executive Director for Operations. Mr. Lecouf will have around 10 minutes for his presentation before we open the floor to the question from JPSG delegates. Dear colleagues, please limit your contributions to no more than 1 minute so that all colleagues have the time to address their questions. Mr. Lecouf, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cooperation with Ukraine is a long-standing story with Europol. Even before the war, Ukraine was one of our main partners. And at the beginning of the war, since the first day, I remember we had a liaison officer, Ukrainian liaison officer in Europol, and we started to think about how we can help this country who was facing this aggression. So since the first day, we cooperate with Ukraine, and this cooperation is assessed by us as very good. For example, if we look at the level of information exchange that we have seen an increase of 43% of the number of Siena messages sent by Ukraine in 2024 compared to the previous years. That means that even at war, Ukraine police continues and expand its cooperation with Europe and with Europol. We are also seeing in terms of Ukrainian presence at Europol, because a second additional liaison officer has been deployed to The Hague since January this year, and discussions are taking place to have a third liaison officer from Ukraine in Europol. Ukraine also continues to be the most active partners in the region for impact. Out of the 333 operational actions in impact program, Ukraine is participating in 222, which is considerable, and covering 15 action plans. Since the beginning of the war, we have had a lot of initiative with Ukraine. I just speak about the information of exchange and this increase of 43% of Siena messages, but there's a lot of operational support that we are giving to Ukraine. There is a dedicated analysis project on core international crimes, which supports investigation conducted by Ukraine and other countries into war crimes committed in Ukraine. In support of this investigation, our team collects various types of war crime data from different sources, cross-check this data, and conduct analysis and share the results with the relevant partners as appropriate. So far, we have received 143 investigative contributions and requests from Ukraine, as well as 37 requests from other countries. Analysis has been conducted on over 19,000 photos and pieces of video footage, as well as over 2,000 witness statements, all related to possible war crimes. More than 500 suspects have been contributed to our analysis project database, and a total of 24,800 potential war crimes events have been analyzed and retrieved from open sources. Less than 2 weeks ago, Europol Core International Crime Team supported an investigation by Ukraine and Moldova against some criminals targeting individuals suspecting of having taken part in war as mercenaries from the Wagner Group. This investigation had so far identified 85 individuals linked to the war, 3 of which were arrested during the 2 days action. Europol continues also to support an OSINT, Open Information, operational task force on Ukraine, helping to identify suspects and their involvement in war crimes, crimes against humanity, or genocide crimes committed in Ukraine. And Europol also continues to participate in the joint investigation team on alleged core crimes, core international crimes committed in Ukraine, alongside with 7 European countries, Eurojust, and the International Criminal Court. As well as support from our headquarters in The Hague, Europol also provides assistance in terms of on-the-spot deployments, with 10 to 18 guest officers continuously deployed in Ukraine's neighboring countries. These officers conduct real-time cross-check against Europol databases in support to national authorities and enhance the exchange of information. We also deliver strategic support through threat assessment and analysis, and we are closely monitoring the situation, how it is changing, and the impact of the Ukraine and on the European Union. Europol also supports national authority through training and capacity building and different other programs where Ukraine is still very active. The situation, as you know, in Ukraine is fast-moving. We are monitoring continuously, but we are starting to think more about what could be the potential impact if the war ends. And I want to focus a little bit on that. For instance, we need to consider the movement of people, citizens returning to Ukraine or going into the EU, and movements between different regions in the countries itself. Since the beginning of the war, millions of people have been displaced within Ukraine, and millions more left the country, with Poland welcoming the greatest number of Ukrainian refugees. The end of war could result in many of these returning homes or settled in Europe. We should also be conscious of the possibility of those involved in the war who were previously involved in criminality, returning to their criminal ways once they were no longer distracted by the war effort. There is also the matter, the elephant in the room, of weapons. Ukraine has received military assistance from a number of countries, including the provisions of weapons and ammunition. If the war ends, there would likely be the need for some sort of disarmament program to remove weapons from circulation. Weapons and ammunition would need to be collected, transported, secured, and disposed of in order to prevent them to getting into the hands of criminal networks. And we may see increase also in certain type of crimes, as well as the potential for increased weapon trafficking. We may also see an increase in cybercrime, such as more cyber attacks and ransomware. We are already conducting enhanced monitoring of these cyber threats. In December 2024, 9 Ukrainian nationals were arrested for running social media phishing scams. The suspects exploited Facebook Marketplace to trick victims into sharing their banking details. And we cannot forget the hybrid threats. We have already received requests from Ukraine to support the takedown of social media channels used for disinformation campaigns. But there is a potential for an increase of these hybrid attacks if the war ends. And what about the new threats? There will be a number of challenges when helping Ukraine to return from a state of a normal, stable society, including reconstruction, some of which will be new challenges never before seen because the war of aggression against Ukraine has involved much more than modern tactics and technologies than previous wars that we have seen in Europe. For example, the use of drones is something that which has stood out and that we are taking great care. When we think back to the Balkans, for instance, we haven't seen at that moment this massive usage of drones. This includes, as I was saying, reconstruction. So to conclude, I would say that we continue to support Ukraine. We have, I must say, a very good partner with Ukrainian police, even if they are at war. They are supporting the cases. They are bringing cases. They show really a strong will to cooperate with Europol and with the EU. And we will continue to support them. We will continue to support them because they deserve it, but we will continue to support them also because they are one part of our security, the security of the EU and its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lecouf, for your presentation. Dear colleagues, we will now move to our discussion. The floor will be given alternately to 2 members of national parliaments and 1 member of the European Parliament, until the list of speakers is exhausted. We will group the question to Mr. Lecouf, who will reply en bloc at the end of the session. I will now invite the first speakers, pan Krzysztof Śmieszek z Parlamentu Europejskiego.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for providing this this wide information on how Europol is contributing to the support of Ukraine. I'm especially interested in the topic of joint investigation teams. As we all know, the JITs are so much effective as a tool for criminal investigations. So if you could elaborate a bit more on what is the exact role of Europol in joint investigation teams, as far as you can share with us these information. And I'm very much interested also in how Europol is contributing to the securing the evidences of war crimes committed by Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainians. And also, I mean, because you mentioned that you are receiving so many requests to be involved in securing the evidences. So what are your needs to fully respond to the requests from the Ukrainian side? Thank you so much, and thank you so much for your work already contributed to this issue.
Bardzo dziękuję, panie deputowany. Next is Mr. Julius Zabautauskas from Lithuania.
Dziękuję, panie przewodniczący.
Thank you, Chair.
We thank Europol for its active work in EU's internal security threats related to the Russian war in Ukraine. Efforts to coordinate investigation to improve the qualification of Ukrainian officials and to carry out a threat assessment are very important and must be continued. However, a strong focus should also be placed on increasing the provision to Europol of criminal intelligence information held by Ukrainian law enforcement agencies which relate to various internal security threats. Cooperation between states is essential for the Russian regime to effectively enforce sanctions, and the role of Europol is vital. Many member states have opened criminal investigation into war crimes and crimes against humanity committed in Ukraine. The collection and protection of evidence is essential. The use of the Europol database to identify the persons would be very useful. Many people who have fled war are vulnerable to potential exploitation, sexual labor, etc. Europol has an important role to play in preventing this. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And next is pani Jadwiga Wiśniewska z Parlamentu Europejskiego.
Dziękuję bardzo. Ja chciałabym...
Thank you very much. I would like to tie this in with the previous panel, the issue of children. Does Europol monitor the situation of the children who were transported into Russia and subjected to Russification? Also, what is the scale of the issue of children being kidnapped by pedophile networks? Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, let's remember that this is the third anniversary of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. I have to emphasize our unwavering support for the Ukrainian nation and the Ukrainian parliamentarians. I happen to be the head of the French-Ukrainian group in the French Parliament. Now, is there a risk of a spillover conflict in Western Balkans, given the geographical proximity and the history of conflict in this area? Not so long ago, there was a war in the Balkans, so what is the risk of a spillover conflict? Now, my second question is about the strategy of the American administration and to what extent it can worsen the situation after the end of the Ukrainian conflict. And here I mean trafficking in weaponry and cybercrime. We know that so far you have been collaborating with American institutions against these threats. This cooperation is needed. So what can the consequences of these changes be?
From European Parliament. No? Mr. Rui Tavares from Portugal.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Well, I think that we all share the notion that the future of the Union is played on what happens in Ukraine now and in the future, regarding not only the result of the war, but also peace negotiations, keeping the peace, and accession to the EU. And there are at least 4 dimensions that deal with police operation. Police operations regarding disinformation and influence operations in the European territory. Secondly, help in disarmament and criminal outflows during the peace process. And fourthly, and this is, I think, the most important while thinking for the future, and that I would like also the colleagues from the European Parliament and the national parliament to keep in mind, that we have an important effort in terms of Ukraine being able to keep up the pace with police cooperation and raising their standards preparing for accession so that we do not have problems post-accession. So I would like to have details on how all of these dimensions are being prepared by the Europol. Thank you.
Thank you. And this moment, before my friends, before member from Polish Sejm and Polish Senate, and today member to European Parliament, Krzysztof Brejza. The floor is yours.
Dziękuję bardzo. Szanowni Państwo, wiemy, że...
Ladies and gentlemen, we know that war crimes are being committed by Russians in Ukraine. We know there's a joint investigative team dealing with that, and this is a key issue to clamp down on war crimes. The Polish prosecutor's office has just informed today that as part of proceedings done by the prosecutor's office, the police and the Polish Internal Security Agency, 3,000 witnesses have been interviewed. My question is, what else can be done and improved in order to be able to effectively prosecute the barbarians who have committed those war crimes? And my second question is, do you see a need to fight the disinformation war in its particular part that is trying to pretend that there were no war crimes in Ukraine? Is there some concerted action needed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two questions. First, can representatives of Europol report about stolen, lost, and confiscated military weapons, drones, portable anti-tank and anti-aircraft missiles? That's the first one, because I know that the other from the Ministry of Interior were reported. The other is, the question is whether and how does Europol monitor mercenary soldiers returning from the battlefields in war zones of Ukraine? Thank you.
Thank you. And last question, Ms. Raquel Garcia Hermida van der Waal, sorry, from European Parliament.
Thank you, Chair. My question has to do also with the road to accession, like that of the Portuguese colleague. When it comes to fighting corruption, Ukraine has taken very big steps the last few years. We do see the results on the ground. It would be interesting to know from Europol if you're supporting the Ukrainian authorities very specifically on that area, also thinking of the future application of the new anti-corruption directive. Thank you.
Thank you. And the answer, Mr. Lecouf. The floor is yours.
You give me 2 minutes, Chair.
3 minutes. Of course, John.
Thank you. Well, I will try to answer all the questions even quickly. On the JIT, we are working in the framework of this JIT. It's working well for this moment, and on the war crime evidence, we are storing in our database everything that can be stored, including videos, photos that we can identify people, but also all the contextual data that will be useful. About the sanctions, we try to support sanctions, but as you know, they are not. Evasion of sanction is not a crime in all of the EU member states. So I think that there's also a work to do at national level in order that we can have a crime of evasion of sanction that we can support investigation in this area. About THB, we have made a lot of a prevention campaign at the beginning of the war, and I think we will need to resume this kind of prevention campaign when we will come close to the end of the war, in order that Ukrainian refugees are not abused in one way or another. About the children abducted and the pedophiles, and we have not received any demands of support from any member states in this area. So we are not really involved because there's no case that was brought to us. About the weapons and the risk to see the weapons going in the Balkans and so on, well, the risk is high for sure. And it's high not only for the Balkans, it's high for all the EU. So we clearly say this each time we have the opportunity to say that we have to manage this. The position of the US and US agency, I must say that for the time being, it's too fresh that I can give you any answer of this. We are in contact with the US liaison officer that we have in Europol. And as you know, for example, the new director of FBI has been appointed last Friday. So we will wait and we will see. Yes, we have concern about the standards that are in place in the Ukrainian police, and we try to help them to raise their standard to a level that is is enough for us to cooperate with them. And we will help them in this, but I can say that they make efforts on this, and I can answer also on the corruption question, because we have seen some of the anti-corruption bodies coming to Europol, for example, NABU, which is one of their agency fighting corruption. Maybe they need to clean a little bit, because now they have a lot of agencies doing with anti-corruption, but for sure they make an effort in this area. About CIC, how we can better prosecute. Well, prosecution is not for Europol, for sure, but as I was saying, we collect all the data that we can in order that if there's a prosecution, even in 2, 3, 5 years, we will keep this data and they will be available for investigation and for evidence in front of court. For disinformation, well, it's not really in our mandate to combat disinformation. It's more about the democracy shield that the new president of the Commission wants to imply. About military weapon, we don't follow the heavy weapon because it's not part of organized crime. It's part of a kind of a military system. So we don't follow, and we don't want to follow these big weapons that are military weapons, because I think it's not our competencies. We don't know how to do that. It's for other bodies to do that. And for the mercenaries, what I can say is that all the foreign fighters, whatever the place where they fight, that try to come back to Europe, we try to trace them, and with the support of the member states, because we are a bit at the border of what the intelligence services are doing and what we can do. But we try to trace these foreign fighters, whatever, or even European fighters going to Ukraine to fight in one side or another, in order to see and to assess if they can be a threat for the EU. I think I have answered all the questions, and I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers list and this agenda item. Mr. Lekov, thank you very much for your presentation and for joining us today. That concludes our agenda for the 16th JPSG meeting. I will now pass the floor to Mr. Ujazdowski for concluding remarks.
Dear members of the JPSG, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, that concludes our agenda for the 16th JPSG meeting. Thank you for joining us in Warsaw and for your contribution and highly interesting discussion that have taken place. Please allow me to thank you in particular my co-chair, Madam Kinichi and Mr. Frisztak, my colleagues, Polish colleagues, Mr. Frisztak, who represent the same. Also the interpretation and organization teams and the Polish Sejm and Polish Senate, especially, and the European Parliament. Other closing remark, I will pass to the floor to my co-chair for the concluding remarks. Madam Kinichi, give your floor. Please.
Grazie onorevole Jazdowski.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we all agree that we will continue to pay close attention to Europol's activities, especially in the context of fighting organized crime in Europe. The next JPSG meeting is scheduled to take place on the 3rd and 4th November 2025 at the European Parliament in Brussels, and it'll be co-organized with the Polish Sejm and Senate. Now, due to the Danish opt-out in the field of justice and home affairs, according to the rules of procedure of the joint group, this means that the Danish Parliament will not co-chair the meetings and does not co-chair the meetings, is not represented in the Troika. And that's why it is the Polish Sejm and Senate that will co-organize the next meeting of the group, even though it falls under the Danish presidency in the second half of the year. Now, before I give the floor to Mr. Frystak, I would first like to thank several people. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Ujazdowski and Frystak for joining me in chairing these sessions. It was a pleasure to be here with you, gentlemen. I would like to thank the whole Polish delegation, the Polish organizers, for welcoming us to Warsaw. It's a great privilege to be able to meet here at in the building of the Polish Senate, which is a very symbolic place and which has a very rich history. Thank you for a great cooperation in organizing this meeting together with the European Parliament. And we all appreciate the Polish hospitality very much. I would like to mention all the collaborators of the Polish and national parliaments. Let me also thank the interpreters. Thank you very much for your work. It is thanks to your work that we've had the possibility to have this very large and intensive meeting. Once again, thank you very much, and it's over to Mr. Frystak for his concluding remarks.
In Warsaw, and for all for contributors and the highly interesting discussion that have taken place. Please allow me thank in particular my co-chairs, Ms. Kinichi and Mr. Ujazdowski, as well as the interpreters and the organization teams at the Polish Sejm and Senate and, of course, European Parliament for their work. All aspects of our debates today, all positive and negative developments concern societies, concern our citizens. We have repeatedly stressed that maintaining order and ensuring security is one of the main, if not the most important tasks of the state. Thank you for this discussion, but above all, for all the efforts you are taking to maintain and develop the European level of security. If we can say that it is our hallmark in the world, it is largely thanks to your activities. I will now pass the floor to my co-chairs, Mr. Ujazdowski, for the concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frystak. We have now arrived to the end of this fruitful meeting of the JPSG. I am sure that thank you, due to our effort, we created a positive model of parliamentary control about problem of security and activity on Europol. Control key is good in perspective of our society, our nation, because we should explain politics against crime, politics which should give security of our continent. And I think that we create original positive method of parliamentary control and cooperation with Europol. I think that Europol will be glad for thanks to not activity. That will be all. A very big thank you to everyone involved in this meeting today. We look forward to seeing you in Brussels and have a safe trip back home. In November in Brussels, we will continue our work for Europe free and secure. Thank you very much.